leadership in the real estate sector. Today, we are privileged to be joined by some of the most distinguished leaders, visionaries, and experts from the East and all over the country. This gathering is an opportunity to engage in meaningful discussions, engage insights, and most importantly, pave the way for a future-ready real estate sector. As we dive into this exciting event, we have an incredible lineup of speakers who will be addressing some of the most pressing, thought-provoking, and transformative topics shaping the real estate industry in today's time. And also to tell you all, this event is currently being live-streamed right now on the Realty Plus website, which is www.rprealtyplus.com, and also on the social media channels and handles as well. This is indeed the world of social media. Everybody is always hooked on to social media, so please do tag us. And for your reference, let me tell you all the handles of social media. LinkedIn, you can find us as Realty Plus. Facebook, you can find us as @RP Realty Plus. Twitter, you can find us as @RP Realty Plus. And Instagram, you can find us as RP_Realty. So like I said, this is indeed the world of social media. We all like to be hooked on to that world. So please do tag us and share your memorable moments from this event. We would love to see each and every moment. Thank you. You know, before going ahead, it's my humble request to one and all, if you can please kindly keep your mobile phones in silent mode. We have many speakers and distinguished guests coming over here today to share their insights, so we generally do not want to distract any of them. So it's my humble request, if all of you can please kindly keep your mobile phones in silent mode. Any urgent call which is required to be attended can be attended outside the room. Thank you so much for your time and cooperation. And you know, before I get going with the event, I would like to take this opportunity to tell you all a lot more about what Realty Plus is all about. But before me saying that, I think we have a very special AV to kind of let you all know about it. So can we please play the Realty Plus AV for our audience over here?
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that, by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis, by showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen, it happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 20 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments, innovating to inspire debates and discussions, bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders, honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last line said that we are Realty Plus and we lead the way. They truly lead the way. Let me give you all a bit of an information. They have completed 20 successful years and they're in their 21st year right now. Can I have a huge, huge round of applause for the entire team of Realty Plus? Tripti is here, Sapna is here, their entire hard-working team hustling day in, day out to make things possible. So thank you so much to Realty Plus. And most importantly, before I get going, this wonderful audience over here in Kolkata, can I request all of you to clap for yourselves as well for making it over here to this very fascinating occasion. Thank you so much. Aro Jore Kolkata, please. You all can do a lot more. City of Joy. Come on, make some noise. Aro Jore Hattali. Thank you. You know, before we get going, it's also very important that we start on an auspicious note. So what we are going to be doing right now is we are going to be having the auspicious Ganesh mantra right now with the lamp lighting. So to do the honors on stage, I would like to call upon stage Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head, Realty Plus, Anirban Gupta, Managing Director, East India Colliers, Apurva Salarpuria, Director, Salarpuria Group, Ashok Saraf, Chairman, Sugam Homes, Dr. Nitesh Kumar, MD and CEO, Imami Realty, Tomal Ghoshal, Chairman, Shrachi Group, and also Sapna Srivastav, Editor, Realty Plus. Can I have all of you over here on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big, big, big round of applause. Our special guests and esteemed, honored people over here. Can we have all of you for the lamp lighting session? And can we play the Ganesh mantra?
Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada.
Can we continue playing the Ganesh mantra, please?
Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada. Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva.
Thank you so much to our esteemed guests and dignitaries over here. Before I get going, can I request all of you, mere baad aap log please bologe, Ganpati Bappa! Ganpati Bappa! One more time, please, Ganpati Bappa! Thank you so much. The most loving audience over here indeed. Thank you. You know, before we get going, it's important that we thank our partners and sponsors as well, because without their support, we truly couldn't have pulled this off. Ladies and gentlemen, PropTech partner for the day, Absolute CX, co-partner, Nemetschek Group, luxury partner, Imami Realty Limited, digital partner, Realty, broadcast partner, City Network, industry partner, IGBC, business media partner, BW Business World, online media partner, Exchange for Media Group, and of course, organized by the wonderful, wonderful team of Realty Plus. You know, we have a special inaugural address coming forward before we get going with the first exclusive conversation of the day. This is going to be a special inaugural address by none other than Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media and BW Business World Media Group. Dr. Batra unfortunately couldn't be over here physically present with us, but he's been kind enough to send a message for all of us over here. So can we please play Dr. Batra's message over here?
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Realty Plus Eastern India edition. Every year, the Realty Plus event has become a marquee event in the real estate domain for Eastern India. Today, we are doing it at a new Taj property. It tells you how much Calcutta has expanded, how much Kolkata has expanded, with actual buyers in Kolkata of residential growing, the aspirations growing, and all-round development of Calcutta geographically and aspirationally is leading to a boom in real estate. Whether it's retail spaces, you can see from the airport until the main city, All the retail spaces are booming, whether it's residential, which I told you has real takers, or it is commercial office spaces. Calcutta became a hub for IT, ITES. Almost all IT majors have their offshore centers here. Maybe the next boom in GCCs will happen in Calcutta, which will take the city to another level. So clearly, Calcutta is expanding, East is expanding, and it augurs very well for the real estate players in this region. Realty Plus today will celebrate the icons of real estate in Calcutta and players that are doing great work. I wish all the winners congratulations. I'm sure you'll have a day of deliberations, connectivity, and going back with inspiration. We at Realty Plus will be there for you to be able to bring all of you together and make sense of what's happening in the real estate space. My kudos to the entire Realty Plus team led by Ms. Tripti Kedia and also to our editor, Ms. Sapna Srivastava. All the best, keep doing well, God bless you.
Thank you so much. Calcutta is expanding, East is expanding, Realty Plus is expanding, all thanks to your vision, Dr. Batra. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a bigger round of applause to Dr. Batra. He deserves every bit of it. Thank you so much. We will now be moving to the first exclusive conversation, the first session of the day. This is going to be an important discussion on the topic of Kolkata real estate growth trends and forecasts. Can I have the chairs on stage in the meantime? In the meantime, when the chairs are being sorted on stage, I will introduce our honorable moderator, and then I'll be introducing our speakers. And what I'm going to do is I'll be requesting all of them to join me on stage together after all the introductions are done. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be chaired by Anirban Gupta, Managing Director, East India Colliers. With over 20 years of experience in the real estate industry, Anirban Gupta has been part of 2 successful startup firms. He has established and grown the business of reputed firms in East India, and he has developed and built a team of strong, efficient, and professional real estate experts managing their growth and development. As the leader of Colliers' commercial real estate business in the East, Anirban closely works with key real estate stakeholders to drive exceptional results for the firm. We have some interesting speakers as well, ladies and gentlemen. We have the humble presence of Apurva Salarpuria, Managing Director, Salarpuria Group. Apurva ji has been a part of the Salarpuria Group since the year 2005. A qualified chartered accountant, he has worked with KPMG Bangalore for 3 years before joining the group. Apurva ji is the Senior Vice President of Credai Bengal and past President of the Entrepreneurs Organization EO, Kolkata chapter. We also have with us today Ashok Saraf, Chairman Sugam Homes. Ashok ji is the Vice President of Credai Bengal and leads Sugam Homes, that is known for high quality residential and commercial projects and recognized for its commitment to sustainable and eco-friendly practices. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainability is the future, so kudos to Ashok ji for that. We also have with us today Dr. Nitesh Kumar, MD and CEO, Imami Realty. Dr. Nitesh, with more than 30 years of experience, spearheads the functions at Imami Realty Limited. He has a strong track record of generating extraordinary performance in a fiercely competitive scenario across international and domestic real estate industry and real estate funds. Dr. Kumar is an expert in turnkey management to actualize a real estate development vision into reality. We also have with us today Tamal Ghoshal, Chairman, Shrachi Group. Tamalji is a first-generation entrepreneur who started his working life in hospitality, which helped him imbibe the ethos of international business. Having picked up the nuances of project management, evolved into a business owner managing various projects, across verticals and setting up projects across logistics, hospitality, education, entertainment, and telecom, roads and highways, civil construction in diverse locations as well. Tamalji is also the President, Credai Howrah Hooghly, and Director, Credai West Bengal. Ladies and gentlemen, the first panel is ready. Our experts are here. Can I request all of you to give them a big round of applause as I invite them on stage? Can I please have all of you on stage, please? Thank you so much. And just moment wo log aa rahe hain stage pe, can I have some more appreciation coming in? Ladies and gentlemen, you don't find all these people together under one roof every day. So thank you so much to all of you for being with us over here today and taking out time from your respective busy schedules. Can we have more mics on stage, please? You'd prefer standing? Okay. All right, so over to you. And can we please start the timer? The timer is here for your reference. Ladies and gentlemen, the first exclusive conversation of today's conclave.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Anirban. Now, this is my third year with Realty Plus and third time on the opening session. It's great. Thank you, Sapna, Tripti, everyone, and it's great to be associated with here. I'll start with a small story. With my experience, I've been here in this industry for almost 22 years. When I started, so this small story, it says that, when I first started about real estate, like, what is real estate, how to get a success in real estate, what to do, what not, I met with a lot of mentors, a lot of people who said a lot of things to me. And one of the very remarkable stories, small story, I remember, which I should share before we start. So there was this story where there was a football coach. He was sitting one day, having lunch with four of his key players, and it started raining. When it started raining, this coach, he said to the players that you please go wash your hands and come back. And in the meantime, in the table in front, he put 4 items, and these were a spoon, a glass, a mug, and a large bucket. So 4 items were kept in 4-5 numbers. And when the players came back, he asked them that, guys, pick up one of the stuff, go out in the rain, fill it up, and come back fast. So there was one player who picked up a spoon, one who picked up the glass, one who picked up the mug, and the other one who picked up the bucket. And they went back, and they came back filled up with water. Now, 2 lessons which the coach told after they came back. The first lesson was that nature, which is God, has given all of us equal opportunities. Rain was equal for all of us. All of us could have gone, picked up the buckets and come back, but some decided to do with a spoon and some with a glass. So it's a choice to take how much you want to take from nature. That's the first lesson, he said. And the second lesson, which I learned in real estate, is spend time in nature. More time you spend in nature, which is for our industry, it was the projects, it was the streets, the roads, the developments, the growths. The more time you spend in the industry, the more you will actually learn. So the person who got the maximum rainwater is the person who had the bucket in hand and spent the maximum of the time. So this is what I learned in real estate. And even today, sometimes when I drive, I look up and then drive because I look up the buildings, what's coming up around. And that's one of the nature, what I have seen and the learning, what I've seen in real estate. So coming back, to the panel, the topic today that we are discussing, the first question I'm going to ask is a general question to all of my esteemed panelists is, what do you see the future of real estate of Calcutta? We have seen a growth year. We have seen a very good year in 2024. What do you see in the coming year? So I request Apurv to take up this question, and then we'll go one by one.
A very good afternoon, and big thank you to Realty Plus for having me over. Anirban, to answer your question, I must kind of take a little step back and look behind in terms of what's been happening so that, we are able to create a better visibility for everyone for the future. And I think what's happened in the last, maybe 5, 7, 8 years is that we've had tremendous amount of reforms which have touched our industry. Whether it is the direct, RERA, the regulatory body which has come into being, whether it is, GST and, it's had its own evolution, and today we have, a very clear GST mechanism which is there, or reasonably clear. Tax can never be entirely clear, but a reasonably clear and straightforward mechanism. Or, whether it was the demonetization and various other pieces, including IBC for that matter, which of course is a horizontal reform, but, has positively affected our industry as well. So Anirban, I think, with all of this, what has happened is that the industry has become a lot more organized than it was a decade ago or 2 decades ago. The buyer confidence in the industry, while today we don't necessarily think about what it was 15, 20 years ago, but, a lot of us were in the industry at that time. And if you look back, at different kinds of agreements, each developer had its own format or own kind of things which he would keep for himself and things like that. So today, with the uniformity of the agreement, with the regulatory body being there, the kind of buyer confidence which exists, whether it is for, residential, whether it is for offices, whether it is, for industrial plots, I think is unprecedented. And I think, we often quote this saying that what SEBI has done to the capital markets, RERA is doing to the real estate market. So with all of that, honestly, I think there is a structural change in the market. And I think while we will see cycles come across in our industry, which is a cyclical industry, I think we have very, very good years ahead. Coming more specifically to the year immediately ahead of us, I think, we've had a period post-COVID where we've seen significant appreciation in prices. We've seen significant absorption in the market. I think the demand continues to be there, different verticals. We actually have some supply challenges in some of the verticals, as we can probably talk about later in this panel. But I think we are in a period now which is of steady prices, high buyer confidence, and I think it looks like a good and steady year as far as residential real estate is concerned.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much. So one question, Ashokji, before you take up, to you only. A very famous quote, which was there in Calcutta in early 2000, was this "Moner moton bari and moner moto dam." It's a very, very popular quote in a region of Calcutta called Garia. And all honor and all credit goes to this man who have created this quote, who have created this market, and have taken Calcutta to the next level. Sir, over to you to give a little bit insight of that to the audience.
First of all, my thanks to Realty Plus for inviting me to this session. And it's very nice to meet all of you. Anirban is taking me on a journey which is about, I think now, about 25 years back. And we had acquired this large parcel in Garia. It was one of the largest projects at that point of time, around 2002. And at that time, the industry was not so organized. We mainly had, single buildings and very few large projects. So this idea of this Moner Moton Badi, Moner Moton Dam came to me on the spur of the moment. And we were going around with our agency, and the agency also, was just a budding one. And I remember that we used to work late in the night in my house, devising and I still remember the first brochure we made of a young girl going around the complex and introducing the various facilities in that complex. And at that time, there were a lot of challenges because even the professionals, they were not used to such large complexes. That was about 7 lakh square feet at that time. So this multiple buildings and this complex system was quite new to Calcutta. I think the only project at that time was the Ambuja one on the bypass. And that also there was a joint sector with the government. So in the private sector, this was the largest project around. And so I remember that we formed a team and we used to sit in the site at least once a week, the whole day, and plan out the entire project bit by bit. So fortunately, it came out very successful, and that area also, the Narendrapur Garia area, came out to be one of the hottest areas in India, 7th hottest, and we did several other projects in that area. So, that was one of the genesis of the MIG housing in Calcutta, because at that time when we started that project, most of the developers, the well-known developers, they were concentrating in the city. So very few were going to for MIG, which was not considered that, So that was a big learning experience, and I'm sure I used to get a lot of calls from other developers that how you have managed, what we are to do, because after the success of that project, a lot of developers went for the MIG and affordable housing, and that really took off. So that was our experience for that project. And coming back to the future, so there are, we've had a red hot period last 2-3 years after COVID. People realize the importance of having their own home, a larger home. So we are foreseeing a more stable period going forward. We are also seeing that the major developers, they will continue to do better. People are realizing that, the smaller houses, single buildings, small buildings, there are a lot of issues over there. So the organized developers will benefit, and a lot of information will be there on RERA, on the RERA websites. And the bigger developers, they're going for total transparency. They're going for all approvals. So the buyer confidence will be much larger. But to expect that, the last 3 years trajectory will go on for the next 1 or 2 years may not be feasible. But there are some new green shoots appearing as well. For example, there's already the interest rates are falling. We have seen one round of decrease recently, and we're expecting another decrease in April. So this is expected to continue over the next 1 or 2 years. So especially the mass housing or even the HMIG, we will see a lot of traction due to affordability. For the common man, the interest component is very important. So we will see a situation where more people will come forward and buy their homes when the interest rates fall. And another issue which has happened in the last 2 years is the decrease in the capital gain tax. So you will find that people who are investing in apartments, so the capital gain tax has been standardized across assets. So there is more scope for investors to buy apartments, to invest in apartments, which earlier was not so much there, and with the confidence of RERA as well. So we are seeing that maybe the market will stabilize, but new factors will come in which will give impetus to the market. And also we'll see the connectivity, like all the metro lines, a lot of them are under construction. So once they are complete, then you will see those micro markets also coming up. So we are seeing these developments coming forward.
Thank you, sir. For Dr. Kumar, I will also add on a little bit, if you can share your insights of rest of the country versus Calcutta, while we are also understanding the future of the Calcutta market from you. So your experience of working all throughout the country and how we can multiply that effect and also look into the future of Calcutta.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I first congratulate Realty Plus for 20 years of their journey, and Dr. Anurag Batra, the person behind it, and Tripti Kedia and Sapna Srivastav. So a very adept question for me, for a person who has come out of the city and now settled here. And I would like to give a perspective of the real estate developments, the 4 major factors, arguably, which brings a real estate development in any city or a state. First of the major factors is the infrastructural development of any city or a state, which includes the transportation, which is the expressways, roads, modes of transportation, flyovers, vicinity to the retail hubs, commercial hubs, schools, hospitals, and their vicinity to the employment where they are working. Second most important factor is the regulatory laws, which is the land laws or the property taxes or the registrations in a particular city, or the housing subsidies which a city or a state provides, or the ease of doing business, the time that it takes for a sanctions or a regulatory authority to give the sanctions approvals. Third, very important factor is the demographics and the population, which includes the age distribution, the youth that is there in a city or a state, which brings a lot of economic business to a city or a state, the GDP, which is there, and the urbanization of that city. And fourth important factor is the economic situation, of that city of a state, which is the GDP growth is that I've told, and the economics of that city. These are the most important factors for which I believe is the real estate development which brings for a city. So I'll give a perspective of the 7 cities which most of the IPCs, including Colliers and other IPCs, which always talks about the real estate developments on a pan-India level. For a city like Gurgaon, and Delhi NCR, which I belong from, let's take a case scenario of Gurgaon, which is the periphery of Delhi. Let's take 2 decades or 3 decades back, a small peripheral town of Delhi. From Delhi to Gurgaon, it used to take about 2 to 3 hours. Then came the Delhi-Gurgaon Expressway. Then came the rapid metro, which was called the Yellow Metro line. They came all the flyovers. Then this government was very stable there. The ease of doing business, they had a policy that the land can be converted automatically as self-certified certifications of the building plans. All this brought the urbanization in that things. And soon we saw a hub of Fortune 500 companies. We all saw the TCSs and the Infosys and Capgemini and the Accentures, all them flourishing there. And the DLF, which was spearheading the real estate developments, and M3M later brought great developments like the cyber cities and the camellias and magnolias. The prices of land, the prices of per square foot, price of the residential and commercial hubs rose exponentially over there. That's how the whole development of Gurgaon that we see today is where we are. Then came Mumbai MMR, which is called the financial capital of India, but it was never like that before when the 80s and 90s. I remember Powai in the 80s, the land prices, Anirban, that point of time, was about 40,000 rupees a square foot in the 80s. Now the average land price over there compared to all the MMR areas, about 4.3 crores an acre, right? In the Navi Mumbai, in the 80s and 90s, and the Powai, the per square foot price were about 2,500 to 3,000 rupees a square foot, which is average about 15,000, 20,000 rupees a square foot now. The South Mumbai prices of about 15 to 20,000 rupees a square foot, which is now about 50,000 to 80,000 rupees square foot. So this is what the Worldly Sea Link and the flyovers and the infrastructures and the political stabilities have brought into that city. Then came the Bangalore. Now all we know was about only the defense and the aerospace. The Bangalore was always known for that. Now it's called the Silicon City of India. Why? Because Infosys on the commercial developments in the city and the TCSs have all been there. That is a city where the maximum inventory absorption is there, Bangalore. All the developers, major developers, whether it's called the Prestige, Puravankara, or the Brigade, now are searching for opportunities outside Bangalore now. They've all gone to Mumbai's and Delhi's and Hyderabad and doing development, great developments there, including the Salapuria. So then came the Hyderabad. The land was in abundance. See, metro started in Hyderabad as late as in 2017. But the great infrastructure, political stability, and the trick of the game was unlimited FSI. It was a very investment-friendly city. The whole world was eyeing towards Hyderabad with unlimited FSIs, and they had fancy buildings all over. Now we come back to Kolkata. Now, cultural capital of India, intellectual capital of India, most historical city of India, British capital of India. We had everything, right? But the progress and real estate development was slow because infrastructure was not as great, or it was not keeping with the pace for the rest of India. There were reasons for many, right? If you see the data in the last 2 decades or 3 decades, even if you compare the launches from 2019 to 2024, number of launches of real estate is hardly about 8% as compared to 18% of the rest of the 7 cities in India. The office absorption level in 2023 was only 2%, where rest of India is about 22%. The per capita income of Kolkata is 1.54 lakhs, where the average per capita income of top 7 cities is about 5 lakh. Now, Kolkata has got everything. Now, with the BGBS, which is the Bengal Business Global Summit, this year, 90, you know the figure, the investments that has been made out there? 90.51 lakh crore investments this year have been promised out there. Infrastructure that has been promised out here is tremendous. The expressways that are coming, the flyover, the metros, the Esplanade, the Joka Esplanade Metro, the East-West Metro, 16.6 kilometers, the airport metro, then the air traffic control that is opening this year, the airport expansion that is happening in later this year, the seaport, the number of cargoes that is expanding, 430 crores of investment. The expansion out here in Kolkata is going to be tremendous. What I'm trying to say, people like us who move from Gurgaon to Kolkata is seeing the opportunity while the other markets have matured. See, I'm not saying that the prices, they are not going to rise. They're still going to rise. But the rise of real estate is not going to be as big or as large as compared to the East, which is Kolkata. So ladies and gentlemen, the opportunities of real estate and the rise of real estate or the ride of real estate in Kolkata or the East is going to be much larger. This is the time. This is we are. And we are lucky to be in this situation. This is where Gurgaon used to be 2 decades back. This is where Bangalore was 2 decades back. Now is the time to invest. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's like great to hear, the words that you have shared. Now, I'll come to Mr. Ghoshal, and one very important word I'll pick up while asking him is about infrastructure. We spoke about infrastructure, and you are one of the best person to explain that to the audience. What's the future in infrastructure in Bengal?
Thank you, Anirban, and thank you very much, Sapna and team. Probably this is my second year running, not third year yet like you, but I'm also a semi-favorite like you are. Good afternoon, everybody. I think you picked up a very important word, and I think Apurva, Ashok Bhaiya, and Nitesh talked about regulation, talked about simplicity of doing business and other things. But what's critical, if you look at the development of real estate in Calcutta, and in the life cycle, it's extremely. If you see, the traditional growth has been in the traditional areas. It's mostly redevelopment projects. If you look at a Garriahat, if you look at a Salt Lake, if you look at south of Calcutta, Alipur, so they were mostly, redevelopment. What was the first real attempt at, making Calcutta bigger was Eastern Metropolitan Bypass. So that was again a function of infrastructure. When that bypass came and first large format project, like Ashok Bhai also said, which he got advantage of, his property would never have sold unless there was a bypass, because it was beyond that. But he took the leap of faith of going beyond. But the lifeline was created by the bypass. You had the Ambuja project, and then you had various other projects coming up here. And then slowly, and the more recent example has been, of course, Newtown. The offtake has been initially slow, but the infrastructure being what it is slowly it's getting absorbed. So the infrastructure forms a very critical form, and as the city gets, kind of clustered, there is going to be an attempt to move to the periphery. And you can only move to the periphery if there is connectivity. Like Nitesh talked about the Joka line, and he has a big project there, which is done really well. I think as people move on to, landed properties, and his project is one of, I think, the best examples of doing that. Apurva has done a fantastic landed property project, and it's picking up. But they have only been possible because there is infrastructure being built. There are metro lines getting built. So I'll take quickly, it's a different perspective. I'll tell you where we are sitting in terms of infrastructure. Because whatever you say, we still 3% of the national market. We are 20,000 units compared to about 7 lakh units which get built every year. So very, very small pie in this big India pie. Because as we know that infrastructure has been slow. So if you really look now, I think the growth will push to the periphery. It will take advantage of various things which are happening. So my obviously favorite topic is about to talk about the west bank of the river because that's where I come from and that's where I do a lot of my business with the elevated road connecting 7 kilometers right from the highway with the Shatragachi terminal becoming the main southeastern railway terminal, the metro getting extended in future to Shatragachi from Howrah Maidan. I think that site is going to expand another 20 kilometers as far as real estate is concerned. Already it is the biggest location for logistics. It is the biggest location for industry hub, along the entire periphery from, maybe Bagnan all the way to Dankuni. That somebody told me it contributes to 40% of the industrial GSTB of the state. Okay, maybe not 40, maybe, but what I'm saying is, it's all been possible because of it. And also, if you see the big perspective, as Nitesh was talking about expressways, if you see the Kharagpur-Morgram expressway taking traffic away from the southern and the western sides, taking it to the North Bengal route in Kharagpur. If you look at the Varanasi expressway, which eventually connects you to Delhi and coming all the way to Bagnan from where they're building the fourth bridge to Bajbaj. So this entire area, like the peripheral ring road and the ring roads have done in Bangalore, Delhi and other places, will come within the greater metropolitan area.
Even the Kalyani Expressway is coming up.
No,
very
obviously.
next.
So the other option, the other side is obviously Kalyani Expressway. And if you know about it, you can now go from the highway to the North Bengal Road. That is the NH12, the earlier NH34. So there is a decongestion happening and the connectivity happening together. So I think the future is as you move across, the future would be in the periphery, and infrastructure would be the critical driver. We've been a little behind, and that is still we are only 3% of the market, but I think this is one of the biggest growth markets now. And in the next few years, I think we can easily achieve 5 to 6% of the national, number of units in the country.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. My next question to Apurva is about the commercial real estate of Calcutta. Specifically, we have seen again a huge growth. We had absorption of about 1.2 million square feet of office space in 2024. We had a huge international fund coming and acquiring one of the largest shopping mall in Calcutta. There are a few shopping malls on the pipeline also, which are coming up in a big number in Calcutta. So overall, the commercial market, of Calcutta is looking robust, looking very positive, and your thoughts on it?
So, like you rightly said, Anirban, I think, we often kind of talk about what's happening in the rest of the country and, how we are a smaller part of it than we should be. But if we kind of look at where we are moving and the trajectory of things in Bengal, I think, like you said, there has been a significant increase in absorption, and of course, various reports will point you to different numbers, but that number anywhere is between 50 to 70% increase in absorption of office space between last year, say 23 to 24.
Agreed.
And, there are 2-3 things I'd like to bring out in this. There is a whole lot of commercial development which is getting occupied, which, while it may not be necessarily touching the developer ecosystem directly or be part of the developer ecosystem, it is increasing the size of the local market and making it more attractive for more companies to come in the future. So, one is, centers being built by end users, like Infosys has started, their campus. Wipro has started construction of their campus. ITC Infotech has added a campus in the city. TCS has added to their existing campus. So, all of these are developments which don't get counted when we look at developer built absorption in the city. The other piece, which is kind of a periphery to this, is the entire government zoning which has come out. So if you look at the financial district in Newtown, which the government had built, it's not being spoken about enough, but now we are seeing the HDFC building actually come into operation. The Bandhan Bank building is visible, and I'm sure it will get operational sometime during the year. And then there are a whole lot of other banks which are going to get operational in that district. There is the Silicon Valley, which got spoken about earlier, but now we are beginning to see, different pieces getting developed. There is a data center under construction. There are a bunch of IT pieces. So, all of this is sizable, office which is getting absorbed and contributes to the economy. Also makes it attractive for other companies to come in. The other, kind of, I should say maybe a pleasant challenge or a positive challenge which is actually coming is that we are now beginning to run out of grade A office space in the city. So today, if large corporations want to come in and lease out large footprints of office space, we actually have very, very limited choice. So while it's a positive kind of challenge to have, I think it is something which is an opportunity for everybody in this room, as a developer, as a consultant, as any of that, to kind of create. And I think we are beginning to see, the World Trade Center, one of our colleagues, which is being announced and in the market, and we are seeing more development in Rajarhat New Town beginning to come in. Sector 5 is becoming attractive again from a, price points have increased, rental points have increased. So, I think overall the trajectory is very positive. There are various kinds of, requirements which are coming into the city. And I think it's an opportunity which is there for the taking for the next few years for people to develop office space in the city.
So just add on one question to you, one more question to you is the hospitality piece. Now, India has really grown in hospitality sector. So we had a total room branded hotel absorption of 2 lakh plus in the last 1 year. We had MCAP of first Indian hotel, IHC, which reached 1 trillion first time in the history. We had EBITDA margin going up by 1% overall pan-India. So coming to Calcutta, we are adding up 1,000 rooms in 1 year, which is like from 5,000 to about 6,000 branded hotels. So this sector is again taking to a next level. And with East, like with Bengal, we have, hills, we have got seasides. So how do you feel the hospitality sector growth and future in Calcutta, in Bengal?
So, Anirban, as you know, we are part of 2, operating hospitality assets in the city. And the last 2 years have been the best that we've had in the 10 years, that both of these assets have been operating. Again, if I just leave aside, I don't want to always look at comparing, one city to the other. But the reality is the trajectory is great. And see, ultimately for hospitality in cities, the driver is, office absorption and, economic activity on the business side. And like we just spoke about, that is on a very, very positive trajectory. And, that is reflected in the demand for the hotel rooms, which we are seeing. Added to that, the government has added infrastructure in terms of MICE, which, is our renovated Milan Mela, and the convention center that we have in New Town is now more active than ever. So overall, I think we are in a great space. Honestly, there is enough space for more inventory to come in. It only makes it more attractive, especially for groups, MICE desks, from a MICE perspective, to have, for example, just next to our Novotel here, there is a small Holiday Inn Express which is coming, and we are eagerly awaiting because it makes it more attractive for people to have events in our hotel where, the combined inventory can be used for different categories of occupancy. So overall, I think, we are in a great space as far as, demand is concerned. As things move forward, I actually hope that we have more quality inventory come into the city, which further opens up the possibility of demand. So I think on both these fronts, we are in a good space, and the next few years look very, very promising.
Thank you. Ashokji, sir, 2 questions to you. One is, there's a luxury housing buzz in Calcutta, it's doing good. Premium housing is also doing good. What's your thought on it? What's the future of it looking like? And My second very important question, again, the audience must know, is about the social work that you do all around. You keep on doing all around and giving back to the society a lot. So two questions for you, sir.
So I'll take your second question first because it's closer to my heart. And so, you know, most of the people are not aware of the great work all the builders are doing, not specifically our group. Lot of CSR activities the developers are taking up on their own, plus through our Credai platform as well. We are going to, going to do the Roxy project with the KMC, and it's going to be restored to its heritage status. So it's one of our star projects, which is already underway. Corporation has already taken up the work, and Credai is going to join very shortly. And also, you know, as far as the developers are concerned, I think the larger developers, they are taking the ESG part very seriously. So, for example, for our group, every single one of our projects is now a green rated project. We do not do any project which is not green rated. And we have several schemes running for example, we have a scholarship scheme for 100 students. Then we have, our group has, was involved in making the entire sports complex for the Horticultural Society. Not only we contributed in the funds, but we also gave our time and effort so that, and it's come out wonderfully well, and it's a resource for the city. So, in our own way, a lot of developers are doing a lot of work which adds to the city. It's not so much in the public eye, but I think we should have awareness on that behalf. And which was your other question?
About the luxury and premium housing.
Yeah, so the luxury premium housing, Calcutta is not a very large market. And in the last 2 years, we have seen a situation where there has been a shortfall in the luxury housing, and most of the projects which were ongoing, I think they have been taken up. So now we'll have a situation where the new projects are going to be launched, and we'll have to wait and watch that what is the response for the new projects. For the existing project, response has been fantastic, and most of the inventory is taken up. So the jury will be out on the new project. There are not too many land parcels because the luxury housing is concentrated in very few macro markets in Calcutta, very few areas. So we do not have very good land parcels available. So I guess whatever is going to be launched will be taken up.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Kumar, again, like two questions for you also I have. In fact, I have a lot of questions for you. But two questions which I'll ask you is, number one is, this is a question which everyone wants to know is about the use of tech, use of AI, and use of robotics, how they are value adding to the construction industry. That's my first question to you, which is something which all of us want to know actually, and definitely the second question is you are also concentrating on a lot on second homes concept, like I think the Joka concept that you've done. It can be a first home also, it's a luxury actually. So what's your thought on going future, the idea of second homes in Calcutta market?
I'll again answer as the second question first. Joka was the Imami Asta project was conceived as second home, as you rightly said. To our good luck, post-COVID, 70% of our sales happened as first homes. So we were very happy. That was a clear sign that the distance is not enough. The infrastructure is growing. Metro had already come to Joka. But second home concept for the bigger sizes of bungalows over there was actually for the second home people. But our distribution of the bungalows was like 80-20 of smaller bungalows to bigger bungalows. So 80% were all consumed by the first homes. But second homes all around India is a concept which is being there for the last decade or so, which people, because of their busy schedule and all, would want their weekend homes, their holiday homes, would always like to relax. The Vedic village has been a successful example. Joka was also conceived like that. Now Godrej has bought a large parcel of land beyond Joka. So that is also will be, I think, conceived like a second home concept. And Maldin is also has a project beyond Joka, which is also conceived. So second home will also always flourish, and will always will have a greater percentage in any city. Tech is a very important part, and it will always be in any industry, whether it's real estate or any industry, will always be very important. It will be always be growing. You see, in construction, see, there was a traditional conventional method that people used to, follow the timeline schedule on a piece of paper, and they used to come to their heads at what is the schedule, and what are the timelines of their slabs and structures, and what is the slab cycles. Now there are ways, and there are AI tools available. Sitting in their head office, anywhere in the world, you can see your slab cycles, you can follow your schedules. There are many, many ways. Your sales have their techniques, their AI tools, where your sales can be recorded, your salespersons can be recorded, your, which tower and which things. So there are 3D homes where the construction technologies can be done. You must have read in newspapers, like a 8-storied building in China was made in 24 hours. So they're all technologies possible. Of course, it's going to come in India soon. Right, the construction costs we've analyzing is going to be very high at this point of time, because the materials and technologies are going to be very costly right now. The AI tools will play a very, very important part in the future. So we are going to be well prepared, because technology will play a very part. There were conventional methods of construction, of RCC construction. Now we all are following multi-story residential buildings with aluminum shuttering. So slab cycles have reduced from 18 days, 19 days to like 8 days, right? So we all have moved on. So they will all. This is the future. We all have to adapt with the times, with the modern times. Thank you. I think your time is up, so I'm...
Yeah. So my last quick one to Mr. Ghoshal is, how do you see, Howrah is becoming a big logistic hub, like NH6, NH2 both. So how do you see also housing sector as well as the logistics sector growing with the support of the infrastructure in that part of the city?
As I said, I think infrastructure drives it. One of the real proofs is, the big developers in Calcutta, many of them have started their projects in the last 2-3 years in Howrah. In fact, there was a very large project now being set up by PS on a parcel of land offered out by the RLDA, the Railway Land Development Authority. And, so I think there is 2 or 3 things which are happening. One, we are finding more credible developers, the people who have shaped Calcutta now, finding interest. Obviously, there are large parcels of factory land on which you can't do factory or run factories anymore because of environmental laws. So those are slowly getting, there is still a little criticality in the paperwork. But I think with the current change in the leasehold and freehold formula, I think a lot of them are coming to the market, and a lot of that will be developed. And we very, very, very looking forward to more people like Apurva and Suga, Manimami to come to Howrah, because now the market is there, across the river. I think the other side is obviously, as we expand beyond the core city of Howrah, because again, Howrah, like Calcutta, is extremely congested, and it used to be a coolie town in the older times. So the infrastructure is even not as good as even Calcutta is. So that is where the axis of the Kona Expressway, as we move ahead, and I think it's going to open the next 10, 15, 20 kilometers beyond that with the national highway system. On one side it is Dankuni, the other side is going to Puluberia. See, as it is, I think it is the logistics and the industrial capital of the state. So a lot of people actually now work there but live in Kolkata. But I think that is going to change. I think that is the biggest expansion. The other thing I feel is the recent, now lots of people want to own a landed property. People who have a decent house in the city want to own a landed property. And I think this kind of corridor with great roads are going to give an opportunity for people and for developers and I know quite a few people who have started projects or want to start projects. So I think logistics industry, even second homes, I think Howrah has great possibility and great advantage when you compare to maybe the other axis. Right now, the southern bypass and the southern axis is more preferred, or the southwest axis is more preferred. But I think the access to that side will be, like you can get to, let's say, once that elevated road is built from the national highway to, let's say, Raj Bhavan in 10 minutes. I don't think any other axis will give you that opportunity right to the center of the hub in 10 minutes. Both by road or maybe, metro and train. So Howrah traditionally had all these things, but now I think all of that is getting together. But obviously there are challenges in terms of how Howrah is structured, because it was always built as a support town to Calcutta. The infrastructure never got built that way. So we always fight that stigma, but I think it's slowly coming out of the stigma, and being the West Bank will rise, and is rising and will rise, continue to rise further.
Yes, I agreed completely.
And I just also add Hooghly to it, because just take 2 minutes before I said, but I said it's unfair because Hooghly has been a traditional, very, very traditional, housing market. And, but now it had jute mills and it had cotton mills and everything, but it was a very traditional market. It would be assumed that Chandan Nagar has, let's say, a higher value per square feet than, let's say, Southern Bypass. So I think those markets also are opening up, and they're very typically Bengali-oriented markets, which is a little different from, let's say, the Howrah market or the Calcutta market, which is more cosmopolitan. But I think with all this infrastructure and everything, I think this opportunity will rise, and people would prefer to stay there and work there. And because commuting, people would now like to connect, the work in life. The philosophy is changing. I think travel needs to be kind of, kept at a minimum or more acceptable, I think. So there is, I see, as I said, a lot of opportunity for the West Bank.
Agreed. So Pablo Picasso, the famous artist, was traveling in a train one day. And there was a lady who came to him and asked that, "Sir, can you draw a picture of me?" He said, "Yes, why not?" He picked up a piece of paper, a pencil, and he drew a picture of the lady in 3 minutes. And he asked that, "Ma'am, is 3 million USD. The lady was shocked, said that, "Sir, it took only 3 minutes. You are charging 3 million USD. And Picasso smiled and said that, "No, ma'am, it took me 30 years to draw this picture." So that is what the experience of this panel is. Any questions that you have, please, you are free to ask him. I know, Sapna, I'm sorry, I'm running out of time, but I'll take 2 minutes for the questions. If anyone has any question to this panel, please ask, and then we'll wrap it up.
Wants to ask a question, you can raise your hand. And I need to spot you as well accordingly. So if you can please raise your hand, be kind enough and make it easy for me to spot you. Any questions? I'm sure everybody has, oh, sir. Sorry, it was a different angle for me.
Really nice to hear all of you. Many of my friends are here. But what I fail to understand is what made the Calcutta price surge so fast and so high? What is someone from the floor can give this answer.
I think, real estate prices in general, don't move uniformly across years as most of us are aware. And, it's a cyclical industry where, both demand and pricing move in kind of jerks, if I may say so. And, post COVID, there was this spur in demand and there was a shift of that cycle. I honestly don't necessarily fully agree that the prices have moved, too aggressively or too. There, of course, will be pockets or, isolated micro markets, isolated developments where this might be reflected. What does tend to happen, like I said, is that it moves and then it again takes a while to stabilize for a year. So in certain cases, it might overreach and then, time correct before it kind of moves on. But very honestly, if you benchmark us against the major cities across the country, including today a Gurgaon, I'm saying even if we leave aside a Delhi, our price points today continue to be much more affordable, both on the residential as well, actually across residential, commercial, industrial, hospitality, all of these. And we lease properties in multiple other cities. Calcutta today, from a price point of not just real estate, but even from the cost of employees, is the most attractive place to set up office, which is one of the reasons we are seeing this big absorption. We spoke about a 60% increase in absorption, because while of course there are many advantages of being in a Bangalore and Hyderabad, but all of these large companies are saying, can we have now a little more of our workforce here? Because a lot of them have come from this part of the country and moved. They want to be back home or closer home. But B, it is economically making a lot of sense for us to take up space here, because cost of living, the cost of the office is cheaper. So I would kind of say, if you look at it overall in context, I think we are still a very, very attractive place from a price point of view.
Do we have any more questions? We can take one more question if you would want to ask. Anybody has any question? One more question we can fit in, and perhaps after that we will be moving forward to the next panel. Any questions? Sir over there has a question. And further questions after this, we can take offline as we are running out of time. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Madhav. I am from Studio HBA. I came from Mumbai to just attend this event and few other meetings. I'm very happy to be in Kolkata. I had a different perception of Kolkata before I came in yesterday night. I find it a very lovely place, and there is ample of opportunity to develop in future. Okay. Having said that, I want the developer community here to kind of understand and make a vision. Whatever other cities in India or elsewhere have committed earlier, maybe due to kind of ribbon development or unregulated kind of development all across, I envision or suggest that we have a beautiful skyline. Suppose, for example, when I come from Mumbai as a city, so there is very few South Bombay kind of good developments, and then slowly suburbs catched up later. And during redevelopments also similar things happened. I want some kind of, as the industry body is here, I would suggest that we think of Kolkata with a beautiful skyline, good quality of buildings which are resistant to any kind of natural calamities, such as the storms that regularly come in the Bay of Bengal, and give a great sense of like investors all across India can come and invest in Kolkata in a big way. Like that could be a really lucrative opportunity for the industry also to come in and set up more offices or more establishments over here. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe this was more of a valuable suggestion rather than a question. Anybody wants to add to that suggestion, or you feel sir has already summed it up?
So I think
So very good suggestion. So as I didn't get your name, sir. Yeah, Madhua. So as you would also see, because you have come from Mumbai, so you would also see the history of Mumbai. So all the developments which have come off late as modern Mumbai, see all the modern buildings that have come, all glass facade buildings, beautiful, eco-friendly buildings have come off late. So old Mumbai, where all those buildings have been demolished, rehabilitation projects have come up, and you see all beautiful Mumbai coming up. The same is happening all around the world. So the all of new Kolkata is going to be, you see the new town in Rajarhat, all the buildings that has come up, all beautiful, beautiful, fancy buildings, eco-friendly buildings. So we developers as CREDAI and other forums are bringing all this ecological balance, green buildings, eco-friendly buildings, and energy efficient buildings. So rest assured, so next time when you will come after a few years in Kolkata, you will find, great buildings, even better buildings in Mumbai. Thank you.
so even the rebound of the CBD is also coming back. Like after Rajarhat and Sector 5 getting a little bit of infrastructure challenge and maybe oversupply. Not oversupply. There's an infrastructure challenge. So a lot of buildings in CBD of Calcutta is again coming up as a Grade A building. Redevelopments are happening, and a lot of good prospects are holding in future for Calcutta, definitely. So I think, that's all from our session. Thank you so much. I'll end the session with a little bit philosophical statement. I always believe on that part of life. This is a statement which I'll say before I end it, is a respect for all of us, for your parents. And there's a famous saying that says that a father never says, I ran out of money. A father never says, I ran out of money. A mother never says, I'm unwell. And these two beautiful lies makes the world so beautiful. So that's it, from our side. Thank you so much for the panel, and thank you again.
Thank you so much for all the wonderful insights alongside that wonderful philosophical note. Can we please have a bigger round of applause for them, please? And I'll request all of you to please kindly wait on stage. And in the meantime, I'll request Updesh Dandrial, business head from Realty, to please kindly join me on stage and give away the token of appreciation to our wonderful esteemed speakers over there. Once again, a big round of applause for all of them, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the growth trends have been predicted. The forecast is done. This is what is going to be the future of Kolkata real estate. Can we have some bigger appreciation and bigger round of applause coming in for our speakers? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll request all of you to take your seats. I'll request all of you to take your seats. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to seeing you all in the next year as well. Yes. Excuse me, can I please request all of you to come back? Can we have the mementos on? Can I request all of you, our speakers, to please come back on stage? The memento distribution is yet to be done. Yeah. Can I please have all our speakers on stage, please? Can I please have all of you on stage, please? I'll request all our speakers on stage, please, and I'll request Sir to please give away the token of appreciation. Thank you so much to all of you, and God bless you, and we look forward to seeing you all very soon the next year as well. Ladies and gentlemen, after the first exclusive conversation, we are now all set to move forward with the next session. This is going to be an interesting panel discussion on the topic of budget to bespoke East housing demand dynamics. I'll repeat the topic once again for you all. This is going to be about budget to bespoke East housing demand dynamics. For this, we will be needing 6 chairs on stage. So can I please have one more chair on stage? And in the meantime, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be introducing the topic. I'm going to be introducing our honorable moderator, and I'm going to be introducing our speakers in alphabetical order. And then I'll request all of them to join me on stage together. Ladies and gentlemen, for this topic of budget to bespoke East housing demand dynamics, we have with us today Shantanu Ghosh, Executive Director and Head East Tenant Representation, Cushman and Wakefield, as the honorable moderator. Shantanuji leads the East region for Cushman and Wakefield, bringing his strategic acumen and extensive experience across office leasing, retail, capital markets, and land transactions. With over 20 years of experience in the Kolkata market, Shantanuji is acknowledged for the significant quantum of space leased, the value of capital market transactions executed, and the number of deals structured under his supervision. To join us on stage as honorable speakers, we have with us today Arihant Parekh, Director, Orbit Group. Having completed 12 years at Orbit Group, Arihant spearheads the organization into the new era. His core responsibilities are setting vision, values, corporate culture, and executing organizational strategy across different verticals. Ladies and gentlemen, he's passionate about learning new technological developments globally, and he's also the flag bearer of the Orbit philosophy, Risto Ki Mithas. We also have with us today Manav Paul, founder Sri Balaji. Sri Balaji, ladies and gentlemen, was founded by Manav Paul, a first-generation entrepreneur with the vision to build world-class residential and commercial spaces that create a better and more humane living and working environment. Customer delight and concern for the environment are two key driving principles that Manavji follows at Sri Balaji. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have with us today Soumya Vardhan Patodia, Director, Signum Group. Soumya ji joined the business way back in the year 2010 and heads planning and strategy over there. He drives the company's core business strategy with a strong sense of innovation. His understanding of potential has helped the Signum Group expand all the way to Hyderabad. The success of Signum Group and its base of happy customers owes so much to his vision. We also have with us today Varun Bagla, Managing Director, Salty Group, with prior experience of working as a property consultant at JDL Strategies, Queensland, Australia. Varunji is a second generation entrepreneur and oversees every aspect of the business. He has marked the company's presence in hospitality, residential and commercial projects across multiple cities and has played a very, very crucial role in modernizing the business operations, expanding market reach by providing new age real estate solutions across. And we also have with us today Yashaswi Shroff, Executive and Marketing Director, Alcove Realty. Yashaswi ji is a visionary executor of the 42 Kolkata's tallest residential tower, and he has set new standards in luxury living for sure. Yashaswi ji honed his financial expertise during his CA articleship at Ernst & Young before joining Alcove Realty. He has been instrumental in shaping the company's growth and reputation. He's been an active leader in CREDI and has held several key positions such as CYWE Zone and CREDI Bengal Managing Committee member. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic, budget to bespoke East housing demand dynamics. The entire panel is here. Can I have a huge, huge, huge round of applause for all our speakers as they join up on stage? And when I say huge, it needs to really materialize with huge as well. So can I request all of you to clap loudly as I welcome all our speakers on stage? Can I have all of you on stage, please? Come on, Kolkata, we are known as City of Joy. We are known for spreading joy. Can we do a lot better in terms of clapping and appreciation for our very own people? Please, if I may have some more appreciation coming in from there. Thank you. Sir, the stage is ready, the panel is ready. Over to you. Can we update the timer, please?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So, I actually prepared a speech, but I've forgotten. So, let me try to kind of, keep it as a next tempo. So, thank you very much, Realty Plus, for, inviting me to moderate this panel, which brings along such a sharpest mind of real estate. So, as Calcutta, or rather as India is approaching about $5 trillion economy by 2028-29. So more number of cities need to emerge to kind of contribute. But unfortunately, until now, overall, the contribution from East is limited. And but the best part is things are kind of taking traction, and which is largely driven by residential, land and warehousing, and office leasing. But overall, my first question to kind of Arihant. So you have played a key role in kind of. Am I audible? Huh. So you have played a key role in kind of reshaping the overall real estate in Calcutta. So how do you balance luxury and affordability in all your residential projects?
First of all, thank you for having me on this panel. See, it's a very challenging aspect to kind of have a perfect match or a perfect combination of luxury and affordability on a single project. But in the overall portfolio, we all, as a developers, try to kind of ensure that the match is there. I would like to, a very large extent, redefine luxury when it comes to just real estate. It's just not when it comes to the amenities or to the fact of what kind of material or your finishing itself. Luxury at a lot of times is redefined by the sense of space that we provide in the apartment as well, right? It's luxury is also defined about the usability and overall the comfort and the livability factor of the person who would eventually stay in the building, right? To ensure that there is a perfect balance, the intent to provide comfortable living spaces to make life easier for the eventual buyer who's staying in the building, that adds majority to the to the luxury aspect of the project. Affordability to a very large extent is kind of defined by the price factor. That is the major factor. So that kind of depends upon our potential to crack efficient deals, so that the intent to give at an efficient pricing can be balanced off there. But providing affordability and luxury in a single project comes with its own challenge, but across our entire portfolio, now we kind of understand that luxury, of course, does bring the flamboyance factor into the real estate, but affordability is where the overall long run perspective is. So when it comes to location, keeping a conscious understanding the concept impact of the location of the projects that we are taking up when it comes to the connectivity factor and also the entire volume that the project brings in. And with an intent that even though with the price factor there's an affordability there, but when it comes to the amenities as well as also the sense of space, the luxury form is, or the luxury factor is being catered to for the buyer.
Very nice, very nicely articulated. Mr. Paul, my next question to you. It's like you are mostly into building, second home, which was more of aspirational, right? Now, according to you, which between these two segments which we are talking about, which one is picking up faster, and according to you, what are the reasons?
First of all, thank you Realty Plus to arrange such a platform where we can say together. And this is a very just a few minutes back, half an hour before, we had a session, I think, really in the sofa. And come to your question now, that I'm into a segment where luxury with affordability. This is the perfect blend I've been able to match in for the past 7 to 8 years. Most of my projects are not in city. It's very far from the city, but the USP of the project is the locational choice. The kind of locations that my company is offered to the market that no other house can offer. So the location itself, the USP of the project, number one. And number two is the project, the way we conceive the project, always keeping in mind, Aryan just says that it's very difficult to match both the things, affordability with the luxury. Affordability is something, very fake word. Affordable, something maybe, one thing is affordable to me, may not be affordable to others. So affordability is a very, it's have many dimensions. So keeping both the thing, affordability with the luxury, is very challenging, but we've been able to match both the things because the location is far from the city, and we've been able to grab the main thing, the main raw material, the land. In gave to land, we can procure the land in very lower cost. So though these challenges we have overcome in past 7 to 8 years, but we found this kind of product is not only a fast moving, this is a very super fast moving product became, especially after COVID. People have understood that out of city, they should have a second home. So we've been, planned 2-3 new projects also, 2-3 new destinations also being added. And comparing to the cost factor is, I can say you at least 25 to 30% lesser to the main city project. That's the main catching point. So why the project is moving very fast, and people are now, we found this trend after COVID became also very fast, that people are saying now that they are ready to pay more for their second home, but they need more luxury. So the more bigger space is required. In a bungalow, initially we planned bungalow 1200 square feet to 1300 square feet. Now people are saying that they are more eager for a bungalow size of 3,000 square feet plus. So luxury in a second home, people are ready for take the affordability. So it's very good product, and comparing to main city project, we found more interest into this. So we're putting more money in many other destinations. We have already added 3 more destinations that nobody ever thought of. We are coming up with Mayapur also. We're coming up in Digha. So these are 2 destinations. We have a first time where a beach home in Bengal is coming up with a huge 900 units product is coming up. We know that Jagannath Mandir is also going to open, so it's become more hot of location right now. So we are very much hopeful with this kind of product.
So you talk about that, mindset change post-COVID. So what are the key changes you have kind of, identified post-COVID, which are kind of, leading people to invest in this kind of, second home projects?
In second home project, people find, say, after COVID, life has seen many changes. Like for the service holder, if you say, the MNCs and all, work from anywhere. This concept became very famous. And we found many, couple, both they are working professionals. They, in my Shantiniketan and project, I found in 2020 itself, at least 50 or 60 plus families, they've shifted their whole life to Shantiniketan for 3 months. And life is very simple over there. They can move around in city. That time this was a challenge. And after that, they had been really thought of this, they need some space in their life. With affordability, because second home always was a product where there is a difference like Maruti or a BMW. But I have blend both the thing, Maruti with a BMW with a product like Toyota. So that's become very affordable. So they saw that they are also able to afford this luxury, but in a very affordable manner. Initially, just go 10 years back, whatever the second home project in Calcutta were available, with only 2 or 3 projects were there, and that is within the city. And all the second home project, whatever was available, that's become a main city now. So going out of the city, again coming to a city, that's not being a choice. So when I offered someone, suppose I can give you a home where you can have a sip of tea, morning tea with Kanchenjunga, how it would be. So it's something, aspiration level, when I able to show the market that I'm not selling you a home, I'm selling you a dream. I'm selling you something where when I say someone say, I'm offering you a home in a cultural capital of India. I'm offering you a home where in morning you can see the beach from your veranda. I'm offering you a home that's from your bungalow, you can see the Mayapur Mandir Chura. So all these are sentiments people see that out of city. When I'm ready to move 150 or 200 or 300 kilometers, there must be some catch which would be unparalleled with anything. Not again a city, not in 5 kilometers behind Rajarhat. So this particular thought process has worked a lot, and after COVID, people really have understood that they need a space where they can breathe openly without any fear. So they have started investing, and now in last 2 to 3 years, we found that people are now become very aggressive with it. Now out of affordability, they are ready to invest more into luxury. So we are coming up in the same projects, and further phases we are coming up more luxurious products.
Very nice. Mr. Patodia, so you are in the process of kind of, expanding your footprint to other cities, mostly Hyderabad and, so on. So like, what are the underlying opportunities as well as, the challenges Kolkata throw at you as compared to other cities?
Good afternoon, everyone. Percy, thank you for having us here. Shantina, why don't you sit down? It feels like a teacher is asking us questions from here. our groups recently expanded to Hyderabad, and we've, expanding to some other cities. And I can safely say Calcutta is the most affordable city to stay in, and it's actually one of the most livable cities to stay in terms of infrastructure. The social facilities which we have here, they're actually great. Sometimes the grass seems green on the other side, but having been on the other side, I can say Calcutta is actually one of the most stable markets which we have in India. We've never had fluctuation of growth. We've never had non-delivery from builders. So, and at the same time, Calcutta has always, in terms of price point, it has seen a stable growth. It's never seen, 0 to 100 and then 100 to 60. So we've always seen a stable growth. So it's always had the buyer's confidence, in builders here have always been consistent. Having said that, there's a huge opportunity in Calcutta, which we're seeing now, is one, because of the dense talent pool which we have. I've been speaking to IT companies outside as well. All of them are looking to come to Calcutta. And that's going to be a huge catalyst of growth for Calcutta. We have one of the lowest costs in terms of square footage, not only in the city, but also in the suburbs. Compared to Hyderabad, Bangalore, everywhere, we have a robust infrastructure which is coming up. We have new highways coming up, new roads coming up. We had the oldest metro. Other cities are implementing it now. We're expanding it now. So Calcutta has a huge potential that way, and once they come in, it'll be a huge boost for us. And not only that, we're into commercial real estate as well, and me and Aryan's doing something as well. So we were also speaking about it. We're seeing a huge boost in growth in that as well. So all of this will lead to a huge growth in Calcutta. And it's definitely the most affordable city here. We have our own set of challenges compared to other cities. One is, for affordability, we need large land banks. Without land bank, we can't function. Unfortunately, in Calcutta, we have very fragmented land holdings. So, half the time we're like tailors here. हम लोग सिलाई करते रहते ज़मीन का. So that takes a lot of time. But, we already in Kredai has been talking to the government very actively. We hope to reach a solution for this. Once that comes up, I think Calcutta has a huge potential. Companies are definitely looking at it. The lowest cost of living in a tier 1 city. I think Calcutta is poised for great growth. Definitely poised for great growth.
So, what about the challenges you are facing in Hyderabad?
See, Hyderabad has its own set of challenges. One, we feel it's greener, and it's definitely, it has its own boost because there's such a big IT industry supporting it there. But there's a slowdown right now. Prices jumped quite a bit. People out there want larger flat sizes. So now ticket sizes have jumped. They're not used to smaller flat sizes. Secondly, their titles have a different issue because they've all devolved from the Nizam. So it's not like you get a 100% clear title out there either. So every city has its own challenges. In terms of infrastructure, Bangalore is facing a huge water shortage. Calcutta has we don't even discuss these issues.
Correct. Absolutely correct.
We don't even discuss these issues ki pani nahi hai.
So, one interesting insight, when you said that in terms of affordability, the rental is on the lowest as compared to, other tier 1 cities. So, yesterday we are hosting one consulting firm in our office. So, we are talking on these lines. And what was the feedback he gave? In fact, this is a problem which we faced while doing Accenture in Bhubaneswar also. They are apprehensive in expanding operation to cities which is sub-dollar market. Sub-dollar market, because they feel that infrastructure is not up to the mark. This is an interesting insight. Trust me, before yesterday, I was not in the know of it. I was not in the know of it. And that is the base part of Calcutta. Of late, what we are witnessing, a lot of consulting firms are kind of, expanding to this city only because of the fact that we have steady availability of, entry-level talent. That is one thing, Calcutta will score over other cities.
No, I agree with you, but at the same time, I'm disagreeing with you. Not only entry-level talent, if you go to Hyderabad, Bangalore, and we've been there for quite some time, we've done IT parks in Bangalore as well, 25% of their workforce is from the east.
Absolutely, you are bang on.
And this is not only from the entry level, and they see one of the highest attrition rates, and IT industry is seeing a 30% attrition rate.
Absolutely.
So we've had dialogues where they're all looking at east, because if they come here, they're retaining talent at a lower cost, and the talent is much happier being at home, no? When you're
You're bang
surrounded
on.
with family and everything. And honestly, you know, I think today we have huge campuses being built here. ITC, Cognizant, Tata, Infosys, Wipro, they're all building large campuses. And MIG is the catalyst to grow.
Absolutely. So you are absolutely bang on. Like, we need to kind of build that kind of infrastructure, and the land is a problem. So that's something.
More than the infrastructure is just that we have to change the perception as individuals in Calcutta.
Absolutely.
Is whenever we are sitting on a panel discussion, all we talk about is what is the challenges with Calcutta as a city and an infrastructure. It's very, very rarely that we come across and we talk about what is the pro of Calcutta as a city. Like what Soumya rightly pointed out, be the metro, the infrastructure, the social infrastructure, no shortage of water, electricity, all of that, we never talk about the pros of it. If we ourselves don't talk about the pros about Calcutta, we can't expect someone from the outside to talk about it. We have to change that perception about us as citizens itself.
So, Aryanji, like, every time I go to cities like Bangalore and Calcutta, we used to kind of, hold road shows for all the clients. And there we try to kind of, project Calcutta in right light. It's like people are convinced, but somewhere down the line, it's all about पैसा. कहाँ उनको धंधा ज़्यादा मिलता है. ये एक perception जो build हो गया है, ये change करने अब ठीक है, हो जाएगा. Don't worry. So, Mr. Shaf, like, on one side, you co-develop 42. On the other side, like you are coming up a project in Sri Rampur, right? So like, when dealing with your customers, what are the kind of, behavioral changes you have witnessed?
Firstly, thank you to Realty Plus for having me over for this panel discussion. Good afternoon to each one of you. To your question, Shantanu, post-COVID, as other panelists were mentioning, the behavioral changes which has happened is that no matter whether you're buying a 42 or whether you're buying a new Kolkata, you firstly look at the location. What is your purpose of buying? Are you going to be an end user where you're going to use this as your primary home, or is a second home, weekend home, retirement home? Based on that, you see what you need, what you don't need in terms of location, view, what are the conveniences around you in terms of schools, medical facilities, entertainment, etc. So this is with regard to all of that. But one more noticeable change which has come in is that people are not just looking at the tangible benefits anymore about the square footage or amenities, but it's also more intangible. So what is the kind of community that is going to be there in the complex is also playing a huge role, where they should feel that they are getting upgraded to a community, whether it's a 50 lakh home or a 10, 20 crore home. That is one behavioral change which has happened. I quite agree to what he said that post-COVID now, since you can work remotely, you end up spending more time at home. So for that reason, people are looking at larger homes with all sorts of amenities that is there, be it a gym or a swimming pool. Another noticeable trend after COVID has been with the quick commerce of Zomato and Blinkit. So traditionally in luxury projects, Arihant has done so many luxury developments in Calcutta. We would typically give 1 or 2 service lifts and goods lifts. But in a high rise of, say, beyond 30-story buildings, I can't afford my domestic helper to be vanished for 20, 30 minutes. And you have so many Zomatos and Swiggies coming in. So whether you can dedicate a dumbwaiter system through which it can come up, can you have a small refrigerator kept in the lobby for any ice creams and stuff coming in, so that this downtime of your domestic helper is not there. I think that's a new trend which we all should focus on when we are building not just luxury, but even the mid segment. So these are some of the patterns that we have noticed. Yeah, that's about it.
Sir, ek baat boliye. So going forward, like, Calcutta market, do you want to see, how do you perceive Calcutta market? It will be investor driven or end user driven? What will be the kind of, percentage?
So it will be end user driven, and that is good for the entire market, I believe, if investors stay out of it, because in the long term cycle, that does not work. And we are starting to see that in other places of India as well, where prices rapidly increased, which ultimately has an effect on future land acquisitions and your inventory drying up. So I believe Calcutta is a very strong, stable market, as Soumya said. I believe it would be 85 to 90% as an end user and maybe not more than 10% as investors. Now, within the end users, the category you need to see is how many of them are primary home users, how many of them are second home users. Some of us classify the second home users as investors, but they're not investors. They are your second home users.
Varunji, you have diversified interest. You have senior living, you have couple of, IT park, you are into residential as well. Like that, construction price is rising. How will you kind of, address that issue? Because construction pricing, enhancement of construction pricing will have a direct linkage to the per square feet rate. So how do you want to kind of, address that issue? Especially considering the fact that overall the salary increment of that, the people who want to buy houses, that is not corresponding to the overall increase of price. So how do you want to kind of address that gap?
Namaskar, Kolkata. A very good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to be a part of this esteemed panel and to share insights with all of you. I welcome everyone who has come out of state. As Arihant mentioned, Calcutta needs to change the perception, and it is already changing the perception. In fact, previously also in the previous session, the MD of Imami mentioned that, in next decade, you will see that we may be coming up with better projects than even Maharashtra. Because the talent in Bengal is far better. The resources is better in Maharashtra, but the talent in Bengal is far better. And I think everybody sitting over here will agree with me. Now, coming to the question, this is a perpetual problem. The prices are going to continue to increase, and as developers, we are going to face this challenge perpetually. It's not a problem that we are going to face now, pre-COVID, post-COVID, but it's a perpetual problem that we are going to continue facing. The only solution to this is innovation. As you are seeing that a lot of developers, we are, playing with different construction materials. We are, experimenting. We are taking the risk. Some materials may be priced cheaper, but more environment friendly and long-term in terms of, research. So it definitely requires more exploration in that aspect. Also, we have been seeing Godrej using commercially the technology of 3D printing in Pune. So obviously it's at a very nascent stage, but it shows that, we have to be bold and we have to try new things. At Salty, when we were doing senior living project Golden Mile, the main reason for me to venture into this project in Bengal itself was because I could make a 5-star project affordable. And in, Bengal has a population which is increasing in age, right? For a better part of decade, Bengal's talent has been traveling to different parts of the world, and its, aging population has been left behind. So it was very important for me to cater to this particular problem, and Bengal became the forefront because I could make 5-star luxury affordable. Even though, as Manav mentioned, that the perspective between luxury and affordable varies, and the ticket size of, clients also varies. So what may be affordable for me may not be affordable for others. Having said that, in Bengal, we had that opportunity. So in order to, bridge the gap of the challenge of increasing construction price and maintaining the price point for the benefit of, end users, it is important that we as developers continue innovating, adopting new technologies, and obviously it is at the very foremost that we are productive and efficient. Because if construction cycles are not going to be maintained, And I think a lot of, members who are present here have developed new kind of AI technology, CRMs, engineering modules, which help us, pre-plan the project very efficiently. The budgeting is a very important aspect, right? If your calculation, your BOQs are not correct, and you do not have the right connect, you do not have the competent team to negotiate for you, because we have to procure in bulk. Few developers, as you have seen, have changed the game of real estate by approaching it in scale. You cannot, real estate is very difficult to make it a scale game, right? While maintaining quality. An app, it's very easy. You can scale it, globally within, a month, a week, in fact. We have seen that happening. It's not like it hasn't happened. But in real estate, it is very difficult because the resources it takes, the expertise it takes, and the successful execution it takes. We all see the success coming front, but the labor that goes behind, the expertise that it requires to execute something properly and efficiently, I think that is where the key lies. And we all as developers need to maintain that. It's not a game of anymore, just going on the fancies of, karke dekhte hai, ho jayega. It is about planning and pinpointing that execution. And obviously, we are, adopting different kind of technologies which are helping us in achieving that.
Very nicely articulated, Varun. So, Arihanchi, how do you see the buyers, behaviors evolving in next 5 years?
Like Calcutta as a market traditionally has been a very conservative market, to be very frank. Buyers are very conscious about the buying decision. But lately what I have seen is there has been a drastic fall in the age bracket of the decision makers. Previously, I think the decision makers were majorly from the age between 45 to 55, 60. But lately, I've seen that the principal decision makers now has come down to the age of anything between 30 to 35. They are a major principal decision makers, be it whichever sector or whichever segment of the market it might be. The second most important aspect which I feel is that buyers have all become very brand conscious. They now very well understand that which developer has a better propensity and a better quality history or a better delivery history to a certain market when it comes to affordability and luxury. So they become very cautious and very conscious as well. They do their prior homework, and it's not just about what the price is being offered. They're still willing to spend a slightly extra than maybe another peer might be or another project might be charging. But if they get something better out of it, like what Yashashvi said, when it comes to an intangible effect, right? The kind of neighbors that are shifting into a building. Most importantly, is the after-sale services that they get it from the developer. They want more than just 4 walls and a roof. That has been a drastic shift. It's just not just the monetary aspect of the buying, but there's a lot of other things which is having a domino effect on the entire buying cycle. And the third most important thing that I feel now is since the time COVID till now, because there were a lot of impetus and a lot of subsidies that was given when it came to the home loan rates as well as the government, the demand for slightly bigger apartments was still there. Just some time back, Soumya and I were just discussing, is also now going forward, we developers need to again go back to the drawing board and start planning efficient apartments again. Because the prices have peaked, they are on the higher spectrum, and the impetus and the subsidies are no longer there. So we have to be very cautious and conscious about what we are planning for the projects to come in the future, because that's what will define the next 5 years. Because what has happened in the last 5 years, I personally feel that's not the barometer for the coming next 5 to 10 years. We'll have to change our thought process. Whatever COVID's demand was there, what was the requirement during COVID and post-COVID, I think that has already been kind of accommodated and the consumption has happened. Now it's the new market, new buyers that have come into the market, and we have to go back to the drawing board, not just when it comes to the planning, but also when it comes to the after-sale services, what more as a developer when it comes to the technology, smart homes, sustainability, and also people have become conscious about the kind of people they are living in. Because if COVID has happened, they understand that something like this can happen in the future as well. So if there is another lockdown, God forbid it doesn't happen, but if there is another lockdown or we are asked to stay back at home, they would all want to stay with like-minded people as one big family. So I think that's what we perceive.
Very nice. So, Mr. Paul, like, the sustainability is a buzzword, right? So, like, in your project, because most of them are outskirts, so how do you blend that, customers' delight in that, sustainability factor? So, like, here I'm referring to the greeneries and all, like, how do you do it?
Sustainability is something, if we say it is the project, we're taking steps in sustainability, we are taking many steps and we are implementing it. But how much is practically we the builders are actually doing? So we need really a proper audit. I'm saying you honestly. But in my case, in the outskirts of the city, somehow we've been able to, I'm saying you very honestly, because the land size is huge, land cost is very low. So I can afford a project where the open land is more than 82%. So in such case, really we can make some eco-friendly projects. Say one of my project in North Bengal, in Doers, in lap of Himalaya. So we have only delivered 3 phases basically. 800 big trees has been planted here till date, 800. And the entire project, 2000 plus big trees are planned in landscape designing. So this is only for the plantations, and other parts are there, STPs and how we are making the constructions. So all the aspects are there, but I'm saying you, it's possible. If the project size is huge, it's possible. If there is some space for the builders. But in my project in Shonarpur, making it real sustainable, it's a challenge. But still, we have taken steps to make the project. So we are not making the project like we used to do in 10 years back. It's both project are now, the projects during construction stage only, we have taken many steps as per the norms also and beyond the norms also. So I think the others builders, other big houses are that they are also making big projects, and every big houses, they have taken enough steps. But maybe for unorganized sector, it's very difficult to maintain. But we have learned how to do it. That I can say you. We have learned how to do it, how to implement it, and end of the day we are delivering, and customers, they are getting benefited out of this. Many projects are there where we can see if we entered in the project, we may say this, we come into a garden where a lot of big trees and zero water disposal projects, and sanitary systems and everything planned like in next gen level. So we are doing, and customer at the end of the day they are getting many, and sales also, the sales part, as Aryan says, that now the young generation comes into picture. Well, time to taking a decision, and they are very much aware. The people now, they ask this how the project is, how much sustainable, what are the steps that we have taken, it's a zero disposal project or not, how you are using the wastewater. So all these things are matter, and the price of sales price and the price factors are also depends on that points.
So you are saying that, overall the definition of aspiration has changed. People have become more conscious.
Yes, people have become more conscious. And many changes happen. See, in parking, now we plan the parking, 20% of the parking, people are saying this EV charging points are there or not.
That has become mandatory.
That's become mandatory, and people are asking for this. Where this is not mandatory, also people are asking for it, because they have changed their cars into EV also. So overall, it's a solar light, how much we have taken the steps for the common area lighting. This is a very common question. I'm saying you. People now, they comes and says common area, garden lighting and everything is solar. Is it solar? Because the young generation, most of them into ITs and they are working with MNCs. They used to go, hang around all the world, many places. So they see that these are become very normal. So these are not very, unique steps we need to take. So all the garden lights are solar. Zero water disposal project, EV charging stations are there. It's pathway and everything is not 100% concrete. It's not green patches are there or not. So all these things are matter.
So like, one interesting statistics, like India is the only country which gets sunlight for 300 days. India is the only country.
Only country.
So it's
right.
just that, whatever traction we are seeing in semiconductor, those chips are getting manufactured in other countries because lithium is not available. I mean, till now, we have not started mining in Kashmir. But having said that, that is a natural resource which we get, and India is going to do well in that front. So, sir, over to you. So, mid-segment housing happens to be the backbone of Calcutta, right? So going forward, how do you see, or rather, if there are any challenges which you need to kind of request you to call out, and how we can mitigate that?
Honestly, like you correctly said, mid-segment is the backbone for our economy, not only for Calcutta, for India as well.
Absolutely.
That is where the real spending power is. And, if mid-segment does well, the economy will do well. Having said that, Calcutta, we've seen mid-segment always have a robust growth. This is one segment which is actually one of my favorite segments. And, we call it affordable, but it's actually no longer affordable. We've started calling it aspirational luxury. Because the kind of facilities we give in mid-segment projects, even high-end projects don't have them. Because you have the land bank, mid-segment projects are generally larger in sizes. So, they're honestly like mini townships. So they have literally sporting facilities. The idea is that a person, once he's inside, he doesn't need to leave. We've started creating co-working spaces in mid-segment housing as well. So, having said that, the challenge which we face is, rising project costs overall. And this is not just it's not only Bengal-centric, it's India-centric. And, with that, prices will increase. So, we were discussing it with you behind as well, that, post-COVID, there was a huge boost in demand, and all of us, there was a huge sellout. Basically, everyone's inventory got over. So when the replanning happened, people were used to, now after COVID, they realized the value of space. So all the flats became larger. In fact, my sales head and everyone here, we were having a discussion a couple of days back. All our inventory which are left in projects are the smaller units. All the larger units are sold out. But going forward, the prices have increased. Now it's becoming unaffordable for the person in that segment.
Correct.
So we'll have to go back to the drawing board. That's one of the largest challenges we face, because we have to reinvent ourselves when coming to sizes. Now, our brief to the architects were also larger spaces. So, construction cost is going to rise. There's no, because, we also want to pay, everything is rising, pay scales, cost, resources are finite. Everything, so with that, I think, you can, आप कितना innovate कर लेंगे? We'll get new technology. Honestly, आप luxury housing देखिए या middle housing देखिए, cement, steel का दाम तो same है. Any developed or any recognized builder will not compromise on that. I want to go home, sleep at night.
Correct.
I will not go for a C-grade steel just to save 50 rupees a square feet or 20 rupees a square feet. I want to give the best. So my basic construction cost is the same for all my projects. So here you have to innovate by better planning your facilities, better planning your buildings. What had happened during COVID or post-COVID or Sunday, we were talking about this, people started going for high rises, 30 floors, 20 floors. जहाँ पे दाम नहीं पुसाते तो मत बनाइए. You don't have to go for that one-man upship. We'll all have to be conscious about that fact. You consume your FAR, you build it at a price point which is suitable for you. And you have to build a house where you are willing to stay. You can't compromise कि कोई और का घर है. In my group, we hate it when my father comes to the site. Because he's so strict about it, if he sees one tali idhar udhar, he'll get it broken down. So when he goes, we know my cost is increasing, only it's not decreasing. But that is the ethos with which we grow, that you have to deliver the best. And mid-segment, if you do well, that is where the volume is, that is which is scalable. This is the only scalable format. And mid-segment is the only catalyst for growth in the economy.
Rightly articulated, sir. Rightly
And
articulated.
I just want to add a point which you were talking about. Sustainability, honestly, every builder is doing, because now the government is encouraging sustainability by giving us free FAR. Well, not free, but they're giving us additional FAR for green buildings. And you have to do a minimum gold rated building. So sustainability is getting built in. And water treatment plant, rainwater harvesting and all has been done historically in Calcutta. Every project has it, whether it's a green building or not a green building. Now the challenge is educating the end user as well. हम लोग बना के दे देते हैं. But we will leave the project after a couple of years. Then it is the society's responsibility, not the builder's responsibility to carry that forward.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, maintenance plays a huge role, and what I'm given to understand that, people are still kind of getting educated. Like ये जो ऊपर में आपका जो ये सोलर का पैनल भी होता है ना, उसमें धूल जम जाता है. उसमें ओवरऑल आपका जो the electricity, जो sunlight जो absorb करता है ना, the absorption power goes down. People don't realize. So, these are things which people are getting educated, and going forward we'll see such kind of stuff in all buildings. And that's how government is also offering subsidy, which is a fact. तो लोगों को ही मालूम नहीं है कि कैसे ये करना है.
That's what I said. Ultimately, builder will make it. It has to be
So
maintained by
you will
society.
make, but you will not be able to maintain beyond the point. It's like the people who are living, they need to know.
Absolutely.
है ना?
So the larger education needs to go back. We can give you whatever facility you want. There's a price point for everything.
Correct. Absolutely. That is what I am saying. ये education जो है यही कम है. That lacks. Sir, what you? So 3-4 key trends which will kind of define this residential market of Calcutta in next 2-3 years maybe.
So residential market in Calcutta the next 3 years, the key trends, I think luxury market, even though we've spoken so much about mid-segment, but I think luxury and ultra-luxury will continue to grow, number one. Number two, people are preferring more number of balconies and larger spaces of balconies. So that should also come up, and that should also grow with the proposed rule amendments in KMC, which is due for half a decade. Whenever that happens, that should encourage us to give double height balconies and thereby increasing that. That is one. And as I said, community living. So a lot of more stress on community, and what other panelists said about it is not just when you're buying the home, you're looking at the square footage, but a lot of the intangibles. So how your home is going to be 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the road. How are the developers going the extra mile to take care of the maintenance? It is not the finance which is the problem, it is the education and sometimes the intent which is the problem. So how can the developer handle that in the transition phase to ensure that if I'm giving a golden product to you, that product remains to be golden even 20 years down the road? And I think with inflation rates being well under control, we will see more interest rates going down, getting cut by the RBI. As soon as that happens, it should help in increasing demand in all the segments.
Very nice, sir. So, Varunji, last question to you. So, what amenities do buyers look in both segments, right? According to you, what are amenities? Like, the buyers look in, both the segments.
Well, I think the headlines today is what Soumya said, that the most affordable city isn't affordable anymore, right? So, I mean, like in budget category and in luxury category, we have to segregate what amenities mean. Because in budget category, it has to be an anchor amenity which will attract more and more people, and the necessities which are done well. Any reputed developer will focus onto that, because it's not about making a khichdi, that you include everything and you give a buffet of amenities just because it's buffet, just because it's budget category, and you try to loop in as many people as you can, trying to showcase the scale of the project in that sense. So it's very important to have that understanding as to what matters to the end user, right? like what Yashasvi said in his last session about the downtime, right? So in my project, Splendora, we only have 63 apartments, but we have given 4 elevators, only for this particular reason. So there are 2 service elevators and 2 passenger elevators in the project itself. So that in itself is a luxury in a mid-segment project, right? So the definitions are changing. To, put it bluntly, the definitions are changing as to what amenities really stand for, who the end user is and what they're looking for, right? Because for someone, location may also be an amenity, right? Because if someone is looking for access to their office or the school of their children to be nearby, for them location is also an amenity. So I think I would like to define it in that sense as to amenities, what the buyer is looking for, what the end user is looking for, and how well the developer has understood the end user and the requirements of that end user and planned their project, right? So it's a balance of this both that will define the amenities going down the line. It's not about giving everything in one project and having taking a guess that it will work out, right? So because it's also about costing, and it's also, I see so many projects, not just in Bengal, but outside as well, that have so many different amenities which are not being used. What is the point? At the end of the day, just to attract the buyers at the initial stage, right? You loop in, and then it does not serve them the value that they need. So you provide what your end user needs and ensure that it is going to be used. Then it is worth the square feet that you're putting it on. Otherwise, it's not. And being, MD of Salty, I can say if a developer has got its Salty right, meaning site, access, location, topography, elevation, and experience, they will never face a problem. And that is what amenities they should opt for.
Very nice, sir. Nicely articulated. So it has been a very engaging session. Honestly speaking, I have learned a lot from all of you. And so I leave the panel to audience. Any question?
Kindly give them a big round of applause. Can I have bigger round of applause over here, Kolkata? Thank you. And I request Ajay Rajbed, Director of Tiles Squared, to please kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to our speakers on stage. And once we are done with the token of appreciation, we'll photograph together. Once we are done with all the token of appreciations, we'll be doing a nice group photograph with all of you over here. Thank you so much. If you don't mind, can I please request all of you to come forward? I think that would be a better frame. Anna? Yeah. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It was all about budget to bespoke East housing demand dynamics. Can I have another big round of applause for all our dynamic speakers over here? Thank you so much for adding your insights and valuable knowledge. We look forward to absorbing most of it and doing our best in the space. Ladies and gentlemen, moving from one topic to the other, we now move on to the next panel discussion. This is going to be about Investors' Delight, something very positive for Kolkata. Investors' Delight, Kolkata Commercial and Industrial Realty Opportunities. Like always, I'm going to be introducing our honorable moderator first, and then I'm going to be introducing our speakers in alphabetical order, and then I'll request all of them to please kindly join me on stage together. And just a humble reminder to all of you, those who have joined us late, if you can please kindly keep your mobile phones in silent mode. We don't want to distract any of our speakers. So if you have arrived late and if you missed out the previous announcement, please kindly keep your phones in silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a panel discussion on Investors Delight, Kolkata Commercial and Industrial Realty Opportunities. To moderate this session, we have with us today Shubho Raut, Senior Director and Head, ILS Services East, CBRE. Shubhoji has 23 years of experience covering logistics and office leasing, industrial land and investment sales. Working with CBRE for the past 7 years, he is the East Head for Industrial, Land and Logistics. To join him on stage, we also have with us today BP Singh Roy, Additional Director, Keventer Realty Limited. BP Singh Roy has dedicated 30 years to the realty sector in domestic and international markets. He has spearheaded the challenging assignments of the regional head, East BHW Birla Home Finance Limited. He was head marketing and business development East DLF Limited as well, and has also acted as advisor to MD, Sales and Marketing Siddha Group. He has held the position of Assistant Vice President, Sales and Marketing at Imami Realty Limited, and has also been affiliated as a member of the British Indian Association. We also have with us today Gaurav Dasgupta, Partner, Real Estate, Corporate and Commercial, Khaitan & Co. Gauravji has more than 18 years of experience in the profession and has advised some of the most reputed international and domestic clients in complex transactions. His specialization lies in real estate and corporate and commercial laws. He has advised various clients in drafting construction contracts, project finance, EPC contracts, SEZs, joint development agreements, infrastructure, and governmental contracts, including the preparation of bid documents as well. In recent times, he has also advised clients on various aspects of RERA and RATA as well. We also have with us today Joydeep Paul, Senior Director, Occupier Strategy and Solutions, Knight Frank India. With more than a decade of robust experience in the commercial real estate industry, Joydeep ji has transacted multiple deals for clients across various sectors such as IT, consulting, engineering, BFSI, NBFC, Flex, and so many more. His core competencies include business development, sales, negotiations, commercial leasing, problem solving, strategic thinking, delegation, team management, and customer relationship management. We also have with us today Rajdeep Bhaduri, Senior Business Leader, Real Estate Strategy and Commercial Leasing, DLF Limited. Rajdeep Bhaduri is a seasoned real estate professional with nearly 2 decades of experience in corporate strategy, commercial leasing, and business transformation. Currently, he's heading the commercial leasing business East at DLF Limited, and he has successfully closed transactions exceeding 2.5 million square feet, driving market expansion and client acquisitions. With expertise in business development, P&L management, and stakeholder negotiations, Rajdeep has played a pivotal role in shaping large-scale real estate projects all over the country. His leadership in sales, marketing, and asset management has contributed to significant revenue growth and operational excellence in the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have a huge, huge, huge round of applause for our panel for the next session? Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have our panel for the next session on stage, please? We'll request our honorable panelists for the next panel to please join me on stage. There they are. Give them a big round of applause, please, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, Kolkata, you're known for being the city of joy. Let's spread some joy, and I'm sure they will be motivated all the way more for a thrilling session going forward. Sit as per this arrangement. Yeah. Quite a bit of swapping and changing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be about Investors Delight, Kolkata Commercial Realty Opportunities. Stage is set, panel is ready. Over to you, sir.
So, very warm afternoon to all. I think it's a little warm outside, ain't it? And after the lunch, if you people are feeling a little drowsy, so I have some numbers to throw at you, which will make you all happy. So I'll talk about numbers of office leasing and warehousing in the year 2024, and these numbers are pretty impressive. So in office, we've leased a record number of 1.3 million square foot in 24, with clients spanning industries like BFSI, ITES, Flex, and all. On the warehousing front, we've done record numbers also. Calcutta grossed leasing of about 6.5 million square foot, which is very, very high compared to all the years which we've done. And these were across industries like a e-com, a quick commerce, a 3PL, and such. Now, since this topic is about investors, now investors would invest in stock which is upcoming or supply which is going to come up. So Kolkata again, there's some impressive numbers over here. There's about 2 million square foot in spite of the office space crunch. There's about 2 million square foot of office space which is going to come up in the year 2025. And on the warehousing front, there's about more than 7 million square foot, which is up for grabs. Now, as per various research reports, the expected absorption is again going to surpass what we've done in 24. Office, we look at about 1.5 million square foot, and in industrial is about 7 million square foot. Now, with this impressive numbers which Calcutta has done over the past year and with the supply, I start by asking my first question to Rajdeep. Rajdeep, with the new buzzword in GCC, or a Global Capability Center, with a crunch in supply, how are developers like you gearing up to fulfill this demand in the medium to short term?
Well, thank you, my fellow panelists. Before I start, I'll just like to throw in some numbers. Last year, 2024, the office leasing market was approximately 77 million square feet, out of which the GCC contributed to around 28 million.
This you're talking nationally?
Nationally, yeah. So that's almost 28%, 40% roughly, translates to roughly 40%, close to 40% being GCCs. Why this sudden buzz of GCCs? Today, if you go by the first 10,000, or we call it the top MNCs of the world, be it a product company, be it a services company, be it manufacturing, be it health, everybody is a technology company packaged in one form or the other. So technology becomes the fulcrum for every company to grow and to have the vision of creating a larger corporation. They need to be in a place where the collaboration happens. They have ample talent pool and they have ready resources. Now we are talking of places which are low tech or either no tech. So in terms of availability, India gives them that edge that, obviously once you are present in India, it becomes your centralized place. So earlier what was happening was with all these companies, either they were, sort of not gearing up to the technology, or they had processes which was outsourced to the third-party vendors. Now, for a sustainable long-term growth, for any company, it requires to be all in under one umbrella. There needs to be an integration in processes for the future growth. And that's how the GCCs, the buzzword has come, the capability centers are getting development. very recently we have got the news that even McDonald's are putting up their GCC in Hyderabad. Now, the GCC part was, not that it was not there in India. It was there very much. Now, with the cost arbitrage, it's getting more highlighted. Look, let us give an example that in 2004-5, we had the foreign companies were paying $1 for a square feet of space. I'm coming to the real estate angle of it. So let's say they were spending $1, which was around 25-30 rupees at that point of time.
So you're talking about the SEZs?
Yeah, I mean, the foreign, the companies who were paying to Indian partners, let's say $1 for a square feet. So which is we call India a dollar market or a sub-dollar market. So essentially, they were paying 25-30 rupees. At 85, which are a market average for all the south cities, if you see Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Pune. So these are dollar markets even today after 15 years. So cost is not an, overwhelmingly the biggest factor for them to determining to come to India. It is always there. It's the talent pool, where I mentioned that there was people are moving from low tech and no tech zones to India because there is a ample talent pool. There is a burgeoning, middle class which is growing, which is aspirational. Now, for Kolkata, the journey seems to be, although a late, but it is happening quite organically. How? Now, even the GCCs which are present in India need to spread their, their risk. On the risk part, it so happens that, the other markets, if you concentrate too much on one market, it becomes very difficult for you in kind of disruptions. After the COVID, it has come to the light that, people can work from anywhere and any place. But the data security, the need for human collaboration, for innovation has to happen in office. So the Kolkata market has just started picking up the GCC, bandwagon because of this hub and spoke model. And as we go forward, there will be further appetite, but it needs to come with aspirations of new class C or A grade buildings where there are ample maintenance opportunities, where there are amenities, because these people who have worked, and have seen life, or the new workforce, the new generation of workforce who have been working, outside, they have seen places which needs to be a place of celebration, a place for a reason for going to office, collaborating, having enjoyment. That fun element has to come into the building offices. So the design today for buildings is much more, diversified. You see much more of amenities being added here. And that's where I feel that there is a great opportunity for Kolkata to come into the, bandwagon and jump in.
So to take a cue from what you said, what I can figure out is that these new age, these buildings that are there, these are probably would be engaging with a lot of, the Gen Z crowd. They love a lot of open workspace, not a closed workspace. And these are all, the concept has changed of a typical office to these now. And so what we can safely say is that there is a lot of scope in this kind of a GCC kind of things happening. And I'm sure a lot of new inventories would come up in the long term.
So don't mind the cost. What I meant was that we need supplies, good grade A supplies, and I'm very sure that this market is ready for the absorption. Because new companies want to have that element of sustainability, the element of, frills, which will attract talents over here. Once the talent pool is, Kolkata has always been a sort of hub for talent. It's just that it has never been able to keep up with other cities. The moment you have this kind of ecosystem where you have a number of companies working together, switching from one company to the other does not make a necessarily take out the sort of aspiration for growth. So that's how the city can contribute. Once we have this ecosystem in place, I'm very sure that this would be a much, much sought after place in India.
Rajdeep, thank you. My second question is to Mr. Roy. What we've traditionally seen is that Kolkata has been mostly a market where investors have bought a lot of strata. There's a lot of strata sold which has happened. And many of these investors, as we speak, these investors are very informed. They are not only investing in Calcutta, they are investing even beyond the state. With their investment beyond the state in different asset classes, they are exposed to a lot of information which empowers them to take a choice. Now, when these investors, so Mr. Roy, if I had to ask you, that with the steady supply which is like going to come up in this year and in 26, 27 further, what is it that the developers are doing differently to attract these investors?
Okay, thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity here, and thank you Shubho and my co-panelists. Shubho, just to start off with, the commercial real estate in Kolkata had been mature, and I think it's still at that stage where you can get to leapfrog into the next stage. It is only the most important part is that you need to have those grade A buildings, and I take a cue from Rajdeep that you'll need to have those, the infrastructure and the ecosystem of the employee to chill, which is actually non-existent. Just a Sodexo lunchroom doesn't serve. Beyond that, there has to be something. We in Caventer, I'll start off with that. We are coming up with a grade A development. Fortunately, in the CBD, you see most of the so-called grade A developments happening in Newtown and Sector 5. We are doing it because we had a historical land parcel on a 3-acre land plot, and it's a 1.2 million square foot. Now, what are we bringing in there is to be seen. A business club, sky lounges, lavish food courts of almost 30,000 square feet, retail. Now, this is something which is going to complement the people who are working out there. Similar kind of things need to come up, because you see, what is strata sales? Strata sales, we are just at the nascent stage of strata sales in Kolkata. If you go nationally, developers are allocating almost 20 to 40% of their portfolio into strata sales. They're listing it. The reason is a steady flow of liquidity for them, and the 8 to 12% returns which goes to the investor instead of a 3 to 5% return on residential real estate, which the HNI and the NRI customers were going for earlier. So what is the developer, or rather what should the developer in Calcutta do, or they are doing, is first of all shifting from the fragmented smaller offices into grade A large office spaces, global standard finishes and ecosystems, so that it can attract anchor tenants and institutional tie-ups can happen, which then gives the investor the confidence to come in and invest, and therefore, has a constant and regular flow of rental yields. Other than that, you need to look at tech-driven dashboards maybe, which can give the customer an insight into what is happening in the property on a regular basis, be it construction, be it the rentals, what is happening. Give them. I think that in itself sums up. What you have to look at is the investor sentiment and give them that confidence that you are able to provide that kind of an infrastructure where you can bring in from the national level to Calcutta, which has that huge potential and that huge gap which we'll need to fill up.
Thank you. So what we can gather from what you said is that we aren't only selling four walls, we are selling an experience in the wholesome way.
Absolutely.
Okay, now my next question would be going to Gaurav. Gaurav, we've seen for any development to happen, the land has to be acquired first, correct? Now, we are all aware that acquiring a land is quite a cumbersome process where a lot of checks are there with due diligence and maybe with an aggregation in place and all that. What is it, maybe a PE fund or an institutional investor or maybe a national level developer should be looking forward to while acquiring large land parcels in Calcutta?
Am I audible? So before I start the answer to this, I would like to thank the fellow panelists and the people who have spoken before about the positive attitude which we should have in order to look into such investments, and that is actually what is needed most. The point is that acquiring large parcels of land is a problem in general legally throughout India. A little bit more in West Bengal because land is a little bit more fragmented, which was being discussed a little bit a while earlier. And because of the fragmented nature of the land, acquiring large parcel is a bit of a problem. Second is there are some of the land laws which are there where there are ceiling limits, etc., which are there, which need to be adhered to. So in general, it takes a little bit more time. But other than that, if these are taken into account, then the scope is huge here. So some of the things which I would want to discuss practically what we suggest to our clients, say for example, instead of acquiring lands from individual people, sometimes get reputed aggregators or big players where some of the like Knight Frank, CBRE and other these players also bring in their expertise. So aggregators, they get the land from individual people and then the land overall construction is done. So what you need to do is the land is acquired, mutation is done, conversion is done, the land is made a little bit ready, then a construction is done. And at this stage, if investment comes in, then it becomes easier for the players who are coming into the market for investment purpose. Sometimes what happens is in the initial stage, if the investment comes in, because of the time which takes for the things to fructify, they get frustrated and then the project does not come to a closure. So if these things are, maybe they are guided to that extent, then ultimately the project becomes viable. In fact, I mean, later we will be discussing some of the projects which have happened at a later stage. So we as a law firm have been involved in acquiring land for these people, and where we have seen practically what has happened, where they have a timeline and a plan in place, it becomes easy. Second thing is that now the government is also aware of these problems and they have brought in a lot of policies which help regarding this. some of the new policies like conversion of leasehold land to freehold, giving permission for holding land over ceiling limit under the Land Reforms Act, Section 14M. So there are several policies which have come up where the government is assisting the industries, which has been discussed in the PGBS summit a couple of months back. Third is the government itself has a big land bank, where WBIDC, WBIIDC and other, they have land banks which are actually ready for possession. So some of the players who would not want to wait and for aggregation, they can invest there. So there are various opportunities which are available for these players to bring in and to invest in the state. And as has been discussed, this is the central point of many states, the entire Northeast, and at least 3 to 4 foreign countries. So there is a huge opportunity, and most importantly, it is not saturated. Unlike the West India or South India, where many of the big metros are saturated, Calcutta as a metro, thankfully, is not saturated with respect to the investments, and hence the sky is the limit for us, as far as I can think of.
Like you said, that the government has large land banks where some investor can go and pick up some land, which you're right. So the government does have these kind of large land banks where they've done some industrial parks. Notably, I may call out the name of a Panagar, the one which in Panagar, which is there. Then there is one in Kharagpur. These are large land parcels where there are end clients like a Matix, like a Tata, who's taken up spaces over there, and they are running full steam. Thank you, Gaurav. My question to Joydeep would be, so Joydeep, prior my asking you, so at the starting when I said what kind of absorption in terms of office warehouse has happened, there's also something interesting which has also happened. It's a subset of the leasing. It's a so about 1 million square foot of strata office sale has happened in 2024. Okay, so with that, you know, you deal with a lot of clients and with investors. So irrespective of the asset classes, what would your advice be to developers to make their inventory investor friendly?
Correct.
What would you advise them to do?
Correct. So first of all, good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, my fellow panelists. Thank you, Realty Plus, for getting this arranged and getting us here. The first and foremost thing, there is around 4 to 5 million square feet of grade A and B real estate, commercial real estate construction, which is ongoing. So which itself is a good number. The city inventory level right now is approximately around grade A inventory is around 32 million square feet. And what we are seeing in under couple of years, which is 25, 26, 27, this amount of inventory would be getting added, which itself is a very good number, and it shows that, you know, like the city is picking up now. We spoke across multiple platforms and across multiple, you know, events like this, that post-COVID, along with India, Calcutta has also touched the bandwagon, and we are getting the benefits of, you know, people coming back to office and return to office is very successful here in Calcutta. Going back to the question you asked, Shubhoda, the first and foremost thing what we were just discussing just before this panel is that although Calcutta has been historically a very much strata sold market, and people take up offices, and developers, they make smaller units, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500 square feet. There is nothing bad in being a strata sold market, but having said that, like the holding size of this offices or any other asset classes need to be a bit larger. Say for an example, if any MNC or GCC, as Rajida was telling about, even not that, in fact, the India-facing business clients, they're also taking up office spaces in huge numbers now. The average starting size has gone up from 5,000-6,000 square feet to 15,000, 20,000, 25,000 square feet minimum. So if any investor is buying asset and if the developers are selling those units, it's better that we focus on larger chunk units. Otherwise, that does not bring good sentiments. Along with that, EHS, ESG is a very important factor now. The government of India, along with whatever is happening across the world, carbon neutral and all those things, I mean, this is something which everyone, all the corporates, MNCs, India clients, they are really focusing on. So more compliant buildings. So these numbers which I was just telling about, interestingly, around 62 of them have already applied for LEED certification. So it's understood like developers now, they are understanding the need of it. It needs to go along with that. The focus should be on much more efficient way of getting energy to these campuses, which are getting built, or tech parks or corporate parks which are getting built. Solar energy or green power grid, waste management system has to be better, EV charging stations. I mean, we know a couple of campuses here in Newtown who have adopted these kind of initiatives, and hence they are getting a good appreciation on the rentals also. Adopting these things just not only makes it investor friendly, because an investor friendly would only become when it is more of corporate and client friendly. So these things are absolutely required.
So what was interesting is that you said even till a few years back, investors in office, they used to look at maybe at a 5,000 square foot, which is moved out to like 15 to 20. So which would mean that if when they are investing in that kind of a size, the uptick in absorption has gone up. So the end clients are also looking at a larger office than what they were doing till a few years back.
That's right. So like the average ticket size has already gone up. Along with that, I would also like to touch upon one more point. Along with commercial office spaces and warehousing, what is interesting that is happening, Calcutta has noticed the highest year-on-year absorption from the residential unit sales as well. So last year it was 16 point something percent YOY, which is the highest in India. So this is something, is a very positive sentiment, and we need to talk more about all these points along with, so when we are talking, we should be talking about all the asset classes, because this comes complementary. And it shows that more people are coming back, the more people are buying homes, and the clusters are getting developed.
Joydeep, thank you. My next question would go to Mr. Roy. So like we heard that, or like we know, that in Calcutta, there is a dearth of large transactable land parcels. We've seen that this concept of vertical rise is on the high. And in the past 4-5 years, we've seen the concept of vertical warehousing or vertical industrial parks, which has come in Calcutta. There's about, as on date, about 3 million square foot of these kind of parks which are fully operational and fully maybe leased out. With this concept, do you see that these kind of assets, there would be further, do we see more of these kind of assets in the long term?
Shubho, if you consider warehousing, you have very specifically 4 zones in Kolkata. One would be the Dhulagarh and Ulubedia belt, which is large logistics and warehousing. You have Dankuni and Singur, which would be the light manufacturing and industry warehousing. If you look at Barwipur and Rajpur Sonarpur, that is small and MSMEs. And then you come back to Howrah, Amta. That is where you are looking at this vertical shift from the large size warehousing.
To add also, when you said towards the northern side of Calcutta, there are a lot of these garment parks which are there, which are a vertical, they've
absolutely
done it in that way.
So, see, there is no other option. You have rising land cost, you have scarcity of land. So the best way of optimizing FSI and getting the best per square foot rates is to do vertical developments in warehousing also. What you need now is, to drive tech into it. You need multiple, if we can get multiple, increased load capacity obviously is being considered per floor, but we also need to look at multiple tire truck parking. That is going to help. You already have freight movement through lifts and conveyor belts, but to optimize that, we need to bring in more tech. And the future is there in Kolkata because there is no other option left for us to go outside the city boundaries. And this is going to be driven by e-commerce and logistics, urban logistics. So your last mile deliveries and wants to be located near the consumption bases, which is Newtown, which is Howrah, which is EM bypass. So therefore, there is no other option but to build these things in those vertical formats.
Sure. Thank you. Going back to Rajdeep, so Rajdeep, since you have office buildings outside Calcutta also, in the NCR, in Chennai, in other cities also, where newer properties have come up. So the new concepts of what Joydeep even touched about, the concept of a ESG, EHS, which is happening. What is it that you are doing differently in those cities, which you also think of maybe replicating here?
So, to touch upon this point, my first submission is that ESG is no more a sort of utopian concept. So it's no more that some developer wants to create a value add so that and market the product. It's now a law in the country. So the ESG goals globally to be aligned with the companies, and I just was mentioning about GCCs and obviously other countries, including Indian companies. The ESG goals are quite sacrosanct to them. It's not about, taking a piece out of the ESG requirements and not fulfilling the others. It's all has to be in sync. Everything has to be reported. A framework has been created. A sort of report mechanism has been already drawn. So ESG and best part of it is that today the real estate is bound by ESG because there are ESG funds. The funds are also tied to ESG goals. So let's say you have very large funds, which are real estate funds, which are typically having embedded ESG requirements. So you can't escape the requirements which needs to be fulfilled. Now, I'll give you a very small example. First of all, let's come to the environment. I mean, obviously, Delhi is, we know all how polluted it is. And given that the PM2 levels had been at a record high, we had, during the COVID period, we had already changed our, HVAC filtration system. And we took out an ad that the outside ambient, air quality was this, and this is the inside office air quality. You'll be surprised to know the next day attendance was much more than average. It was almost 40% higher than the average. So this is something which not people are taking it lightly. So once you are spending 12 hours a day in an office environment, you have to have those health goals kept in mind. The sustainability impact, which Joydeep briefly touched upon, We are very conscious to that. Right from COVID stage, we had been, alive to that. We have been taking so many, initiatives. Water recycling is something which we have, got net zero, lead net zero for all our projects across India, also in Kolkata. So it's not no more a statement. It is what we want. The intent is very much clear. The waste management for the particular park is being processed within the park and then used in gardening. So the sustainability part has always been ahead of our, in fact, it has been one of our pillars for our growth. And we have maintained this robust functioning system from a very early stage. We use the non-potable water for gardening, so nothing goes to waste. Regarding governance part, as I told you, that there has been, mechanisms which has been inbuilt now, that the framework is there, the reporting system are very, very, rigid. We do internal audits, and the audits are on ESGs. It's not a financial audits. We do audits on the ESG. And I'm very sure that, even in Calcutta, more the developers are, trying to develop the product. They will inculcate and they will sort of imbibe this philosophy and move ahead. So it's a win-win for all. I mean, let's say for the developers, they get access to funds. For the occupiers, it is more to get from how they can attract talent, keep their talent intact, keep their flock in the office, where they can collaborate, where they can innovate. And obviously for the investors, because they are putting money which are much more sustainable and have longevity for years to come.
Rajdeep, thank you. I am told that we are running a little late, so I have a couple of questions to Gaurav and Joydeep. Will request if you can keep it a little short, the answer a little short. So my next question is to Gaurav. So Gaurav, during an investment cycle, so while an investor is investing, either they are investing maybe, so let's talk about a pre-leased asset. So when an investor is investing, should he be focused more on the tenant in which the property is, or should he also equally focus on the developer who has the asset?
So basically, both are actually important, but it also depends upon at which stage the investor wants to come in. So if the investor doesn't want to spend a lot of time and has a little bit more money, then it would be better to come at a later stage and to more focus on who the developer is and at a tenanted stage. Whereas if the investor, so here actually gives an opportunity to different classes of investor. Say a foreign investor who doesn't want to spend too much time can come in at a much later stage when everything has already been prepared and probably invest in the SPV. Whereas a domestic investor or an investor who can spend a bit more of time and resources can come in at a much earlier stage, right from the land acquisition stage, and maybe make it fully ready and then pass on to a different investor. Like for example, the ESR investment which happened from an Indian player, we were involved, and the entire thing happened in about 7 to 8 months to 1 year's time, including everything, and including government approval, because they came in at a later stage when things were more or less ready. So, but to be more precise, what is more important is to have the right partners in the game, good real estate advisors, good lawyers, and good aggregators who would help you and guide you in a cycle of investment, either at an initial stage or a later stage.
Thank you, Gaurav. My final question for the session goes to Joydeep. So, Joydeep, with the current fiscal policies and with the lower mortgage rates, and there's an uptake in the absorption which is happening, and in office, in industrial, and where the sentiments for pre-leased is pretty steady, why should an investor prefer Kolkata over any other major metros?
So yeah, okay, so now I will slightly touch upon what Mr. Roy said earlier. Thankfully, we have not touched the brim yet. I mean, there is more room for us. So if there is more room for us, and if we are seeing steady activity across all verticals of real estate, this is a perfect time. I mean, if I talk from the office perspective, whatever vacancy numbers shows, but actual vacancy numbers for grade A inventory, which good clients that take up, be it GCC or India facing, is hovering around 8 to 10% across Sector 5 and Newton. And that is the area where most of the absorption, 70 to 80% of the absorption takes place. Just to give one more example here, so it's been said, for when we pitch to our flex clients, we do say to that, कि boss, अभी business उसी का पास आएगा जो पहले जाकर जगह book करेगा. So it's the same way. I mean, if there is good inventory available, go up, take up the spaces. Today and tomorrow, you are getting the return. It has just started. Thankfully, we are in the correct time. We just need to understand the opportunity of it and get along with it. And also, yeah, with the cut in repo rate and eventually the cut in lending rate, that would drive some positive sentiments for this.
Joydeep, thank you. I think we've had a pretty engaging session where we touched upon the various investments, where we spoke on the strata sales was more. But to give you a perspective that Kolkata has not only been, a strata sold market, there are institutional investments in Calcutta which has happened over the past years. And just to name a few of them, investors like a Xander, like a E. Shank Redwood or a ESR, Capital Land, Milestone Capital Advisors, there's Phoenix, there's Blackstone, there's a Brookfield, and there's a New Vernon, which have or had invested in Calcutta and they remain invested. So to sum up, we can say that Calcutta is definitely a city which sees a lot of potential. There's a lot of activity which has happened, and there's a lot more which can happen. To end that, if there are any questions from the audience, please.
Please have the Maha. Thank you so much. Yeah. That also works, of course. That's an add-on. Yeah, you're pretty spot on in that, ma'am. And just like ma'am is leading the way, can I have everybody clapping and appreciating, please? And just the point that I wanted to highlight was that, of course, I'm sure audience will have pertinent questions. You can connect offline because we're running late. So in the meantime, I'll request Mr. Raj Pachauri from Insomniacs to please kindly join me on stage and give away the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over there. Everybody over here, once again, please, Zor se taali for the knowledge and insights that they shared. Thank you so much. And can I either get this? Meantime, do I have my mic? Do I have my hand mic? Can I have a different hand mic, please? And in the meantime, what I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is quickly announce the topic for the next panel discussion. This is going to be about Digital disruptions redefining real estate sales and marketing. I'll quickly introduce the topic for you all once again. This is about digital disruptions redefining real estate sales and marketing. Like always, I'm going to be first calling up on stage our honorable moderator, and then I'll request all our speakers to join together. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be moderated by Prashant Kumar Chaturvedi, City Head East and Rock. Somebody appreciate it so we can already appreciate a lot more. Thank you so much, sir, for coming and being with us over here. With over 23 years of experience in real estate, leadership, business strategy, and market expansion, sir has played a key role in driving growth, executing large-scale real estate projects, and building high-performing sales teams across India and international markets. His ability to anticipate industry trends and implement forward-thinking business models has established him as a trusted name in the real estate sector. Please give it up once again, ladies and gentlemen, for Prashant, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I'll request you to take your seat. Thank you. I'll quickly introduce all our speakers, and then I'll request all of you to join me on stage together. We today have with us Abhishek Singh, Chief Growth Officer from Insomniacs. With 15 years of experience across real estate and FMCG, Abhishek Singh is a growth strategist and digital transformation leader who has successfully driven AI-powered marketing and sales automation. He has worked with corporate giants like Coca-Cola and Novartis, mastering the art of consumer-driven engagement and large-scale sales execution. Ladies and gentlemen, at Insomniacs, he spearheads AI-driven real estate marketing, leveraging predictive analytics, automation, and hyper-personalized campaigns to optimize customer acquisition and retention. We also have with us today Anindo Das, Vice President, Marketing, Infinity Infotech Parks Limited. Anindo Das is an ecosystem enabler and has been helping to draw investments in Kolkata. He is currently on the various committees of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, CII, and NASCOM. He's also the secretary of the Salt Lake Sector 5 Stakeholders Association, and is associated with the not-for-profit organizations such as Vidya Bharati Akhil, Bharatiya Shiksha Sansthan, and Sri Aurobindo Society. Fantastic stuff indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, we also have with us today Anup Dalmia, President Rekha Kolkata and VP NAR India. Anup ji is President Rekha Kolkata and Vice President NAR India. He's also the Chairman of Skills Development and Training of NAR India. The company founded by Anup Dalmia provides expert solutions in all segments of real estate and has bagged numerous awards from some of the most reputed builders, having served clients in over 35 cities all over the country. We also have with us today Shubhro Sarkar, AVP and Head Brand Marketing and Corporate Communications, Ambuja Neotia. With over 2 decades of experience across media, real estate, hospitality, healthcare, and education, Shubhro Sarkar specializes in strategy, content, marketing, and brand storytelling. At Ambuja Neotia Group, he combines creativity with technology, using digital tools to craft meaningful narratives that strengthen brand connections as well. His work focuses on keeping brands relevant through insightful engagement and evolving consumer experiences. And we also have with us today, ladies and gentlemen, Updesh Dandrial, Business Head of Realty. Updesh ji, a seasoned industry veteran with 17 plus years of expertise in business development and digital strategy. As business head at Realty, he has been instrumental in revolutionizing real estate marketing through innovative digital solutions. With deep market insight and a proven track record, he has helped top developers navigate the evolving digital landscape, driving growth and continuous brand success. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set, the panel is ready. Can I have all of you clapping and appreciating loudly for the next panel? Can we have some more sporting stuff and attitude from all of you, please, if I may request? Can I have some more appreciation? Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rather good evening. It is evening time, so good evening, everyone. I'm your moderator today, and as he already told that our topic is digital disruption, redefining real estate sales and marketing. And I'm thrilled to have an insightful conversation with our panel experts. So today we'll explore the key trends, challenge, and opportunities in this space. We'll also take audience questions later, so feel free to note them down. So hi everyone. So straight to the point, my first question goes to Mr. Updesh Dandrial. So we are talking about the impact of digital space in this current market where the human touch is very, very important. And we are into such business wherein the relationship management is much more, rather the touch of the human is important than digitally. But we are seeing that there are a lot of things are happening now, virtual towards AI and all those stuffs are coming. So how has digital disruption changed the way real estate sales and marketing today? What is your view on this?
So good evening, everyone. And first of all, I want to thank you, Realty Plus, for giving me or inviting me to be a part of this esteemed panel and to face the entire fraternity of West Bengal here in the room. Now, answering your question, sir, so I mean, it's a very big topic to talk on. Frankly saying, we have seen digital disruption, transformation in this industry, which is impacting the entire life cycle of sales and marketing. I mean, we have seen the shift has moved from basic brochure-based sales to high-resolution collaterals, right? So we have seen e-brochures coming into picture, the AR, VR walkthroughs are coming into picture just to ensure that we have a better engagement with the audience at a first go itself. This is where we have seen the digital disruptions has happened. Apart from this, coming to the data-driven marketing strategies. So we have seen the AI and big data allows us to target our audience, right? We can also do preference-based targeting. We can use offline and online feedback or behavior of users, put across into our strategy and then optimize the campaign, right? So, I mean, apart from that, the social media marketing, influencer marketing has actually evolved so much, which is helping how you interact with the user, increase your credibility, like through all these platforms, right? Then apart from this, we have seen the AI chatbots, right? The AI voice modules are also creating huge impact on the sales and marketing journey, right? Through this, you can have better conversion rates. Through this, you can ensure that whenever your customer is looking for making a connect with you, you are available, right? Let's say 12 o'clock, if a customer is doing his search and discovery, and he sees your chatbot, right? And he just sends a message. So at 12 o'clock in the night, you are ensuring you are available to answer his query, right? And then that's how, these are all technology and digital disruptions has happened in the real estate. Moving on to the further stage of marketing and sales cycle, we have seen the CRMs, right? The entire communication automation also has evolved so much that we want to ensure that every stage of customer life cycle, we are sending a custom communication, right? So all these technology disruptions has actually evolved the entire sales and marketing life cycle in the real estate. Yeah, I mean, this has actually seen a lot of improvement. A lot of brands are moving forward and adapting all these technology change. Yeah, that's where we see a lot of impact.
So by this, we want to say that the consumer behavior has totally changed with digital transformation?
No, see, consumer behavior, I'm saying with the digital, with the technology transformation, since it's a very competitive world, so you can actually have the first mover advantage. You can actually connect your user immediately whenever there is a need which has arisen in a customer's mind to look for a property. So these technologies helps to react first in the competitive world. And with the technology help, your connection is strong with the user, right? So that's where, I mean, we see it's a very important aspect and a very important tool which has actually transformed the entire sales and marketing cycle.
Thank you. This was really gave the clarity, because this is something our audience would also be interested this topic, because this is something which is in trend right now, and everyone wants to come into the digital aspect. So thank you. My second question would go to Shubhro. Shubhro, which digital marketing strategies are delivering the best results for real estate professionals? If you can give a light on this.
I think it's, first of all, thank you and good evening to everybody, and thank you, Realty Plus. So I think, as far as digital strategies are concerned, it's so much also, it's all about marketing in the digital world, and it is also very purpose-driven. So of course, it's going to vary, from company and the brand, and it is put into a different context. Let me just put it across what we have experienced as a brand, which have been really delivering result for us, and which we have been focusing on. So I would say that, of course, things which are really making a lot of difference to our marketing effort is hyperlocal targeting. Hyperlocal targeting using geofencing, using smart segmentation, but at the same time, looking at the content which is very contextual, so that it is also hyper-personalized. So I think first strategy that really works is the hyperlocal, targeting. Second, I would say it is to do with a lot of, visual storytelling. Today we are in a rather very rich media world, and how we use the AR filters, how we are leveraging the virtual reality, how we are using FPV drones to actually create stories and present stories is a very important aspect in the digital space. And those stories are something which need to probably, resonate emotionally, and it need to also create aspiration. So I think the second strategy that really works for us is the visual storytelling. Third, I would say it's the performance marketing, which is mostly through search and social media, but a very strong focus on retargeting. Now, this is something which has really worked for us, but it only works when you are aligned with CRM intelligence, or rather you have the CRM intelligence integrated with it, and you also have a landing experience which is much more, mirroring the entire aspect of it. So until unless you do that, it doesn't work. So when I talk about CRM intelligence, it takes care of automation, it takes care of your drip marketing. So a lot of things goes behind it. Fourth thing that we have really looked at or really worked for us is the phygital as a strategy. What we are doing in the online space and how that online experience is getting translated into the offline space is a very important aspect for us, because we feel that the consistency really matters, and how you are taking your online experiences, through offline interaction. You asked the question of, the human touch. So I think that becomes a very important factor, that how you are able to integrate the empathy into the entire customer journey, and that's how the phygital becomes a very important aspect. So I would say these are the four major essential thing that has been really working. But I will also add one fifth thing which we started doing very recently. I think, we, or rather any brand, has been investing a lot on SEO. And today, what we see that the entire definition of SEO is changing. It's no longer search engine optimization. It is changed to probably, GEO, which is generative engine optimization, or probably you can say it's search everywhere optimization. So I think that's one area which has started giving result, because I think the way people used to search on Google, a few years back, almost 98% of people were search on Google, but now that has come down to 60%, and we expect it's going to go down further. So what it means that a lot of people are searching through AI, and probably it is very important that how you optimize yourself in that particular space. So we started doing pretty early. We started getting some result out of it. And I think that's also another strategy which I would love to focus on and would love to share that. Yeah, I think these are the few which we are focusing as a brand.
Very well crafted, Shubhro. But this would be means still what we see is there a lot of traditional listing is going on. People are still putting money in 99 acres in housing.com in Magic Brick. Still people are thinking that traditional way कि ये तो करना ही है, इसके साथ हम वो कर सकते हैं. Now when we talk about this, do you think we believe that social media or you talk about Facebook or we talk about any meta platform, or you told about the SEO, and still this is more effective than traditional listing, or still people are averaging out their money into it?
No, I think today the entire digital space is very fragmented. And you cannot just say, okay, this is the one segment that people are all flocking into. Even if you have present on 99 acres or a Magic Bricks, what happens are those are authoritative sites also for SEO purposes so long. And even today, AI is crawling those sites. So essentially, even a listing is very important because today people are getting more lazy in this AI age, and probably listing in these spaces are still meaningful. So I think what we have to look at is like we have to look at a rather a framework that what we need to do from a complete strategy side. It's just not about generating lead. It's just about being omnipresent today. And I think that is what really makes it important that you have even the post copies of Facebooks and YouTube is very important today, which was never considered to be that important. So you need to be very strategic even in that. So I think that's what evolution is happening, and that's what the new rule of the game.
So I'll ask with Umesh. I'll just Umesh, you told about, and rather we spoken about AI coming into chatbot, coming into the things are. Do you think that still I would still argue on this that it's very difficult to make people understand that the listing is one part where these companies also using our money and doing the same thing which we can do individually. But still, this is a common phenomena in terms of if you talk about the developer side, if you talk about the channel partner side, they are all using it. So do you think that still social media has created more impact than this thing? If Umesh, you can answer.
Yeah, so see, I'll tell you, so we work as a marketing agency, right, dedicatedly for real estate. So we have seen the entire behavior has changed. I mean, the marketing behavior has changed from a developer point of view. Now, since the entire marketing cycle is that you first attract user, whenever the demand arises, right? Whenever the customer is doing the search and discovery, and the platform is digital where he starts this behavior, right? So the portals or the individual developers, their target is to just capture that search and discovery at first go. So obviously now developers are directly participating in doing the direct marketing rather than capturing that customer through all these platforms. So that way we have seen that all the developers, even the channel partners, they are very much aggressive marketing through Google, marketing through Meta. And the reason is that the first mover advantage, right? Whenever there is a demand, wherever there is a behavior of real estate buying or maybe selling, we want to catch that customer first. We want to address the need first. So, and all these digital platforms give you that liberty of preference-based targeting. So if, let's say, if I am looking for a property in Joka or Newtown, so every platform knows that I've done a search for property in Joka or Newtown. So, and the developer who has project in that location, so for them, that's the primary customer, right? So obviously the market has evolved, the aggressiveness has come in the developers to market directly, to market first on all these platforms and capture the customer.
Yeah. Well said, thank you.
So I would like to add a couple of points. So Subro mentioned it very beautifully about geo-targeting and then preference targeting mentioned by Updesh. Meta and Google platforms also use CAPI, which is conversational API, and I think Updesh will agree to it. These establishes the feedback loop with the CRM platforms which the developer use. And once you are generating the lead and the Meta and Google platforms are getting the continuous real-time feedback of lead disposition, the system helps in improving the overall targeting, including the geo-targeting, getting a better profile of the customers, targeting to the first network of the leads which have been qualified. Secondly, probably lead generation is definitely an important task. What is important is what happens after, post that stage. So once the lead comes into the pre-sale stage, how we are, nurturing the entire, these set of leads. Is the communication, the entire communication engine, the kind of service, especially on the pre-sales end, whether these customers are getting those set of services or not, and how AI can be overall useful in kind of addressing this important concern of we as a marketeers getting the right set of leads, but then it is not getting nurtured at the pre-sales level. So usage of conversational AIs, the AI agents for tracking the entire transcript of the things which are happening at pre-sales end is also, kind of very important as a digital strategy to move forward.
Thanks, Abhishek. Very well crafted. My next question would go to Anindu Das. Now, we are seeing that, with every day going, a new channel partner is emerging, and people are taking real estate very, very seriously now. And everybody wants to take a leap on the digital space, but most of them don't know what to do. So what do you think what are the biggest hurdles which comes to these real estate professionals in adapting the digital piece?
Thank you. ধন্যবাদ জানাই সবাইকে রিয়েলটি প্লাসকে everybody thank you so much প্রত্যেক বছর দেখা হয় so the question is very relevant and I'll talk about some of the challenges I think what we have faced in Infinity for so many years. I've not come across one agency who can give me a solution. That's not a one agency who can do it. Is that the fault of the agency? I'll say no. What has happened is, if I think that I will outsource the entire work to an agency and they will do all my digital marketing work, it will never happen. So the solution what we have found is, the upskilling of my existing resource. So in my team, some 15 years back, maybe they never, didn't know about what is ACO, didn't know about what is digital marketing, the basics of it. Now they have to get trained. If they don't get trained, my agency partner cannot fit in. I think they're the mismatches in most of the organization. They feel, okay, ek jan ko de diye, budget kar diye, lakh rupiya ka budget, chalo ad mein spend kar de, lead lao. It will never work. It can never work. Secondly, what I've understood, maybe a lot of transformation has happened, but the basics are the same. Content was always the king, will remain the king. In the future also it will be the king. We can get, puzzled up with a lot of jargons, but if we know what Google can understand and my customer can understand, if there's a match, I think then everybody is happy. I think that content part, we are struggling every day. How to write, that right set of content, and there's a lack of good content in the organization, or the right writers are not there. And the third challenge which I feel is, customer ko samajhte hi nahi hai. Somebody has to understand who is the psyche of that customer. And we keep talking about TG ठीक नहीं है, TG change करो, क्या change करेंगे? Because he couldn't understand only what is the psyche. Like for Infinity, it's a B2B market. And they need to understand what EY needs, But one thing what has happened in digital arena, what has happened, earlier 10, 15 years back, we were only dependent on consultants. Okay, lead आएगा, but that disruption has happened.
Yes.
Now हमको सिर्फ Kushman के ऊपर depend नहीं करना पड़ता है. I can get the flow. So my pipeline has increased, my lead pipeline has increased. That has helped a marketing professional immensely. But I'm sure there are good startups which are now there in Kolkata who are working. तो हम बोलते हैं बहुत जन को, what I tell them, आप मत बोलिए 360-degree marketing, ये नहीं हो पाएगा, नहीं हो पाएगा. You be a specialist in one. So somebody like Bodhisattva, his startup is focusing only on content. He said, Dada, আমি আর কিচ্ছু করি না, আমি শুধু content এর উপর focus করি. So those kind of, niche startups, if they're there in the market, and we should leverage those startups, I think that the marriage becomes very easy. I think these are my 2 cents.
Correct. Again, this for the open forum, this question, I still believe that, there are, say for example, Anoopji is 35 years old in this trade. So I can tell that he's a traditional channel partner in this trade. Or we meet a lot of developers who have been, in that, and now the second generation, third generation has taken over. But still, if we meet those developers, they are very resistant to change. कि नहीं बस ये ऐसे ही होगा जैसे हम करते थे. So do you think that they are still the traditional partners are are resistant to change to this social media or rather digital?
No, frankly saying, the way technology is disrupting the entire business model, obviously people who embrace this change fast will always have a first mover success. Frankly saying, the way sir said, people say 360-degree karte hain, people said, but having an expertise on an individual service or an ask will always have an impact. So, but the point what arises is that because these technology changes are happening so much in the entire world, obviously people who adapt these technology changes first will always have a better success rate. So this is for entire brands or individual. Everybody needs to adapt these changes fast so that they have a better success rate.
Yeah, but it sometimes becomes very difficult for, I'm sure that you must be meeting a lot of clients of yours. समझाना बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता होगा.
Frankly saying, sir, technology ने एक और challenge problem statement है that it has increased the competition so much. अब just give you an example, during around 2008 or 2012 time, we used to have a booklet of newspaper which used to come, और वो around 20-30 real estate ads carry करता था, right? So the competition was with 30-40 brands in that newspaper, right? But this technology, what problem this technology arises is that now you have a competition with hundreds or thousands of brands. I have seen one research that one individual, he sees around 4,000 to 10,000 brands in a day on internet. So that's where the challenge is. Now you have to be advanced in your strategy to ensure that you are visible. You are not lost. So obviously this technology this competition thing has gone very up. I mean, all the brands have to ensure that they are visible, they are competing fast. But yes, I mean, that's the another side of the technology, which is everyone is aware of. But yes, we need to be, very active, very straight in your strategy so that you overcome from this challenge.
We can talk length on this, but at the end, एक ही question आता है, CPL और CSVL क्या है? So we talk about cost per lead क्या है, cost per site visit क्या है, मतलब अभी तो निकल गया.
No, I think that's the question that we should not ask. I think that's where the difference lies. What is going to deliver value for you over a longer period of time? Because it is no longer the pipeline where you continuously push, leads. I think the entire marketing today is like a flywheel. it spins on, data, delight, and experience. And, the entire disruption happens when probably a brand is probably looking at, looks at probably the customer lifetime value rather than the conversion rate. I think that's where the beauty, or the success of a brand is going to determine whether you are actually looking at creating a value, a lifetime value for yourself, or you're just looking the conversion rate. So I think the eye need to be on the bigger platform so that it delivers value for a longer period.
Thank you. I want to say something.
Another thing, I think, or a misconception, what most of the companies have, they feel that, okay, I'll keep on increasing my budget, uska lead aate hi jayega, and they ignore the organic part of it, the organic marketing part of it. I think that is also something which most of the organizations, they don't want to, because wo thoda late hota hai, it takes time, it will not happen overnight. You have to give 3-4 months time to get the result. And people are so impatient, companies are so impatient, abhi chahiye. So, nahi ho paega. That will not, but ultimately, if somebody is very strong with organic marketing, I think then they will have a much higher age. That's what I feel.
Absolutely correct. So my next question would go to Abhishek. We are talking about SEO, we are talking about AdWords, we are talking about Meta. What do you think the future of digital in next 5 to 10 years for sales and marketing?
Well, I think it will start from two very important cohorts. First is rightly said by Shubhro also, hyper-personalization. And the second will be the operational efficiency. Probably on the hyper-personalization, the real estate industry has seen initial strides with the likes of geo-targeting and few of the custom-based communication, I would say. But the real foundation is the marketing cloud as well as the CDP. Until unless we have these two implementations at, or rather larger penetration across the industry, we won't come to a stage where we are doing the personal, custom-based messaging, communication, content, and all those stuff. Everything of hyper-personalization on these platforms of CDP will be driven by AI, so it will be smarter. The industry will see a larger shift from mass campaigns to this, precision-led campaigns. The second part of, disruption would be the sales and, operational efficiencies. Currently, if you'll see, all AI interventions it ends once the customer comes at the site visit, stage. So, पूरी customer journey में probably lead generation से पहले and till the time of site visit, there are many technologies which has come, it is in bits and pieces, but multiple developers have deployed and tested those tools and AI tools as well as some certain platforms. But future would be wherein there is a single platform which is kind of integrating each of these different tools, different technology, and giving the entire portfolio, entire customer journey of a particular lead, which will help marketers and brand owners to take informed decision, have custom-based communication, basis the intent of the lead, and then drive their marketing efficiencies. So these tools will start at pre-sales level, wherein the future is not far, wherein we can see the human intervention is going to be impacted. We as an agency also have built a product which is especially on the conversational AI, wherein on your probably cold database, instead of pre-sellers doing conversation, it is the AI which is doing the conversation. And फिर वो leads जो है वो screen करके it is giving the qualified leads, intent based leads to the larger pre-sellers team who is taking the journey and the lead nurturing stages forward. The second part obviously would be a lot of customer profiling interventions when the customer is coming on the non-digital platforms, essentially at site or events and everything. And all digital and non-digital footprint is getting mapped in a single console, on a single platform, which is helping the brand and the marketing team to take, right decisions. So yeah, in a nutshell, these two important cohorts will lead to, is definitely seeing the future for next probably 3 to 7 odd years of window.
Thank you.
On a lighter note, I like to add, I see I wonder, I hope it does not happen. And the Amazon and Google start selling houses.
So we have run awareness campaign for a couple of clients on Amazon.
Because Amazon already started selling prefabricated homes, and I hope they don't get into.
So, Anup ji, if we talk about that, the AI is the next future. So, do you think that the traditional channel partners will become obsolete?
No, never. Traditional channel partners, what we will say, हम लोग जो lead generate करते थे from the starting, we had made a family. I have got people from 2 generations, 3 generations, they are contacting me. Even मेरे कितने numbers हैं, they have missed out. ऊपर चले गए हैं या जो भी हैं. But ये जो आप AI से lead मिल रहा है आपको, you are only going for one chance. But we have created history. We have made our leads, उनके promotions, उनको flat दिलाना, उनको office दिलाना. We become a family members. But when this new generation people are there, they never make this type of thing. आप लोग जो सोच रहे खाली customer आया, इसको काम कराना. You are just thinking about the lead. हम लोग lead नहीं समझते. हम लोग का जो traditional brokers है, we always think it's like a family. एक आदमी अपना flat खरीद रहा है. And now the young people who are buying it, mainly buyers are from the age of 30 to 40. अब maximum flats देखेंगे, the buyers are from 30 to 40. और वो लोग जो फ्लैट खरीद रहे हैं उनके स्टार्टिंग में हम लोग को गाइड करना चाहिए विच इज़ द राइट प्रोडक्ट. और जब तक आप फील नहीं करेंगे प्रॉपर्टी के बारे में, अंटिल यू सी द लोकेशन, खाली आप एआई के ऊपर और उसके ऊपर अगर फ्लैट ले लिए तो आपको बाद में कभी ना कभी रोना पड़ेगा. तो यू शुड कम टू द ट्रेडिशनल ब्रोकर्स ओनली.
So इसका मतलब घूम फिर के यूनिवर्स एक ही है, घूम फिर के यही आ गया कि ह्यूमन टच इज इम्पोर्टेंट.
No, sir, I have read a saying in real estate that real estate sales starts, in real estate there is a relationship, there is a trust, and there is a location, right? Real estate sells on these 3 terms.
Location.
That's also, the way you said, no, you have built relationship with your...
Yeah, relations is more important.
More important. So, yeah.
Even in builders also whom we have worked, अभी उनके सब बेटे लोग के साथ काम करना पड़ रहा है.
Correct.
This is all going on.
Yeah.
And new generations are doing fantastic jobs.
Correct.
Calcutta में जो भी नया generation आया है, you will see they are doing very good.
Yes.
So I don't...
one more point just to add on what Anup ji said. तो आपने बहुत एक अच्छी जो है बात बोली सर. In my initial early days of real estate journey, I came across an industry veteran, and उन्होंने बहुत सीधे शब्दों में एक चीज़ बताई कि अभिषेक, in your sales journey you will see only 2 set of customers. पहला वो who is going to give you what he is going to earn in the rest of his life. And the second set of customer is someone who has earned in his life is going and coming and is giving it to you. So for me, it is very important that all digital disruptions, the paramount thing is to give a better customer experience, because all home seekers who is coming with this notion, we have to be very sensitive towards them, and also they come up with a lot of emotional weight. So entire home journey, buying experience, all digital, intervention should take care of this important aspect.
Sir, सबसे important है आपके ऊपर, he has got a faith. The main thing he has given a faith. अपना पूरा earning वगैरह सब कुछ हमारे ऊपर लगा रहा है. समझ लीजिए म्यूचुअल फंड हो, शेयर हो, सब कुछ का सेविंग हमारे ऊपर लगा रहा है. तो we should be very ethically उसके साथ काम करें, उसका जो भी काम करे उसके साथ प्रैक्टिकल रहे, उसको फॉल्स सेलिंग नहीं करे कि या ये बनने वाला है, ये रेट डबल हो जाएगा, ये हो जाएगा. तो we should be very fair with him.
So इसका मतलब we don't see my last question was there is a risk of losing the human touch while going ahead in digital sales. So I think this answers it. When we are discussing that we are into relationship building industry. We are into definitely that human touch is important, and definitely we have to go with the trend which is going on. And yes, there is no doubt with the stalwarts of digital marketing is sitting here. There is no doubt that AI is something which is very, very important in the near future. So, any closing notes from any one of you? It would be great if you can just, sum up.
Yeah. So my submission is yes, we have to embrace this technology change fast to have a better success rate. All the basics are there. I mean, obviously, location, relationship. Yeah, all this plays very important role. But to have a better success rate, we need to adapt these technology changes. So that's what my submission is.
I think while we are doing all those things, I think one thing we should keep in mind that there has been a silent switch of power that has also taken place. Today, the consumer is more knowledgeable, more informed, and I think is more, I would say, has more access to information than even sometimes compared to the seller. I think that is something which we need to be really concerned. I mean, really, I think we should consider that. And whatever we do, we should also keep in mind that today consumer is a lot more informed than, and the first handshake, even though it's happening on your screen, but as said, there is no second solution to empathy, because data will tell you, what your consumer is doing. But why they are doing something is only going to come from the empathy and that human touch. So while we do all those things, I think that's the one important factor that we should keep in mind.
Yes, very nice.
In Calcutta, what happened when you go and meet a customer, there are a lot of things which we have to know from him. One major aspect in Calcutta is Vastu. I think you all people must know that it's only city where itna jada Vastu dekha jata hai. North ka entry, ye cut, wo cut, wherever you go. If you go to Bombay, Delhi, other places, even in South also, itna Vastu nahi chalta hai. But in Calcutta, once you enter the party or meet a high-end client, whatever, where is the entry? पहले हमको plan भेजो, आगे वो वास्तु देखता है, ये करता है. So our work has increased also in that way. AI can't do that work. That is very difficult. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So I think what we can, to sum it up, there are three things. एक तो हो गया आपका, the AI layer. 3 layers. AI layer. And there's something called the HI layer, which is the human intelligence. And usse upar, COVID has taught us, there's a DI layer, which is the divine intelligence. I think that's what we need to fix upon.
Okay, so I won't take much time, but to summarize, probably it is high time for us, for the entire fraternity, I would say. Probably an e-commerce, platform which is selling a 500 rupees odd product is having a better customer profiling than a real estate, brand which is selling a 30, 40 years consumption product. And we need to up our game and probably have to make larger strides to have a lot of technology penetration to understand our customer better, serve them better, and instead of having a universal mass campaigns, have custom-based campaigns, custom-based communication, addressing their preferences. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I believe that, with this technology, we can reach out to more people. That is more important. We can't be restrictive. This business is very demanding. We have to reach out to people. We have to reach out to the mass, and that's technology can help. So that's the reason tech is very, very important. Digital is very, very important. And with this, I would like to thank you to our panelists for sharing their expertise, and thank you to our audience for keeping a patient hearing for this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you so much for this wonderful, insightful session. Give them a big round of applause, please, everybody. They certainly deserve every bit of it. I request Tripti Keria, publisher and business head of Realty Plus, to please kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to our esteemed guests over here. Ladies and gentlemen, Zor se taali once again for Tripti as well, please. Thank you. That was all about the digital disruption, redefining real estate sales and marketing. And we are loving the music. You can slightly increase the volume as well. I'm sure nobody's going to complain. Once all the token of appreciations are given, we'll be doing a nice group photo with all of you. Can I request all of you to come forward, please, over here? And you want some people at the center? Huh? Fine? Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. Give them a big round of applause once again, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the city of joy, spreading smiles and how. Thank you so much to all our guests over here. Looking forward to seeing you all the next year as well. Thank you. And on that note, we will now be moving on quickly to the next panel discussion. This topic is about smart urbanization, integrating sustainability and growth. I'll quickly repeat the topic for the panel discussion right now. This is going to be about smart urbanization, integrating sustainability and growth. Like always, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be introducing our honorable moderator, and then I'll be introducing our speakers, and then I'll be requesting all of them to please kindly join me on stage together. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this session, we have with us today Shakuntala Ghosh, Principal Architect and Partner, Ghosh, Bose and Associates, and past Chairperson, IGBC, Kolkata Chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Ghosh has been actively involved with the green building movement since its inception. She's a qualified trainer and evaluator for GRIHA, an IGBC accredited professional. She's an empaneled architect with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, BEE, which has initiated the Energy Conservation in Building Code, ECBC, and has been designated as Master Trainer for improving understanding and promotion of ECBC. She's an accredited EIA coordinator for townships under QCI NABIT accreditation scheme. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now be talking about our speakers in alphabetical order, and then I'll be requesting our honorable moderator and speakers to join me on stage together. We have with us today Abhishek Datta, Principal Architect, Archon Design. Abhishek Datta has been innovating and exploring experimental design across spectrum from large schools, bungalows, affordable housing, to data centers, factories, facade design, and sculpture and conceptual art. He's presently serving as the Honorary Secretary, Institute of Indian Interior Designers, Kolkata, and has also been researching and teaching students of architecture in various universities and institutes all over the country. We also have with us today Anjan Mitro, Principal Architect and Urban Designer, The Appropriate Alternative. Anjan Mitro, in the last 3 decades, has explored various fields of design and planning. His search for responsible architecture and urban design in Indian context began through The Appropriate Alternative in 1992 in Kolkata. For him, research and documentation are also key components of a design process and helps to evolve context-sensitive innovation that results in a meaningful placemaking. We also have with us today Arindam Ghosh, Principal Architect, Polaris. Arindam ji has over 23 years versatile experience and is the chief coordinator of all the projects of the firm and has been an integral part of the core design team of Polaris for the competitions like Eco Resort at Bishnupur, Interstate Bus Terminus competition in Indore, and Star Theatre, Asian Cultural Complex competition in Korea. He earlier had worked in Melbourne-based architectural firm O1A Architects on international projects as well. We also have with us today Oyun Shen, Principal Architect, Oyun Shen Architect, Urban Designers and Planners Founder. Oyun Shen orchestrates major projects in Kolkata, Ahmedabad, and New Delhi. His avant-garde design language synthesizes modernized colonial aesthetics with contemporary tropical expressions, accentuating Kolkata's local environment. His scholarly pursuits encompass public-private partnerships and urban challenges as well. We also have with us today Shashank Shahabadi, Principal Architect, East Side Office. Shashankji founded East Side Office, an architecture and interior design firm in the year 2017 that specializes in delivering bungalows, hospitality projects, apartments, villas, and office spaces, of course. Over the years, East Side Office has evolved into a multidisciplinary design firm known for its design solutions across a diverse range of work and restoration and renovation of some noteworthy projects. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is once again set. The panel is over here. Can I request all of you to give a huge round of applause for our panelists as I request them to please kindly join me on stage. Can I have our panelists on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, everybody, City of Joy, make some noise and let's spread the joy. Can I have some more appreciation coming in from everybody? Thoda zor se haath tali, please. That is what we do for our panelists over here. I'm sure they're going to be motivated all the way more with your encouragement. Thank you. All right, ma'am. Over to you now. And can we please update the timer? Thank you.
So good evening, everybody. I must congratulate Realty Plus for holding this very interesting session on smart urbanization, integrating sustainability and infrastructure growth, and for including a whole panel of architects and urban planners in this discussion, because unfortunately, as we have seen, the whole smart urbanization narrative has pretty much sidelined, I think, urban planners, and it's got a more technological focus, which has had mixed results. So I think what the structure we're going to follow is that I will ask the speakers one by one to give their thoughts on the topic, and then we will have a panel discussion, interactive, and then questions, if any, the audience wants to ask. So I'll start with you, Ayan, and tell us your thoughts on this topic.
Thank you. Thank you, Realty Plus, for organizing this panel discussion. The topic is interesting, but I think it's important to understand that need of the topic and the need of this whole subject is beyond the role of just an architect or a developer or a public sector, but it really involves the city and people at large to understand that today at a very macro level, the smartness has to follow in making the city holistically feel at one entity, but also have its sub-districts, sub-neighborhoods feel to make the smartness happen at a macro level also. What I mean is that the large city of Calcutta, for example, has many neighborhoods, many zones, many parts of the city, and each part of the city has a different need and a mechanism to make it smart. And I think one of the aspects of smartness is to enjoy fantastic public infrastructure system, which I think slowly is happening in Calcutta with all the metro lines and several things being made. But I think to take each segment of the city separately, in planning its natural resources, its public mobility system, that macro perspective is of key importance, which means that based on that, public sector needs to participate in tweaking the bylaws. The neighborhood activation needs to happen because there's a sense of place for everything. And at the same time, when you're looking at a real estate project at a very micro level, the design of this project has to be not only smart in terms of checklisting all the green building requirements, but it has to be catering to the sense of place of the city. It should be a project that is made in Calcutta for Calcutta. The spaces should be planned with enough semi-open spaces, which is really the need of a place. Housings can have in large courtyards, and even large apartment projects can be in a courtyard style and have more positive central space and a lot of green and blue, which I think many contemporary real estate projects are taking care of. But I think when you're looking at the very large fabric of the city, the need and the excitement towards conservation, adaptive reuse, the need for making the smaller 4 kata, 5 kata projects also make of semblance will absolutely improve the average quality of built form. and make our products much more marketable in the actual sense of it, not just from a superficial sense of it. And I think all of this put together, then you can plug in your technology and you can do all about services as not to leave that technology aspect behind. But I think it's really the typological understanding and technological understanding that brings the true smartness. And I think for that, I'll probably let the conversation move on.
So I think that you have just brought it in a nutshell, in the sense that a city, the soul of the city, is quite a complex dynamic of many different factors, and one has to address all of those. And once you have done that, then we can bring in the technology. But the technology in itself is not enough at all to ensure the outcomes that we are looking at. So Abhishek, over to you. What are your thoughts on this?
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I believe that smartness has to be defined, because smartness to me can be wearing this comfortable dress. Smartness for Arindamda can be looking really smart by having a suit and boot and everything. So for Anjanda, it is to make his image, the way connect with his thought process. So everybody defines smartness in his own way. When it comes to city, somehow the definition of smartness is being defined by certain agencies who are direct beneficiary of spending in the name of smartness. So, and it is not a wrong thing for anybody to lobby for their own interest, because design in urban design or city planning, these are all basically a multi-player game. And here, good evening, sir. So here, every stakeholder has his own interest in mind. So if you give an architect to design an urban space, he will be trying to optimize it as per the aesthetics and the possibility of future projects. And environmentalists might be looking at a completely different factors. A person who is aged, he would be stressing upon the mobility of it, the smart mobility and ease of communication, security. So different stakeholders of a city takes the smartness, defines the smartness in his own way and tries to optimize it for this. For an administrator of a city, who are basically the decision makers, somebody like Mr. Devashish Sen, who is there, fortunately, for them, administering the city itself is a challenge. So if you ask him to design, although he being a senior member who has kind of taken care of many other aspects of it, but mostly for administrators, they would like to have the city designed in such a way that the administration becomes flawless, it's easy to maintain. So all these aspects, balancing these all aspects are quite difficult. And it's not a very easy task to do for any individual stakeholder it is. What is most needed in defining this thing is the livability of the city dwellers. Because city, at the end of the day, are not merely the infrastructure. City means the people who are dwelling in the city. It is for the people. So what Oyanda was saying about the smart urban landscape, now there are concepts of vertical farming. You are doing a lot of things where you are incorporating green into it, and you are trying to improve the indoor air quality as well as outdoor air quality. So smart transport is a big step which is being taken in most of the developing nations in line with, because see, in the development concept, what is a very disturbing element is we have been blindly copying the development model of West, where this smartness in terms of at least their resource utilization, you cannot call any so-called quote-unquote developed nation smart in their energy usage or resource utilization. They basically waste in our terms. And we, coming from a non-affluent part of the society, in general, all developing nations has been scarcity conscious people. So our smartness is to optimize the use of resources. So those has been the challenges in many development models, which people are experimenting with different type of development models, but the focus of smart city, so-called smart city, has been technology-driven upgradation of city infrastructure without in many cases, not in every cases, but in many cases, the technology, instead of becoming an enabler for the people to have a better quality of life, it has been a kind of government infrastructural expenditure. The focus has been on that. We see putting a lot of CCTV cameras, definitely it gives to the security of the city. But at the same time, if you lock all your urban parks at 8 p.m. for the maintenance of this, for the just to avoid having somebody who is in charge of it, you have a beautiful fountain in many part of the city where a big water body is there, but the parks are closed at 8. And when I go back from my work at 8, I can't walk my dog there, I can't go with my kids there. So what's the point of creating this thing? And it is operational exactly when my office is operational. So we are not thinking of all the stakeholders. My kid doesn't have a place to play safely. So what about those things? And agedly people, they are in the Salt Lake, in our vicinity, it has become a city where most of the people are left, most of the aged people are left there. Their next generation is outside the country. So what about the entertainment and applicability of them? So I think this line of thought of defining smartness in a more generic and more inclusive way, it's what our approach should be.
So that was a very interesting take on that. The soul and the people of the city also have to come first. So you talked about multiple stakeholders, and since Mr. Sen is here, I must say that when we were working on the Green City of Newtown with him, and he was heading the table, and the huge conference room was full of people from every single department. And he made sure it was there, because what you were saying, one hand is doing something, other hand doesn't know.
Optimization is all you have to do, because the traffic guy will be thinking that make all the road straights.
But then he is controlling it. So that in the municipal corporations, they need to bring in that multi-stakeholder dialogue and then take the decision. So now we come to Mr. Anjan Mitro, and I'm really looking forward to his take, because he's going to give us a googly on this topic, and we look forward to that, because that is going to enrich our discussions.
Okay. Actually, the topic, there are so many words that has been put together. Smart is a very misinterpreted, abused kind of a term. Urbanization, even it is far more vague. Urbanization for whom? Urbanization for, as Oyan is making a point of the stakeholders, Abhishek is also making the point of the people at large, of the livability, is a very interesting thing. And when we think of smart cities, is a most exclusive program that is kind of being promoted in the name of smartness. Then it is integrating sustainability and growth. Now, as if sustainability is something that is a product that you can buy. Sustainability in actually, it's an attitude, it's a practice. You have to make things sustainable. Sustainability doesn't lie in the products. It is the way you actually use it to make it sustainable for a larger kind of perspective. And growth is something else. Now, in this kind of a situation, I'll take this take, because we are addressing mostly from the real estate developers, is from an urban design point of view. Finally, we are talking about a space, we are talking about a context which has a cultural context, the ecological context, the environmental context. So whatever we try to put together should actually bring in something for the people or the citizens that lives in with it. Most of our housing requirements doesn't actually percolate beyond the higher middle income group. Most of our investment, most of our patterns are actually gaining towards that, leaving other areas to fend for themselves. In the name of gated communities, the large scale housing development, we are creating a kind of a micro city within the boundaries. So, Owen was telling about the neighborhoods. That neighborhood concept is completely gone. Half the people nowadays, earlier people used to build home knowing that the next generation is going to be there. Today, Salt Lake has become a senior citizen city only. and extremely insecure, because with age, the insecurity permits, and with that, a lot of other illness do persist. But our development plan and other thing is not thinking that Mr. Shen has promoted the senior citizens housing. That is a good concept, but it is for an extremely exclusive kind of group. Other people won't be able to afford that. Now, that is a kind of a situation we are building through design. In every possible design intervention is to increase the consumption. We have thought about the green building concept, everything. It's only because we are conducting this meeting in an area which is fully artificially lit, artificially ventilated, and as well as the whole concept of lifestyle has changed. That is why we are now creating heat islands. Now we don't know exactly how much of the areas to be paved. We are thinking about additional green space to start with. Construction demolition has become a menace. All these things is basically the kind of design. What we are not thinking, that within the development parameters itself there is a kind of approach to address the ecology, to address the nature, to address the local culture which is popular, and then build according to that, which is maintainable. Sustainability lies there. If it is can be maintained, it can be operated, and then not completely dependent on a technology to solve that. What is the kind of light you will be saying? All you need to switch off the light when you get out of the room. It is that amount of common sense. But people don't do that. So we are thinking somebody else will be taking care of all those aspects. Wastage of water, we don't bother. So if we really cut down the wastage and the unnecessary expenditure, probably we can definitely come up with a much more livable, sensible design approach. And that is my take on the major kind of shelter design or habitat design when we are thinking. And always we have to think about the public life in general. That has become very insecure in these days. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjan. That is the main thing that we have to look, I think, for the real estate developers here. It would be quite imperative for you to look outside your boundary wall and see the impact you're having on the larger scale. Even in the road where I live, fantastic luxury developments are coming up on the road, but what is happening is outside the road, the pavements are gone and there's no place to walk. So you're creating little enclaves of exclusivity in a kind of a barren scenario which doesn't have life, the life that is there in, say, European cities, where that public space, this is the most important thing for urbanization. Now I would ask Shashank Shashabdi, please give us your thoughts on the topic.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Yes, firstly, thank you for having me. And please excuse my limitation, my knowledge. It's whatever I'm saying is based on my observation. What I, like you correctly said, we live in our bubble where the real estate development within the society is great, but outside is not really inspiring. Same goes for me when my point from my house to my office is probably two great spaces I really enjoy, but my journey is quite uninspiring. But what I see right now in India's history, we are in the era of fast urbanization. We don't have a choice but to be smart. And in order to be smart, I think digitization and data-driven process is the only way out, where I not really completely relying on technology, which of course we can use it in order to make our systems and designs better. But I think all has to be backed by data. So we can use smart sensors, we can use heat sensors, maybe we can use rain density, or maybe we can use population control analysis, or including maybe air quality control. So this would actually enable us to design a little better coming to the future aspect. On that front, I also think digitization in terms of recording all these things is essential because when you're sitting together, so you have a lot of data to process, and hence AI can come in handy. Where I see like a beautiful job in terms of crowd management we see during the pujas done by the Kolkata police, as well as the recent I had a chance to visit Kumbh. So all that management was only possible because it was a complete data-centric approach. And coming to smart urbanization, I think all of you have already highlighted the sustainable infrastructure model, but we can also think of smart grid as well, where how the energy is coming to our urban centers and how that can be done in a sustainable way. And of course, mobility and transport is one crucial aspect which can probably planned in a sustainable manner can reduce the air quality in our urban centers. Along with that, I think we need to focus on a more circular economy where we can, it's about, maybe we can think of recycling, reusing, and also retrofitting of the old buildings. And maybe we can also look at better waste management. So I think waste to energy conversion is one aspect where we can also look at in terms of smart urbanization and growth. And more than this, I think we as architects and designers, we can probably look at the tourism and the heritage conservation in our city, which is, I think, blessed with great architecture on any corners and streets you go across. Maybe couple of other points when we think of designing better infrastructure is, of course, climate resistant infrastructure, which comes to our mind. I think we have to be equipped with what's going to happen in the future and what we can't foresee. Be it maybe earthquake resistant buildings to constantly changing climate. I think we need to adhere to those points. And like Ayanda highlighted the equality and inclusion as well. Maybe apart from affordable housing, we need to have mixed income housing where like the affordable housing is not far off from our urban center. It has to be cohesive and it has to be together. And Abhishek pointed out about the green spaces and biodiversity. I think in urban scenarios, we are quite driven away from nature. And what is happening in the West is like the city is around the green bodies, the river bodies, the mountains or the beaches. Even though we have a fantastic riverfront, but we don't really have we are not making use of the water. And it's always noted and it's highlighted that people who live amongst nature tend to be happier. So what I see in my last 10 years of living in Calcutta, we are becoming less tolerant. We are seeing a lot of aggression on the streets. People are not able to walk. Of course, the climate plays in a factor, but we are not really helping anyone. We are not designing cities for the handicapped people. We're not making any infrastructure. So thereby, we make handicapped people feel more handicapped by it. We constantly make them more dependent. And what is happening is like we are living in our own bubble, which massive acres of land is converted into really beautiful high rises, and we are all living in that ecosystem where we are getting far detached from the city. And it's again becoming a city of cars rather than city of people. So that's my proper understanding of smart urbanization, I would say.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that's in a nutshell, very well encapsulated. We'll discuss further during the panel discussion. Now I would ask Arundam, please give your...
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for having me. So now the thing is that we are discussing about the smart city. And the point is that whether we are talking about smart city or smart citizens and smart behavioral changes, whatever we need to have, because from Ayon to Abhishek, everybody touched upon the basic things regarding the smart city approach. But I just wanted to know, because when we are studying architecture and built environment and all that, so at that time, that time we were all dumb, so that we are now moving towards smartness? Because the basic education regarding from designing a beautiful building, designing a space, all the fundamental approaches where we got education, those are all, I mean, the basic thing, and those are all, I think, very smart in that approach. So now the thing is that since we are talking about the recent scenario, and 60 to 70% urban population, I mean 60 to 70% of the whole world population are moving towards cities and having their livelihood near the cities. So we have to have a smarter technique, smarter, I mean, recently the development regarding AI and all sorts of things happen. So we have to be we have to choose every technology and make these things happen in a efficient way, because efficiency to use that present whatever facilities, whatever functions we are taking from the modern science development, that has to be top priority. Like AI can predict some whatever the problems we will be facing in future. So that is also be taken care of, because predicting the future danger as well as the betterment, whatever we have to face in coming times, that has to be also taken, because from AI to whatever, I mean, from those technologies and whatever things we are having right now. So for like there are some aspects of smartness regarding the habitable spaces, and like there are some parameters. Like parameters means the living conditions, air quality, and to interior spaces. So those things has to be looked upon.
Thank you, Arindam. Actually, it's very interesting that there have been 5 panelists, and in different ways, we are all trying to go towards the same direction, I think. Even Anjan, even Shashank, you're coming from technological, and Anjan is coming from a different place, but it's like all religions leading to God. I think that we are trying to get to the same place, and that's very important. So my take on this is urbanization. It's like death and taxes. Urbanization is inevitable. I was in Lavasa, which is in the northeast of Mumbai yesterday, and just out of nowhere, these huge apartment complexes are developing, and they're like Great Walls of China. They're so big, these developments. So I don't think that whole space has ever been put on a drawing board, that should those buildings be there, where is the water coming from, where is the waste coming from. So the first thing, the most important thing in the urban aspect, I feel, is the vision thing. That what is the vision of the city? Where is it going? That is the first thing. And in that, the public has to be there, architects have to be there, the municipal heads have to be there, some framework. Now, many people are doing many different things, but it's not tying into a cohesive fabric. There are too many different things coming in, and then AI is coming in. So you talked about AI, but who is in charge of this data finally? Are they private players who are coming in and taking charge of all the networks of the city? AI is important. AI can help you with the traffic management. It can tell you, I think in Newtown already it's been done, when the waste bin is full, it will give a sensor. And so it can streamline, but it cannot undo all the wrong which has been done previously due to bad planning. So we have found all the faults in the system. So as architects and planners, what are we going to suggest to make the situation better? Like if you're talking about Calcutta. So let's talk about that.
So as I mentioned earlier, I think it's very important to understand this. One size fits all is not the solution. You have to realize that today what was possible in Newtown, what is being done in Newtown is because it was a new town with a reasonably strong authority putting all the thoughts together, whether it's at a micro level of a building or it's a macro level of a precinct. But to realize there are similar precincts with some advantages in various parts of our city. If you see the area between Southern Avenue and Rajbihari Avenue, there is a set of roads, it's called the Hindustan Park and, Lake Road, etc. It's a fantastic precinct. You have a lot of small real estate projects happening there. It's organically developed into a fantastic mixed-use facility with moderately decent sidewalks, not the best in Calcutta, but relatively better. You have a park, you have a lake, you have a plethora of cafes, and you have a very vibrant facility. It was a planning done by Kolkata Imperial Trust years before I was born. So essentially, it's not some rocket science that somebody did. They had decent size of plots and some streets. They also have, by the way, some small slums-like development, which was apparently east. During the Bangladesh immigration, some settlement happened. But what I'm trying to say is that one has to identify precincts such as this, where a lot of developers are doing these G+4 facilities, and that is a neighborhood. In its unique strength, it has some challenges, it has some opportunities, and essentially that becomes then a precinct to deal with. Similarly, if you look at the peri-urban parts of the city where the planning districts are weak, I'm looking at, let's say, for example, an interesting real estate opportunity in South Metropolitan Bypass, a place called Kamal Ghazi, where there is a canal and 2 roads on site. There will be a unique separate challenges. I think once you create these as sub-planning areas and use some of the experiences from Newtown, and of course, I'm not saying copy-paste, but use those experiences and create sub-planning districts that will be beneficial for the real estate developer in terms of creating new credible destinations. But the idea, as you know, real estate is all about value and location. As a location from where? Location, if you always calculate from CBD, then you'll be basically traveling. So it's not. The city has a multimodal approach. All of us in Salt Lake, my small studio is located in Salt Lake. That's yet another world of its own, which has got a notional center, I guess today in city center, just because of its fantastic mixed-use character. And you'll have the swimming pool, and you have various other sub-nodes. So, and that has been planned. I mean, of course, it has changed over time because of its organic mixed-use character. Of course, I think the Central Park is a bit of a missed opportunity with a lot of areas taken over. But then it's got bounded by canals. So I think every neighborhood has its own method of creating value, creating micro-smartness, and certain typological tweaks that might be able to benefit both the private player, but but you wish to make a better Calcutta in Calcutta. I think that era is gone where Bombay wants to be Dubai. Bombay now wants to be a new Mumbai in a unique way. And I think with a larger nationalistic fervor in the country, and even entrepreneurs talking about, let's make India great again. I think we were always very great, but that's besides the point. I think it's very important to go back and re-look at your own typology of courtyards. And of course, the best part of the city is North Calcutta, which most people don't understand, because obviously it's very messy and it's dirty and it's got a lot of traffic and congestion. But I think the typological resource that is in the northern part of the city is where we start actually learning from where a colonial typology fuses with the Indian typology. There's a fantastic waterfront right from of course, you have to see it at night, because otherwise you'll end up seeing the garbage more than the beauty.
I think the blinking screen is telling us that our times are long up. So, although we thought that we are just starting the discussion,
No, but we can go on for...
this is what happens when you hand over the mics to architects. We all are so talkative.
Yeah,
but anyway,
we could go on for hours.
It means that we
Anyway.
have to wrap up with 30 seconds
wrap
or...
up. Okay, thank you for pointing it out. So I think
Did I
that
just
we will...
add what on
Yeah,
the saying? I'll make it very quick. What I feel that it's very easy for us to sit in an air-conditioned space like that, which with an audience which barely represent the people of the city, and whatever may we tell here, it's not going to create an impact unless and until it is the public is integrated with this kind of forums. So what solution can be done is there are public forums. So public awareness campaigns has to be there, and the public has to participate in this thing. There are citizen charters in every city. There was a fantastic example in where in Delhi they had converted a dump yard into a fantastic garden, and the entire city environment and the pollution index all came in a very fantastically positive way. So we have to activate all our citizens charter by participation from all the stakeholders of a city development, and us architects forum and maybe the urban designers and interior designers, along with the most importantly the city administrator. They have to frequently call for similar kind of forums and meetings where you take opinion from the public, so that the representation of those kind of forums can actually represent the entire, the index of the people. And whatever we kind of suggest, it will never happen until and unless there is an economic benefit for any sort of development suggestion. Therefore, all these benefits, which are actually an externalities, where you are developing your boundary wall, the benefit is not, if you are painting your rooms, painting your house, the benefit is more to your neighbors. So you have to think of how to incorporate those internal externalities and incorporate them into internal price, because any sustainable development, until it reflects on the balance sheet of the developer in some positive way, it will be an expense. We have to make that expense into an investment where they get some sort of incentive, which all the carbon credit system and everything is there. But I think I'm making it longer, so I'll cut it short and hand over the same thing in the similar. I'm sure Anyanda will have a similar kind of thought on the how to make a positive impact in this kind of.
I think we will have to end here, huh? So make it 30 seconds, yes.
Okay, I want to just, what Abhishek was trying. First, in the real estate, we must break the boundaries. That is number one. 60% of Calcutta's economy belongs to the informal sector and the non-formal organizations. So we have to have that respect and responsibility while we are building something exclusively for someone, also has a share or stake as what we give back to the city. I think that should be the design agenda.
Very well said.
Taking cues of from what you said, I think smart urbanization can give birth to smart entrepreneurship maybe. We can look at green economy, we can look at innovative hubs. What we can look at as a waste management in terms of, like an entrepreneur can probably do waste management. Not necessarily the burden has to go to the real estate giants, but yeah. So why not maybe the maximum waste producers in terms of food producers are generated by hotels. What if somebody collects all the waste from the hotels and probably manages it? So there are several, I think, new economic corridors can open up just by urbanization. And I think not necessarily the burden has to be on the governing body or the people in the real estate, but it can be also on us. Probably if I have to change my profession and I know what I have to do later, so I can figure that bit out.
Parallelly, government policies and bylaws has to support the whole approach. That is foremost thing as well, because that has to be there, because whatever we are talking about, whatever we are thinking, that might not come into realization if that support is not there.
So I think let's take away from this discussion that at least all of us here will lay the seed for this to happen, that we approach the authorities and whoever to make it happen. And I think as far as the balance sheet you are telling about, that the developers have to look at maybe the balance sheet, the health of the grandchild may not show up on the balance sheet right now, but it will show up on the balance sheet sooner or later. So factor it in the next time you're trying to reduce the percentage of the tree area on your project. Okay, so with that, thanks very much everyone, and it was a pleasure.
Annie Jain, Director, Design Circle, to please kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. Can I have a huge round of applause for our speakers and Annie Jain as well, please? Can I have everybody clapping? People over there at the back, can I request you to please clap and appreciate? Thank you. Let the token of appreciations be given uske baad. আমরা সবকটা টোকেন অফ অ্যাপ্রিসিয়েশন আগে দিই, তারপরে আমরা একসাথে গ্রুপ ফটো করব। Thank you so much. We'll now do a nice group photo with all of you together. Please, if I can request all of you to please come forward over here. Ladies and gentlemen, that was about the fifth panel for the day, Smart Urbanization, Integrating Sustainability and Infrastructure Growth. Sustainability is truly the need of the hour. We need to think about the environment, and certainly this is a very critical point that needs to be noted. So thank you so much to all our speakers for shedding light on the topic. Thank you so much. Give them a big round of applause once again, please, if I may request. Thank you so much, and we look forward to hearing from you all once again the next year. Thank you. I'll quickly request the staff to please kindly clear the chairs. We just need 2 chairs on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be moving to the final session of the conclave. This is going to be a real talk session. This is going to be an interesting chat with somebody truly inspiring and motivating. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be introducing our guest first, and then I'll be requesting both of them to join me on stage. And in the meantime, the chairs will be sorted on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the guest we have right now for the Real Talk session is actually someone who doesn't need an introduction. He has held senior administrative posts ranging from Managing Director, West Bengal Housing Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited, and Chairman of Newtown DA, Additional Chief Secretary, IT and Electronics Department, Government of West Bengal, to Chief Electoral Officer, among others, and has been the driving force behind some landmark initiatives of the Government of West Bengal in the urban development and information technology sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, no brownie points for guessing. I'm talking about the one and only Debashish Sen, sir. Debashish Sen, IAS retired, founder and director, NBC Limited, and past CMD Hitco. Can I have Debashish sir on stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, as he makes his way to the stage, I want everybody over here to clap and appreciate for this stalwart for taking out time from his schedule and being with us over here today. Thank you so much, sir. Honor and privilege to have you. And to be in a special conversation with her, we have somebody truly special. Everybody knows her. Again, no introduction needed. An architect by qualification. After an active architectural practice of more than a decade, she has actually forayed in the field of journalism in the year 2006. Her work has been published in some of the major national newspapers and has been a regular guest expert for real estate shows. And like always, she did not let me finish my introduction before she came up on stage. The one and only, ladies and gentlemen, Sapna Srivastav, editor, Realty Plus. Onar jonno please apnara jode bajan hattali. Thank you so much. Sapna, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubhajit, for the introductions and for the introduction of our eminent guest here today. Illustrious journey, professional journey, very diverse roles that you have played over the years. Let me start with your stint as a infrastructure and housing development with the new Kolkata development, and taking off from what our last panel had discussed. What do you have to say? You know, urbanization is a truth. All cities are getting urbanized at a rapid rate. That's the need of the hour. Do you think we need to create more cities to take off burden from our metro cities? Across India, what should be the way forward? Especially for West Bengal, what do you think should we be doing?
Absolutely. In fact,
almost everyone in the last panel is known to me, and we have worked together in making Newtown, and I take pride that I had the support of the town planning and architectural community as a whole, and I have never, ever shied away from taking professional advice. Now, to answer a question, in fact, a lot of panel discussion, I was prompted to raise a few things, but that was out of syllabus, that would be, so I couldn't do that. But to answer your question, indeed, urbanization is 31% in India and in Bengal. World over, it is 50%. So people are going to come to the cities. And the overcrowded cities of Nagpur, Kanpur, Siliguri, Bardhaman, and proper Calcutta, they just can't hold more people. We're talking about greenness, we're talking about openness, while our city per capita, per square kilometer, it is millions of people. So we do need new cities. But I have a point that from my experience in Newtown, cities, if it is too far away from the mother city, I think of Kolani and Salt Lake. Bidhan Rai, the illustrious chief minister, did both Kolani and Salt Lake. Salt Lake, by any standard, is a success, a huge success. Kolani, is it really a success? That is because it was detached from the mother Kolkata. So anywhere, Navi Mumbai is a success because it's close to Mumbai. Naya Raipur is a success, but it's close to thing. But Amravati is very much far away from Hyderabad. Chandrababu Naidu, which is might, is now trying to shift people away, but even IAS officers are not willing to go. So my point is, we need new cities. Old cities cannot hold. Just as New Delhi was made after independence, we need new cities for Kolkata, for Bengal, for India. But this should be placed close, and all modern concepts of inclusiveness, sustainability should be built into that.
Okay, so the connectivity is the major. If we develop our infrastructure connectivity, I think...
No, you don't understand cities in that case. Connectivity is important, since I mentioned Kolani. But you know, there is a growth of a child. The city is growing. So when somebody is coming, where will the children go to school, and who will set up the schools if there are no students? Where will you go to shop for groceries and no grocery shop will open up? So the point is, initially you have to depend like a child depends on the mother city. It cannot happen otherwise. People are wrong. Just because land is there, you build a city, it will never be a success. I talk of example of China. There are scores of what they call, quote unquote, vacant cities. Cities which have been built by the might of the government, but nobody is staying there.
Ghost towns, yeah.
Ghost
cities,
towns,
yeah,
yes,
yeah,
exactly.
They call it, right. Let me move on to the other role that you have played in your professional journey with IT and electronics department. You know, like you gave example of Navi Mumbai and other cities which are doing well in terms of, because they are well connected, they have been connected to the mother cities, and that's why they have grown. In terms of startups, Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore again are the leading cities of India. As your, you know, your role at or your previous professional experience at IT and electronics, how do you see the potential of West Bengal? Is it going to be the next hub of startups for India?
Yes, I very strongly believe in that. You have to observe that, of course, you know, the one practical difficulty was that we did not allow in the late 90s to enter computer and technology into Bengal politically. That was a mistake, we all understand now. But with the emerging technologies, which are absolutely new on the shelf, I'm not only talking of the large language models, AI, ML, blockchain and other things, but with data science and everything, I can say that people from Bengal are manning most of these startups, many of these startups. You go to Bangalore, which is the startup capital of India, and you will find lots of people from Bengal over there. You go to animation and design, huge success by people from Bengal, from people from Shantiniketan and other places. My point is, people over here are very talented. And very happy to say, now that I am in a consulting zone, I am associated with a lot of startups now. I mentor at least 21 startups at the last count. And what I'm seeing a lot of formations trying to come up. I think of BNI, I think of BEE, I think of BBC, I think of BizTech. I mean, there are n number of people, startup groups who are coming together, trying to hold each other's hand, trying to build an ecosystem almost by themselves. And it's a huge thing happening. You won't see it in the surface. It's under the sea. So I would say when this thing bursts above the water surface, when all these formations who are trying their enormously innovative projects, not only in IT. So I was looking at I was hearing a story of a little boy, 18-year-old, if you can call it a little boy. He is doing protein supplement for gym. You know, everybody wants to look good, so they go to gym, but you need to get your muscles right, so you need supplement. And he is doing that, and within 2 years, his turnover is more than 15 lakhs of rupees. 18-year-old boy in Kolkata doing fantastic work. Bengalis love fish. Every portion of the fish business, so many startups are now looking at fish feed and diseases, medicine, and so on. So to answer your question in brief, a huge movement which you cannot see, which media cannot see as yet, because funding is a problem. When venture capitalists come, they say, oh, Kolkata. Okay. So I have put one suggestion to this startup committee, one of the startup communities. I say, Durga Puja, you can't beat Bengal in Durga Puja. In Durga Puja, you make a startup exhibition and a startup whatever you're doing. Showcase to the world, because the world comes to Kolkata during Durga Puja. At least one good puja pandal in South Calcutta have accepted and they have promised me that they will do startup exhibition during Durga Puja. All I'm saying is, just wait a few years, you will see the monster rising from the sea.
Fantastic. I think that does deserve a big round of applause. Lot of potential, as Mr. Sen says, that West Bengal holds. And in fact, that's true. We have some of the best institutes here in Bengal, whether it is a management or whether it is XLRI, whether it is technology. We have IIT, Kolkata. So great, fantastic. In fact, I'm asking, my next question will be about your next role as a Chief Electoral Officer, because that will lead to my difficult question for you. But so before I ask the difficult question, let me ask about your next role, earlier role, which was as Chief Electoral Officer, and you started one very unique initiative, Ananda Babu. Tell us about that, because I wouldn't know. I was probably not there. What was that about? How it created a difference? And do you think we need something like that for elections now? Given the entire.
I'm extremely happy that you brought this out. Those were the days. 2006-07 elections were happening. New things were continuously happening, and this kind of technology was not available during those days. And we were having these voter cards, EPIC as they call it, electoral photo identity card. The present controversy, that is political controversy that is happening, why the same number has been repeated in two voters in two different states. It happened during those times. During those times, such kind of computerization was not there. So we used to be given in the district 1 to 10,000 number to one constituency, 10,000 1 to 20,000 serial number to other. And there must have been a mix-up, and therefore there was some repeated bit, because it was all done manually. And the photo identity cards and the photo electoral rolls were coming into being. So imagine, everybody who was eligible to vote had to be brought to a booth, and he had to be photographed. And his name and other things had to be correlated. You understand why the jail authorities put a slate in front of the portrait. Because the face is okay. There was no question of face recognition software at those times. So face is there, but naam kiska hai? So often this would be kind of mixed up, because it's all done manually. Somebody is writing photograph number 3 is for such and such person. But when so many things come in, it's got mixed up. To cut a long story short, there were a large number of problems that the voters faced. When they got their photo identity card, they found either the spelling is wrong, address is wrong, photo is wrong, male, female is wrong, age is wrong. So many things can go wrong in a simple thing. So there were people used to come to the offices, to the district election offices, and everybody trying to rectify kya karna hai, kiske paas jana hai. And then we thought of opening up a helpline. Those days, such call centers and 24/7 helplines were not there. So we thought of making an icon that is made out of puppet. In election, you can't use any actor because the actor may be supporter of X party or Y party. So it was a puppet. It was a friendly dada. It had acted, quote unquote, in a puppet film called Bhot Kahare Koi, means how to do the procedure of voting. We had used Rupkala Kendra to make that film, and from that character, Ananda Babu was there. So he immediately became an icon. It is somewhat akin to, if you remember far back, Bula Di of the AIDS campaign. If you had an aid, and those days it was very, very, people didn't want to talk about it, so they would dial a number and talk to Bula Di, a friendly Didi. So my point was, people need a face to answer, and this clarified a lot of things, and I'm happy to say that I think the success of the photo electoral college in those days using those technologies was made simpler to the citizens with a familiar helping face for this. Years later, decades later, in Newtown 2, I made a 24/7 helpline. It's very necessary in the civic thing. And I put in the dress of Ananda Babu in the name of the helpline, saying that there is a Dada. I did not use the name. So if your street light is not working, please dial this number 24/7 and somebody will look at it.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. Do you think we need something like this now? Today, a lot of questions are being asked on EVMs and things like that. Do we need some, kind of a initiative where we bring together the public also?
I am a very strong supporter of AI and AI bots. I think those things are becoming archaic. Now what you need is a smart AI bot which can talk to the present generation in their own language. And they will say, with a proper kind of monitoring and sandboxing, they will answer in whatever language, in whatever form, all the queries that are rising. The question of EVM, whoever loses, say, I've lost because of EVM, I cannot lose. So what is the truth? When leaders say something, people get confused. So we need a dispassionate, proper, extremely well-advanced form of some kind of a chat GPT or Gemini or Copilot or Manush in China. The latest AI is called MANUS, Manush. Yeah. I don't know whether it's pronounced that way. So let's have a Manush in the form of a bot to take care of people's queries. That's my take.
Yeah, of course, of course. AI is, becoming part of our lives now. We are using Chat GPT and DeepSeek and all those. Very soon, I'm sure, in the electoral process, we might start seeing that intervention also. Now, my whole idea of going through your professional journey and various roles was because I wanted to ask you, what was your favorite role? Was it IT? Was it housing? Was it as an election officer and various others? You have had so many roles you have played.
Yeah. That's a long story.
That's a long story.
So I won't bore everybody. But definitely three of my assignments stand out. What you have already referred to as the Chief Electoral Officer. It was a huge experience, talking to the Maois, going to Sandakphu, going to Sundarbans, and organizing the whole of Bengal to come to vote with all the rules and regulations of the Election Commission. It was a wonderful opportunity of knowing the people of this country. I am very grateful for that exposure that I had. Second, as you again mentioned, IT and E, it gave me a very great exposure to the ecosystem that makes the IT. I can't write a line of code. Of course, now nobody needs to write a code because, for example, NVIDIA CEO has said that the AI will write the code for you. You don't need to write, etc. Leaving that aside, but this world, I actually went to Indian Statistical Institute and sat on a bench as the principal secretary and learned what this blockchain meant. Those were the days of cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, blockchain, everybody's talking about it. Lekin, even today, people don't understand properly what blockchain is. So I actually attended in a student's class, I paid the fees, and I sat through the sessions and tried to educate myself what these are all about. And now it is the AI. This is also a very, very important thing to me. I am making effort to do it. And as some say, this is the third stage, so now I can do whatever I like. And now I could never draw, and I am drawing by using AI. My AI art on canvas. I'm very passionate about it. And I have already done exhibitions in ITC, Shonar and other places. Lots of architects here doing a bit of market selling also. So in your next project, you can think of AI art. Oyon is agreeing at least. And so at least one supporter to mil gaya. So, I'm saying that these things are coming into being. So I got exposed to this world of technology and what they think and what they do, and the startup generation in the IT. But of course, it goes without saying, the huge satisfaction that you see that when it was a marshy land in Newtown, I walked over there, nothing was there. Trucks and trucks of dusty 16-wheeler would come and bring in earth and dump it, and we would build it. You couldn't walk beyond a few paces. And that is now bubbling with activity. When I see people, actually community growth in those areas, I am very, very happy to see people giving simple adda on the raised traffic islands in Newtown. If you enter Newtown from Salt Lake, on any evening, even in peak summer, you will find that those traffic islands, grassy islands, which we deliberately made slightly higher so that you could sit, it's almost a seating place. And you will find couples and friends coming and taking fuchka and enjoying their life. It really gives me a huge amount of satisfaction when I sit back and see that actually people have come where not a blade of grass used to grow.
Fantastic. I think we need to give another round of applause. Seeing a city coming up in front of your eyes, now becoming a place of people can enjoy, people can live, people can raise their children, I think nothing can satisfy anyone better than that.
And I used to call it the Singapore of Kolkata. And I am also thinking of writing a book of the journey to the Singapore of Kolkata.
Wow, fantastic. Now let me come to your present role. As a founder and CEO of the company, you are bringing together sustainability, your passion of city development, your love for AI art together. So how are you doing it? If you can tell us, what is it all about?
You see, again, as I said, we are now free to do what I like. So all through my life with Madam Ghosh is also there, who helped me get in Newtown the Platinum Prize, Green Prize, which is still valid today, in helping in a lot of tips and solutions, and we used each or one of them. We listened to her very intently. So I do think that sustainability matters. And therefore, and I am a strong believer in AI, and everybody should get to know about it. So therefore, I am seeing how AI can help in sustainable development. I'll give one or two examples. For example, in some places, water leakage is a huge problem. In Newtown itself, we did a study, 34%, even in the new town, water is wasted. But there are AI solutions that has a ball in the pipe, and it hears the acoustic environment. You know, when you prick a balloon with a pin, it makes a hissing sound, hiss. So when there is a leakage in the pipe, there is a change in the acoustic environment. And this ball detects that small change and transmits, and so engineers can rush where the water is leaking. A splendid way of using AI in stopping water leakage. In so many other cases, we are talking of carbon sequestration. What will we do? You can plant n number of trees, no problem. We planted 10,000 trees every year in Newtown. We had a tall tree nursery so that you could get proper seedlings to plant in your courtyard. But actually, if you look at the calculation, the amount of fossil fuel that we generate cannot be done even if you cover whole of Bengal with trees. So what is the solution? One of the solutions AI is doing is new material science using chemical engineering. They are saying organic metal synthetics, new material is being created. It was never in nature through AI, and that is absorbing a lot of carbon dioxide. We had a seminar where AI is talking about recycling lithium battery. You talk of EVs and all those things, but what is the lithium battery going to do for the environment in 3 years' time? So you have to recycle. It's very difficult to recycle lithium. So AI is studying how the molecular level you can do. So I am now trying to impress upon people, policymakers in government, in private sector, in corporate sector, to the architects as well, that how you can integrate AI-induced solutions for a sustainable development. This is my main thrust.
I think that is the need of the hour also. We cannot be working in silos. We cannot be thinking of sustainability in silos. It has to combine with technology. It has to combine with design. It has to combine with development. And it has to bring together all the stakeholders, whether it is policymakers, whether it is developers, whether it is architects, technology consultants. Everyone will have to come together. That brings me to my next segment, where I would like to do some rapid fire questions with you. Some one sentence or one word would also be good because it's rapid fire. What is your unique approach to challenges and opportunities? If in one sentence you have to say.
For whom?
For you, what is your unique approach to challenges, business challenges and opportunities, both?
I think it's important to listen to people, especially young people. And the challenges is how to adopt age-old practices in the way the world is turning.
Okay, great, great. So listen to the young generation, and the challenge is adopting our traditional methods and our age-old wisdom with our modern thinking.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. What is the achievement that you are really proud of? You told about Newtown, but other than that, what is one achievement that you are really proud of?
I take a leaf from what the architects planning panel was discussing about. I take great pride in bringing Sonachuri Heart in Newtown. Newtown people always talk about sparkling high-rises, broad streets and everything. But under the flyover, if you go under the flyover near the clock tower or the access station, which is beautifully made up and decorated with yellow paint, every weekend, weavers, handicrafters from Shantiniketan and other districts of Bengal come there and sell their wares. And in the happy street nearby, where it doesn't close at 8 p.m. as Abhishek was saying, it closes at not before 12 midnight. I made making evenings vibrant was one of my target areas in those places. So even at midnight, you could go there, walk on the footpath with your family, and you could go to the Sonachuri Heart, buy 10 rupee, 15 rupee papered flowers, make the artisans happy, make yourself happy, enjoy the evening, have great food, and we made no entry. It was a vehicular street. It was a pedestrian street only. So the footpath, we put playthings, swings and other things for the children, and the main path people used to walk. I'm very proud of the happy, vibrant city under the flyover with Shona Juri Hut.
I think we need these kind of initiatives where we are using the urban spaces. Everyone agrees to that. We are using the urban spaces very wisely. And as you said, we are helping our craftsmen. We are connecting them with the modern, the new generation. And what you spoke about, the challenge of bringing the old and the new together, I think we are doing it very wisely in such kind of initiatives. So we need that kind of initiatives more. That brings to me the next question. You are very bullish about West Bengal, you know, in terms of whether it is technology, whether it is the development. What excites you about its future?
As I said, West Bengal is full of talent. We are we never cease of boasting about the 6 Nobel laureates or 7 at the last count and things like that. We are intelligent, but we don't have money. This is our problem. So I think this intellect, I think we should look at. What excites me about West Bengal is that its capacity to look out of India. I would say Southeast Asia. Very recently, only last month, I was in Vietnam for with a business delegation. And they asked me, and since I was representing a consulting company, so we had one-to-one discussion. I had 3 offers already to me. One, they said, we want to export rice. I said, who will take your sticky rice? You know, they have very sticky rice taken with a noodle. I said, we take basmati, you don't produce. So don't do that. You better open a Vietnamese restaurant here in Kolkata and other places we can think of a joint venture. The second proposal I got was, I need a bot who will help with Vietnamese law. You know, bot and AI is everywhere these days. So, but Vietnamese law, we do not know. But if some startup from Bengal can tie up with a law firm in Vietnam, there's a huge market. They don't know how to make it. And we don't know Vietnamese law. So let's tie up outside. And the third and the last thing that the Vietnamese delegation wanted was training. They said, we have a plan of training all government staff and officers. We can't, the person who was talking to me, we can't give them enough. So can you people from Bengal give us trainers? Mind you, in Singapore, they have a plan of training everybody over 40 years of age in the principles of artificial intelligence. It's so important. So I think all these propositions, if you just look out to Vietnam, to South Korea, to other emerging places, especially since China is getting isolated, Bengal, with its geographical position, has a huge thing to go. I even, talking to all the architects over here, somebody even offered that I have lots of land. You know, in Bengal, getting land, even a few kathas is such a difficult thing. He said, I have lots of land. You want to do a data center, you want to do a real estate project, you want to do something, you come to me. Vietnam is a communist country. They don't sell you land, but there's a long-term lease. And he is there to help you. I am there to be with you. Okay. So if you want to do your next project, please go there. In short, go abroad.
Okay. Don't move abroad, but look for business abroad and stay in Bengal only. So that's fantastic. That's exciting. And you know who to go to if you are looking at those kind of projects or plans. You are very active in all kinds of forums. So that brings me to my next rapid fire question is, how do you unwind? You know, you must have so many things going on in your mind at one point, no, at one time only. How do you unwind? We want to know that.
Read, see plenty of movies, OTTs mostly, don't spend money. Okay. And I'm doing my AI art very seriously. I'm trying to do exhibitions and things like that. And now another thing, I recommend, since the time is up, I'm winding up. See, another thing, if you have not seen, I will recommend all of you to see the docu-film, only 1 hour and 10 minutes, called Don't Die. Don't Die. I would not have taken it very seriously, but in the Economist magazine, the latest issue, it talks of Brian Johnson, who does not eat, multi-billionaire, who does not eat after 11 o'clock, takes 100 medicines a day, and he thinks he can live forever, immortal. Why? Because 11 in the morning, I'm sorry, very right. So you have seen that. So 11 in the morning, it was instinctively wrong. I am now thinking of getting a mind gym or a brain gym in collaboration with any of you who might be interested. People go to gym to, look good. But what about your brain? Your memories, after 25 years of age, your brain starts shrinking. As you reach 45 to 50, you start forgetting names. And as you go further, 60 plus, you start feeling, the brain deficiencies. So if you are spending 6,000 rupees per month on a physical gym, do something for your memory. So mind gym, I am thinking of doing that.
Okay.
So everybody is welcome.
We are getting to know a lot of plans from Mr. Debashish Sen, what he's planning to do, and he's welcoming anyone who would like to join him in those plans. Before we close up, as you said, we are done with our time, but one last, what is your advice for a young generation?
I would say take a mentorship if you can. Since I interact with the startup world, many of them don't understand the world. They don't. So it is important for the seniors to guide them as mentors. Not always. They won't listen to you everywhere. But in some places, they make mistakes which are not there. So normally the generation Z or Y or X, there are definite definitions. They think all seniors are fools, like we used to do also in our time. Senior generation is always a fool, does not understand. It is not so. There is a lot of wisdom in what they have seen. Take what you want, but do listen to them. It will make your business better.
Of course, there is wisdom and experience which the age or the youth cannot beat. I think we couldn't have had a better closing to this conclave. We had been talking about the trends and forecast, and we spoke about the smart urbanization. We spoke about sales and marketing for real estate, and residential and commercial. But we couldn't have closed on a better note, where Debashish Sen shared with us what he has done in his various illustrious journey for West Bengal. What's the way forward? I think someone like Mr. Sen telling us how we can use AI, how we can look outside India for opportunities, how we can bring West Bengal to the world map for India. I think that's the way to do it. Thank you so much, Mr. Sen, for sharing all those words of wisdom with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Stage. And सबसे पहले, I'll request the mic to be हाँ. Thank you. Can I please have the token of appreciation for Mr. Sen? And I think some interesting pointers there. Don't go outside Bengal, but look for business outside Bengal and outside the country. And I think brain gym sounds interesting. Cerebrum, bicep, cerebellum, tricep sounds interesting, right? Give it up for Mr. Sen once again, please, everybody. Thank you so much. All right, quickly, I'll request the hotel staff to kindly get the chairs in place. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be quickly moving on to an interesting presentation. This is going to be a presentation from the team of Insomniacs. Ladies and gentlemen, digital marketing is revolutionizing the real estate landscape. And I'm sure this is going to be a very, very, very valuable session. This is going to be about the latest insights and trends. This is going to be a presentation from Insomniacs. And to do the honors, to do the presentation on stage, I would like to call upon stage Bhavya Trivedi, Chief Business Officer, Insomniacs Digital Private Limited. Can I have a huge round of applause for Bhavya over here as he joins us over here? Thank you so much. Give it up for Bhavya, please. He's come all the way from Mumbai for this, right? You've come all the way from Mumbai. Yeah. He's come all the way from Mumbai. एक गाना है, right? कि मुंबई से आया मेरा दोस्त को ये करो, तो at least you can clap and appreciate. दोस्त के लिए ताली बजा दो, please. That is all that matters. Thank you, and Bhavya, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, you can hear me? Perfect? Okay. Okay, I suppose I've been given 10 minutes for this slot. Okay, I'm gonna take just 5 minutes for this slot. Okay, and that is called efficiency from my side. And that is what I'm gonna present it today. Okay, when we are driving anything at Absolute CX, efficiency is something that we always drive for. All of you here sitting today, okay, let me tell you one problem that you might not be aware about, okay, but it's gonna hit you maybe 6 months, 12 months, 18 months down the other line. It's gonna hit you very hard. And that time I want you to remember someone called Bhavya Trivedi, CBO of Insomniacs, because that is where I'm gonna help you out idea is we've been working in this industry for last 10 years, and last 8 years has been our technology journey. Largely, we believe that, okay, when working with developers and their marketing teams, implementation and adoption is something that largely has been called out as a problem, okay, on the technology side. But trust me, that's not the problem. The problem is that when we look at the technology implementation, the data doesn't work in a unified manner. When I say a unified manner, is the data set doesn't talk to each other. And that's the largest problem that I see in real estate. That's where we are not heading. Let me give you an example. The person might have purchased a shirt online, an e-commerce platform. Trust me, the e-commerce platform will have more data than any other person for him. And that's where with real estate, the largest problem that we see, okay, that we are just happy with the names, email IDs, and phone numbers. We don't want to know is that the lead is really intent to buy the purchase of property. And that is where we come into the picture, where we have created certain systems and ecosystem on the Absolute CX that can help you to, really help around understanding the intent of that. Largely, okay, this year we are launching around 4 products. Out of that, one is already launched in the market. The one is called Convo AI, okay. And I'm gonna show you a sweet demo on that ACX Convo AI. Can you play the audio? I suppose you're not able to hear it. Okay, till the time, largely this Convo AI product, largely idea is on the pre-sales, okay, one of the largest thing that we realized during the marketing is the efficiency of the lead generated that you have nurtured around it. You always blame a company who has, or a Meta, or a Google, that lead generate ho gayi, but uska aage ka journey ka kya hua? No one asks really that question. I never have handled at my career a pre-sales team of 100 or minimum 100 at a given point of time. I really couldn't understand a 10,000 guy earning a salary and selling a 2 CR or a 3 CR property. And that's why we wanted to bring in a permanent solution. This permanent solution with the open of the AI gates, okay, with the agentic models and everything, we are able to solve that problem largely with you. Now we are ready with the audio.
Available for 4.21 crore. If I may ask.
Yeah.
Hi, I am Nisha from Applaud 38. Is this a good time to talk?
Yes, tell me.
Actually, I called because we received your inquiry. Are you looking for 2 or 3 BHK in a near possession project?
Yes, looking for 3 BHK.
Okay, we have 3 BHK available for 4.21 crore. If I may ask, do you have a specific budget in mind for your purchase?
Yeah, roughly around 3.5 CR to 4 CR. What's the location of?
I don't want to give you the whole demo of the whole product right now. This is not the stage. But right now I wanted to tell you with the Convo, I want to transform how we look at the leads. This is the first stage out of the 4 phases. This is the first phase where we are launching this product. Okay, the idea is we are already solving this problem for largest with Prestige, Godrej, and other companies. We are solving this problem, and largely on the end, I would love to say that we are just solving one problem. Is the developer able to know that how the lead, or are you able to know the intent of the lead when it comes to your system? That's a problem that we are solving for. I suppose I completed in 5 minutes. That's efficiency. Thank you, guys.
so much. And on that note, we will now be moving on to the next presentation. This is going to be an interesting one from the team of Realty. And to share some valuable insights on the same, I would like to call upon stage Archala Salve, Business Head, Realty. Can I have a huge, huge, huge round of applause for Archala Salve, Business Head from Realty? Can I have Archala on stage? Is she here in this room? I believe not. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give us 2 minutes so that we can have, just check inside if she's around. Post this presentation, we will be swiftly moving on to the awards, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll request all of you, and a special announcement, everybody who has the yellow band over here can stay. And the ones who are not having the yellow band, please re-register yourself after this presentation. Thank you so much. The ones with the yellow band, please stay inside. The ones who are not having the yellow bands, if you can please kindly re-register yourself after this presentation is done. Oh, hi, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Archala Salve, Business Head, Realty. She's right over here. A huge round of applause, please, if I may request. Let's have some appreciation and clapping coming in Kolkata. Everybody over here. The final presentation for today's conclave. Thank you so much. And over to you. She's setting up the mic. Okay, okay, nice. Request all of you to kindly give her 2 minutes to set up the mic so that she can move ahead with the presentation. And in the meantime, can I request the console to play the music? I'm sure it's very soothing to everybody's ears. So if you can please play the music, that certainly works. Kindly give us 2 minutes for Archala to settle down with her mic and everything. Do we have Ms. Archala ready? Do I have any representative over here in this room from Realty? Yeah, she's there. She's right over there. Are you mic'd up? Yeah, perfect. Give it up for Archala ji once again, please, everybody, if I may request. She's here for the final presentation. And Kolkata, thank you so much. Show some love, show some appreciation, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the final presentation for today's evening. Thank you so much, and over to you now.
Thank you so much. Hi, thank you so much for having so much patience throughout the day and while I was still setting up my mic. I hope you understand how that works. Also, I want to address quickly of the entire panel sessions that have been addressed the entire day, and it has been lovely session that we were going through. So my name is Archala and I'm from Realty, which is a digital marketing agency. We are actually a #1 digital marketing agency, that is what we actually say. And we are, because we are working across 500 brands pan-India. This is what we're doing. So we are partners for Google, Meta, Taboola for that matter. There's a quick video that we will go through for you guys to have an understanding of who we are, what we do, what are the services that we look at, and how are we taking the digital marketing agency, digital marketing services in real estate to another level. you've understood of who we are, what we do in real estate when we have, and we only talk about ROIs. It can be through either social media where people talk about that it can be done organically, but nothing is organic anymore, and we all know about that. So if it can be anything it can be through social media, it can be through performance marketing that we do. So we are a group of companies where Realty is one part where we only and only extensively work for real estate. Then we have Logic Loop, which caters to all non-real estate. Then we have education sector that we only cater to education as a sector, right? And hence, so moving on, we are looking at, so we have to talk about attention is the new currency. When we talk about attention as a new currency, what do we really mean by that? And we all can agree into that because throughout the entire sessions of understanding the panel discussions, we have realized how digital marketing has been having immediate and a great effect on real estate or any other industry, to be very honest. But because we are talking about real estate, we'll look at the stats of how it has been an impactful journey from print to digital, from print to digital to radios, and how it has been an impactful journey. So when we talk about radio to Spotify and how it has been a journey of this, so we'll move on where we're talking about the attention span of the entire digital of how and what we are looking at is, so that this is the average screen time of the users in India currently. These are all the platforms that we're currently managing also, and this is the entire average screen time. So if we have to look at the entire short form, how many people, so I'll also have to understand how many people are really attending this session, or it's just a boring one to you guys. How many people are guilty of actually scrolling throughout the days while we are in the office or in the car, or we are even sitting with our family members? I am actually, so if you can just have a raise of hands of how many people are actually guilty about scrolling through our Instagrams also, right? So this is the power of any short form videos that are there. So when we are talking about not only just Instagram, but earlier during that entire COVID session also, a lot of people were on TikTok, and then Instagram has actually used it extensively to then coming to the short videos, right? And hence now we see that we are all addicted and we keep scrolling through so the power of actually using short form videos are to grab the attention and the attention span. So the ones that we are talking about, the attention is rapidly growing into short form videos is because the short videos that we are talking about, the attention span has really lowered down to maybe just 5 seconds. So if you are going to be using or grabbing the attention of the user that we have to, so you only have merely 5 seconds to grab the attention, right? So when we talk about the attention that we are discussing through human interactions is because anytime you either have, now that we see a lot of AI generated videos that are there, but what happens is, even if, so real estate, if we have to only and only stick to the topic of real estate that we are looking at, so real estate has become more of a storytelling concept. If you have, then only people might relate to you, because real estate, though it is a lot of strategic and a lot of loans, for a lot of people it is only going to be their first time buy. And there is only a percentage where people will be having their second home or a third home maybe. But for those first home buyers, it is always and always going to be a journey of a lot of emotions, to be very honest. A lot of people dream about having their own house, right? And how will that come into, unless somebody in a human form or a human interaction will tell them about how the house is actually going to look like, doing a lot of walkthrough videos. The human interaction will always matter when it comes to the videos, right? So this is what we are talking about. When it comes to digital amplifications, there are 3 funnels, which is a upper funnel, then we talk about a middle funnel, and then we have lower funnel. When we have to talk about the upper funnel, it is mainly and mostly about what kind of branding that you're going to do on all the digital platforms. Then we have to talk about middle funnel, where we actually have demand gen, Google demand gen, then we have native advertising, and a lot of influencer marketing that we have been seeing throughout, where we talk about real estate. Then we are lower funnel. Lower funnel is everybody is aware of how that Meta lead generation is doing, how Google lead generation that we have been talking throughout the day also. Then we have, so what we have realized is, as an agency, so there is an ABCD rule when you're actually making a video out of it, right? So the ones that I was talking in my previous statement, where we are only talking about, you have merely 5 seconds to grab anybody's attention, and that is what we're talking about here. So attraction, brand connection and call to action is what we're looking at. Call to action, ROI is somebody in real estate will understand because everybody is looking for ROI. Like मेरे numbers कहाँ हैं, मेरे leads कहाँ हैं, मेरे को leads से फर्क नहीं पड़ा, मेरे site visits कितने हैं. But how are you going to grab their entire attention is because what we have understood as an agency also, and we have communicated to the same to our clients also, is that when you're using static or slideshow videos, you are not going to have that much attention span what you are going to get when you have either a human talking about your project or your own salesperson for that matter talking in your entire video, where people will take a pause, and even for that 5 seconds or 3 seconds, to be very honest, it becomes really important to grab that attention, right? And hence what we are talking about is to attract. So the first will be in 5 seconds, we'll be talking about is how to attract any user that is there. Then brand, what kind of brand? So any brand that is going to communicate about them in that entire video is going to be like that. And then third is connection, where a brand should be making a connection with their own users. And then last is call to action. This is one of the video that is there where we have been talking about creating. So this is a video in ABCD action. If I can play that video.
बधाई हो किसको? ये मुंबई में घर लेना चाहते हैं. फिर तो ये रील आपके लिए, because दोस्ती फ्रेंडशिप मंथ आ चुका है. Let's see how it could be a great decision to buy your dream home. पर पहले समझते सारे extra charges जो आपके घर को महंगा बनाते हैं. First up, stamp duty. It is a mandatory tax levied by the government on all property transactions. In Mumbai, it's up to 6%.
Next is your registration fee. Another government cost levied when the property is registered in the buyer's name. This is 30,000 if the property value is above 30 lakhs. Then you have charges based on amenities, preferential location, and higher flows. Put all these together, it pushes your expenses by 10 to 15%.
So here's what Dosti Friendship Month has in store for us. You can save up to 24 lakhs, also 0% stamp duty, no registration charges, and no floor.
So this is what I meant when I was actually talking about how we can do ABCD in the action. So what next when we have actually grabbed the user's attention, right? And now we'll move on to the part where it is actually the relatable content to a lot of marketers, right? So when we are talking about the problem statement, so there is something which is called landing page. So landing page, a lot of people, a lot of our clients, we've been trying to tell them how a landing page has to be created in the favor of actually trying to generate a lot of leads, because what happens is if your landing page has a lot of problems. So what we have done is we have made it easy. What we have done is we've created a lot of problem statements that we actually face when we create a landing pages. So what we do is whenever you have a poor conversion ratio, which is 3.5, resulting into a high ROI digital marketing campaigns, and what we do is reasons of low conversion is the banner copies on landing page. First of all, is not enough to entice the entire user. So anybody who goes on a landing page will always realize if the bounce rate immediately has to go or off. So what we do is we create, so what we'll give you a problem statement. So these are the problems. So the one's previous slide what I showed you was the problem statement. What I'll show you is how the actual pillars of creating a landing page will be clearly highlighting the product or the listing of service offering that you have, state the USPs of your product or your service, then add social proof, which a lot of people tend to miss out now. They realize either it can be a landing page or people realize that nahi mere website pe chal jayega, but how are you going to actually take that entire traffic on your website where you will definitely have a higher bounce rate? Why people are coming to see one project that they were interested in, they saw an ad of either on Instagram or Google or whichever platform on the digital platform, right? So now if you're going to take them on a website, they're going to get lost because it's your corporate website and it is not what they were initially looking for when they are actually landed and they wanted to see the ad and where it was taking them, right? And hence it is very important to create a landing page whenever you're doing a digital campaign, and hence and create an urgency. Either put some offers that you guys are giving out. We know that real estate keeps on coming with different offers. Either it can be a festival offer or any other brand offers that they have. Then we have to communicate all the offers, then relevant imaginary of what the project is actually looking like. It can be renders, it can be elevations, and the friction-free form, which is when we talk about, so these are some of the pointers that we've actually listed for you guys. So copy focus, creating an urgency, then we have, so this is how, so you have to highlight the USPs also, then the first scroll has to be CTA, and we've been telling this enough, that you have to have a CTA in your landing page, which is the whole purpose of having a landing page. And then this is, so adding the social media problem. So hence the points that I have covered on the previous slides is this. So then the one we have realized of the problem statement, and then we have realized of how we can actually solve the problems. And these are some of the pointers that we, why we tell people that it is very important to have a very high intent landing pages, because then we have what kind of landing pages people create. People either they make it on a template base, or they create on some of the platforms that they come, and then they use that. But the intention of having a high quality landing page is because it is that entire bread and butter of the thing that you are going to create, and it has to be landing on a good landing page also. And then this is some of the examples that you can use. So yeah, thank you from my side. Thank you so much. Thank you for having so much patience at the end of the day and listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give it up loudly for Achala once again. And thank you so much for the wonderful and quite a brisk presentation indeed. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we come to an end of the conclave, and we will now be swiftly moving to the awards. Just a prior announcement before that, everybody with the yellow bands, please remain seated. And the ones who are not having the yellow bands, we request all of you to please kindly register yourselves again. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, this is your host, Shubhajit Ghosh. I'm an anchor, MC, and YouTube talk show host, and it's my absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to the 17th edition of the Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025 East, which is an exclusive gathering that honors the best of the best in East real estate sector. Tonight, we celebrate innovation, leadership, and the strategic vision shaping the future of this very dynamic industry. It's now time to hear it from the real estate leaders of India, and get ready for some loud cheering and applause. To ensure that this celebration reaches an even wider audience, this event is currently being live streamed right now on the Realty Plus website, which is www.rprealtyplus.com, and also on the social media handles as well. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody is in the world of social media, so please do tag us and share your memorable moments. We'd be more than happy to see them. Let me tell you all our social media handles. On LinkedIn, you can find us as Realty Plus. On Facebook, you can find us as @RP Realty Plus. On Twitter as well, you can find us as RP Realty Plus. And on Instagram, you can find us as RP_Realty. So like I said, please do share your memorable experiences, tag us, and we are looking forward. Without further delay, it's my humble honor and privilege to give all of you a brief introduction of what Realty Plus is all about. So on that note, can I please request my friends over there at the console to play the special AV of Realty Plus for all of us.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that, by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis, by showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen, it happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 20 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments, innovating to inspire debates and discussions, bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders, honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Thank you so much, Realty Plus, truly leading the way. And ladies and gentlemen, I made an announcement during afternoon. It's my humble privilege that I mentioned this during this evening as well. They've completed 20 successful years and they're in their 21st year right now. So usi baat pe zor se taali please everybody for the entire team of Realty Plus. Well done to Tripti Kedia and the entire team. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward, we have an interesting AV from Nemetschek. So can we please play that AV of Nemetschek before we get going?
Welcome to a journey of India's dynamic growth in the architecture, engineering, construction, and operations industry. An industry that is playing a transformative role in the unprecedented growth of India's economy. With rapid growth and increasing competition, Indian AECO companies are embracing innovative technologies and solutions to boost their productivity, enhance quality, lower costs, and stay ahead of the curve. At the core of the Nemetschek story is a desire to go beneath the surface to understand the challenges and needs and then create a solution for it. Nemetschek has been driving digital transformation in the AEC industry for over 60 years. It is leading AEC companies into the future of digitalization with intelligent software solutions. Our responsibility towards our society and the environment drives us to create cutting-edge solutions that allow our clients to plan, build, and manage buildings and infrastructure projects more efficiently and sustainably. At Nemetschek, we firmly believe in open industry standards and open BIM and empower every user in every phase of the building life cycle with the best software solutions. As a country with the largest population in the world and an emerging superpower, India's development has been on a rapid rise. As with every growth story, this too is followed by unique challenges for the AEC industry. At Nemetschek, we have focused on the specific gaps and needs of the Indian market to create innovative software solutions. As a global frontrunner focusing on the specific needs of the Indian market, we offer innovative software solutions that benefit every stakeholder for the entire AECO life cycle. Several very prestigious projects in India were realized using Nemetschek solutions. Sangat Architect Studio, New Parliament Building, Abhikalpan Business Park, Rajkumari Ratnavati Girls School, Abhikalpan Sky Bay, Tagore Memorial Theatre, Ahmedabad Gufa. As we shape the world in all dimensions, we have made it our mission to become the chosen and trusted partner for AECO and digital construction. Nemetschek is committed to delivering innovative solutions to meet every challenge and beyond. Be part of a new journey towards a better BIM solution, more cost-effective than your traditional tool.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That was all about Nemetschek Group. Before we move forward, it's very important that we thank our partners from the bottom of our hearts for ensuring that we go ahead with this event successfully. So thank you so much to all our partners. PropTech partner, Absolute CX, co-partner, Nemetschek Group, luxury partner, Imami Realty Limited, digital partner, Realty, broadcast partner, City Network, industry partner, IGBC, business media partner, BW Business World, online media partner, Exchange for Media Group, and of course, organized by the wonderful, wonderful team of Realty Plus. Can I have a huge shout out for the entire team of Realty Plus, Tripti Kedia, Sapna Srivastav, two fantastic women leading the way and leading from the front. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special welcome address right now by a true visionary, a true leader, a true legend in the space. Can I have the AV from Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman of Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World Media Group. Dr. Batra couldn't be with us physically present over here, but he's been kind and sweet enough to send a video for all of us. So can we please play that video by Dr. Batra?
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Realty Plus
Eastern India edition. Every year, the Realty Plus event has become a marquee event in the real estate domain for Eastern India. Today, we are doing it at a new Taj property. It tells you how much Calcutta has expanded, how much Kolkata has expanded, with actual buyers in Kolkata of residential growing, the aspirations growing, and all-round development of Calcutta geographically and aspirationally is leading to a boom in real estate. Whether it's retail spaces, you can see from the airport until the main city, all the retail spaces are booming. Whether it's residential, which I told you has real takers, or it is commercial office spaces, Calcutta became a hub for IT, ITES. Almost all IT majors have their offshore centers here. Maybe the next boom in GCCs will happen in Calcutta, which will take the city to another level. So clearly, Calcutta is expanding, East is expanding, and it augurs very well for the real estate players in this region. Realty Plus today will celebrate the icons of real estate in Calcutta and players that are doing great work. I wish all the winners congratulations. I'm sure you'll have a day of deliberations, connectivity, and going back with inspiration. We at Realty Plus will be there for you to be able to bring all of you together and make sense of what's happening in the real estate space. My kudos to the entire Realty Plus team led by Ms. Tripti Kedia and also to our editor, Ms. Sapna Srivastava. All the best, keep doing well, God bless you.
Thank you so much. Can I expect a huge round of applause for Dr. Batra as well, please? Always kind and generous enough to send special messages. Ladies and gentlemen, we just had the welcome address. It's now time for a very, 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 I can keep adding very special address. Ladies and gentlemen, she is an Indian actress, playback singer, and politician. She is best known for her portrayal of Draupadi in B.R. Chopra's super hit television series, Mahabharat. She's a trained Rabindra Sangeet vocalist and a classical dancer and has served as the General Secretary and the Vice President for the West Bengal Motion Picture Artists Forum. In the year 2016, she was nominated as a Member of Parliament Rajya Sabha by the President of India. She's also been the President of BJP Mahila Morcha in West Bengal. A proud Bengali, she has received several national and international awards, including 2 BFJA awards, Oceans Cinefan Festival Special Jury Mention, and of course, the National Film Award for Best Female Playback Singer for the Bengali film Obosheshe. Ladies and gentlemen, a legend in the true sense of the term needs no introduction. Can I have the loudest amount of cheers and appreciation for Rupa Ganguly? Can I please have Rupa ma'am on stage, please? Can I request ma'am to please kindly join us on stage? And can I have the appreciation continuing as she makes her way onto the stage? Give it up for Rupa ma'am, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am. Kind of you to take out time from your busy schedule and be with us today. Thank you so much. Give her a big round of applause once again, please, if I may request. Thank you. And stage is yours. Sure, please. I request you to please come here. Anything you need, please let me know. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I would like to thank this esteemed guests and Dr. Batra and of course Shapna and Tripti. It's nice talking to Shapna. You've been so kind and she allowed me to adjust my time and I am thankful to you for that. Firstly, I must explain that why am I here. I, from my childhood, used to play with copybooks and math book or a drawing book And every day I used to rearrange them to understand and estimate how this will look like if this is a house. We are those Bengalis who actually became homeless, and our parents had ran away to save their lives and have come to Calcutta and different parts of West Bengal. They settled down slowly, and they carried on with their studies. And later on, most of my family members, most of my uncles and my parents' side, both maternal and my father's side, most of them have become either mechanical engineer or architect or shippies or some kind of engineers. My father went back to Dhaka, and he was trying to do his best to retrieve his land and couldn't finally. I always wanted to be an architect. People who are homeless, they probably have a dream like that. And I was truly homeless. I'm brought up I've stayed most of my childhood in hostels. And that's how many of our lives would be. My body papa, Amar Jethu, I was completely prepared for SAT and TOEFL. But by the time I sat on my 12th standard HS examination, the day I sat for the test, my J2 expired. So just he expired, and the next day I had to attend the exams. Yes, I passed out okay, but the dream of becoming an architect got shattered from that very day. So I mostly used to, how I fulfilled my dreams. I kept on buying flats and houses. Every penny I earned in 35 years before I joined politics, in 35 years of my career, every penny I earned, I kept on buying houses and flats. And every time I bought a flat, I got a special permission by the architect to redesign my personal flat. In all my flats, everywhere, be it Mumbai, it's a very small location where I live in Bombay, in Lokhandwala main center. There, Kolkata, Rajpur, wherever, I created a special design, got the permission sanctioned properly. So none of the floors look the same. None of the floors in my flat, in the whole building, looks the same. I took away certain walls, internal walls, which were with a permissible limit only. I cannot just do anything and everything with a building. I know that very well. So I kept on doing that. At one point of time, I actually thought of studying again by some other courses, and I'll again get into architectural area, but then finally my life took me somewhere else, and I went somewhere else, and it didn't happen. I am here not to give any speech. I am nobody to talk to in front of all of you. I'm just nobody. I'm just a passionate person who's fond of designing, and a very conscious citizen. There are certain questions. We have such big teams here who are going to get awards. If any of you ever, is it going online, live? Oh, I am ready to share my phone number, not here, anybody who is interested to answer my little queries, most of the owners, they are very childhood friends. But if any of you want to answer my questions or answer my queries, you can, ask for my telephone number. Once I get down, I'll give it to you. What do you think? Why promoters didn't have enough good reputation what they should have had? Enough good reputation. They are the people who creates homes for us. For any person, home is the ultimate desire. What is the difference between a developer and a promoter? These are basic queries of a common person I'm asking. It is not an actress, Rupa Ganguly, who knows nothing actually. আমি সব কিছু জানি না। আমার স্বপ্ন, মেরা sapna hai. I don't know how many people understand Bengali here, how many understand Hindi. I'm not very well conversant in English. So I'm just trying to cover up with, between all the three languages. I sometimes wonder, I'm very fortunate that I've had extremely talented, well-behaved, well-reputed, and extremely honest developers and promoters are my very, very, very close friends. But in my political arena, I've always heard people saying that promoters are not reliable. So developers and promoters and structural engineers and everybody around this field who are into construction industry should try to do something, because all political parties use them. Let's be very, very fair and honest. Cash cow की तरह इस्तेमाल किए जाते हैं, नहीं होना चाहिए. Don't bend down. It's a request. If you have to ever bend down to someone, it's a common buyer. और कोई नहीं है. कोई नहीं है. Common buyer is your God and should be your God. No political party should be your God. There's another query which I want to know. What are the good things which you have faced after the RERA Act? Has it been implemented in all the states properly? Is it working? Is it good? I'm sure all of you and your, chairman of the companies and all the big shots, they must have met our Honorable Prime Minister and their queries will be sorted. But common people want your conversation. Like we have areas where we show that there's a green part which we are creating. But most of the time I've seen that those are just little bit of flower beds, a few shrubs, nothing else. Only shrubs and little bit of concrete parks. Doesn't help the environment. Why can't we? I just lately bought, I was trying since many years, I just bought a plot, a huge plot in a village. And I have planted 300 plants, tall trees of 200 tall trees. And I'm nurturing them regularly. I've kept a mali especially for that. And everywhere I go, I plant saplings. But this has become a style in India and in, of course, West Bengal. That you put a sapling, take some photographs, and there's nobody to water that from the next day. I have at least 500 small plants in my own flat and in my Sonarpur Rajpur house. And more than 1,000 huge trees. I've been planting these for many, many years. Many, many years from my childhood. So I earned this much. I just bought a small little sapling plant and I, put it somewhere so that it grows. So why don't we put some big trees, tall trees? This is something which we can consider. I know growth versus care for environment is a big challenge. I know that. But you are the ones who build our lives, build our societies, build our cities, build our 2-tier, 3-tier towns, cities. So you can help us to create a place where our children will have a better life. That's it. There's something which West Bengal government has announced lately. I was quite happy that consumers like us, small buyers, they will only pay the registration fee on the carpet area, which I was just going through 2 days back. It was very interesting news. I don't know when it got published, but I just noticed it 2 days back. When I spoke to you, I was just going through a CREDAI website and other websites. I was trying to figure out what my government is also doing in my state, though I personally not aligned with that government, but even then, I always like to say good things about everybody who's doing good. Political alignment is not important. Society is more important. Political parties go and come. They change. For good or worse, whatever, they change. But society has to grow together and be careful about each other's well-being. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, और जोर से तालियों की गूंज, please, ma'am, I'll request you to please kindly wait on stage. And I'll request Jhaka Prasad Acharya, Consulate General of Nepal in Kolkata, alongside Dr. Nitesh Kumar, MD and CEO, Imami Realty, to kindly please give away the token of appreciation to Rupa ma'am. And once again, jitne bhi log yahan pe ho, aap log please zor se bajaiye tali for Rupa ma'am for that wonderful and elaborate conversation that she just had over here on stage. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking out time and being with us over here. Can we please get going with the appreciation? Ladies and gentlemen, you all can continue and do that. Thank you so much. Ma'am deserves every bit of it. Thank you so much. I think there's so much to take away from what she said. But that's also a plan. Truly the vision aligning in the real space. I think she would be the happiest to receive that. Certainly aligning with what she loves. Thank you so much. Green is the future. Green is the, that's how we are going to be going ahead. And I'm sure this is certainly helping our sustainability goals in the future. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that wonderful visionary address. I'll request you to take your seat. I'll request both of you to take your seats as well. Please give her a big round of applause once again. Fantastic stuff. It's now time that we slowly and steadily fly to the awards. We're going to be having the much awaited Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025 East. But it's important that before we get going, ladies and gentlemen, I just have one request for all of you. All of you over here who are winners, you truly deserve every bit of it. Some of you who are not winning, who are appreciating others, it's important that we together grow as a fraternity. So let's just take this little bit of pledge that today, each and every winner who's coming on stage and receiving an award, we are going to be cheering for them with the loudest intensity. Hum log first award se leke last award tak equal energy ke saath taali bajayenge. Can I have a huge shout out on that? Hum log karenge wo cheez? Thank you so much. Together, we grow as a fraternity. That's what it is. But prior to that, it's important that we take a quick look at what our honorable jury members have to say. It's a very unconditional job. It's a very difficult job because you're choosing winners. And of course, everybody is so deserving. So on that note, can I please have the jury AV for all of us? Thank you so much. That's it from our jury members. Can I have a huge shout out for all our jury members over here who have put in their time to select all our winners. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to get going with the awards. This is the 17th edition of the Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025, the East edition. We're all set to get going. But prior to that, I would like to take a moment to call on stage our honorable presenters for the first set of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it a moment to welcome on stage National Award-winning performing artist Rupa Ganguly ma'am alongside Jhaka Prasad Acharya, Consulate General of Nepal in Kolkata. Can I have a huge round of applause for our honorable presenters for the first set of awards? Kolkata, City of Joy. Come on, you can do a lot better. Make some noise, everybody. Thank you. On that note, everybody, on a countdown of 1, 2, and 3, let's get going.
Welcome to the 17th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025 East. Tonight, we celebrate visionaries who have redefined Indian real estate with innovation and dedication. These prestigious awards honor excellence in real estate projects, developers, architecture, interior design, PropTech and flex spaces, branding and individual achievements. Let's applaud the winners who have shaped and transformed the industry. We begin the evening with the Real Estate Projects Award, celebrating excellence in design, innovation and execution. We begin with the most prestigious honor of the evening, Luxury Project of the Year, and the award goes to PS Group for Quintessa. And Siddha Group for Blue at Siddha Sky.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge shout out for our winners. Can I have the team of PS Group first on stage, please? Can I have the trophies? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. This is the moment. This is what we live for. This is what we work hard for. Our hard work is getting validated. This is what we truly, truly want. Congratulations to our winners from PS Group. The winner for PS Group for Quintessa. Congratulations to both of you and your entire team. Give it up once again, please, everybody. Abhi jo last tak award show hoga, sirf aur sirf taaliyon ki goonj honi chahiye. Thank you so much. I'll now request our winners from Siddha Group for Blue at Siddha Sky to join me on stage. Can I please have Ayushman Jain, Director Siddha Group, on stage alongside his business partner. Can I have a huge round of applause for both of them, please, everybody. Kolkata, City of Joy. Spread some love, spread some joy. This is what we want. Can I request all of you to come a little bit over here in the center? Yeah, that would be ideal for the film. Congratulations to our winners from Siddha Group as well. Wishing you many more accolades going forward. And on that note, बढ़ते हैं आगे to the next award.
Honoring excellence for Affordable Housing Project of the Year. And the award goes to Sugam Group for Sugam Prakriti.
Congratulations, Sugam Group for Sugam Prakriti it is. Can I have the entire marketing team of Sugam Group on stage, please? Bajaiye, this is what team spirit is all about. Everybody, Sugam Group, congratulations to all of you. Congratulations to our winners from Sugam Group. You win it for Sugam Prakriti. Everybody over here, that's how we do it. Clapping and appreciation truly motivates and makes the evening a lot more special. Thank you so much. Congratulations to our winners from Sugam Group. On that note, बढ़ते हैं आगे to the next award.
Celebrating excellence for Iconic Project of the Year. And the award goes to Godrej Properties Limited for Godrej Blue. And Srijan Realty Private Limited for the Royal Ganges.
Congratulations to both our winners. Can I first please have our winners from Godrej Properties Limited for Godrej Blue on stage? I'll request Abhirup Bhattacharya, Executive Marketing for Godrej Properties Limited, to kindly join us over here on stage. Can I have our winners from Godrej Properties Limited? Yes, he is over right here. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody, আমরা সকলে শুনেছি about Mexican wave in cricket stadiums. Can we have a Mexican wave of clapping? People starting from front, then slowly moving behind. Thank you so much. Congratulations. I will now be calling up on stage our winner from Srijan Realty. They win it for the Royal Ganges. Can I please have the team of Srijan Realty on stage? There they are, the dynamic duo. Give it up for them, please. Srijan Realty. Kolkata, we are loving the energy, we are loving the vibe, the way you all are cheering. Each and every moment of your clapping and appreciation is going to be specifically highlighted when the TV telecast happens, I'm sure. Congratulations to our winners, and congratulations to you all as well for being such a fantastic audience. Thank you so much. Congratulations to our winners from Srijan Realty. Okay, yeah. I'll request both of you to take your seats. Thank you.
আচ্ছা এখানে কেউ আছে কোনো বিল্ডার আছেন যারা একটা গ্লাস হাউস বানাবার প্ল্যান করেছেন? আর একটা ছোটবেলার স্বপ্ন ছিল আমার, একটা গ্লাস হাউস থাকবে 1000 স্কোয়ার ফিটের বেশি দরকার নেই, জাস্ট ইন্টারনাল ওয়াল কিছু থাকবে না, আর একমাত্র টয়লেটটা ছাড়া কোথাও কিছু ব্লক থাকবে না, আর একটা স্প্লিট লেভেল করে করে বেড এরিয়া আর সিটিং এরিয়া, ডাইনিং এরিয়া, এরকম কেউ যদি বানাবেন প্লিজ আমায় একটু জানাবেন। আমার ছোটবেলার স্বপ্ন, আমি বেঁচে থাকতে থাকতে ওরকম একটা ছোট ফ্ল্যাট কিনতে চাই।
I hope you live 100 years. Ma'am-এর vision-এর জন্য একবার জোরে হাততালি please, and everybody over here, glass house যারা এতদিন ভেবেছেন তারা তো বানাবেন, and I'm sure ma'am-এর এই প্রপোজালের পর যারা ভাবেননি তারাও নিশ্চয়ই বানাবেন। Give it up. Congratulations. We will quickly move on to our next winner, please.
Applauding excellence for mid-segment project of the year, and the award goes to Orbit Group for Orbit Taran and Srijan Realty Private Limited for Optima.
Congratulations to both our winners. Can I please have the team of Orbit Group first on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, mid-segment project of the year. Congratulations, Orbit Group. Hamare winners ke liye bajaye everybody zor se tali. Kolkata, you're known for your love, you're known for your mishti doi, you're known for your roshogolla. Show that spirit, show that love to our winners as well. Congratulations to our winners from Orbit Group. Congratulations to our winners from Orbit Group. Very, very well done, and wishing you all many more accolades and awards going forward in the future. Thank you so much. I would like to now call upon stage our winners from Srijan Realty. This time they win it for Optima. Congratulations to team Srijan Realty Private Limited once again. Everybody, bajaye zor se tali, make some noise. Come on, DJ, you know how to pump it up. Pump up the music. Everybody, let the spirit be alive. Congratulations to our winners from Team Srijan Realty once again. Badhai ho, wishing you many more awards going forward in the future. Congratulations. We will now quickly move on to the next award.
Let's congratulate the winners of Commercial Project of the Year. And the award goes to Srijan Realty Private Limited for logos.
Srijan Realty Private Limited, make a U-turn. It's now your turn to come back once again. Congratulations for bagging Commercial Project of the Year. You win it for logos. Congratulations to the fantastic team of Srijan Realty Private Limited. On that note, we will now be moving to the next award, please.
Presenting the outstanding winners of Residential Project of the Year. And the award goes to BS Group for Jade Grove. and Sugam Group and Diamond Group for Urban Lakes.
Congratulations to both our winners. Our winners from PS Group are over here. Everybody over here, Kolkata, the Mexican wave of clapping and appreciation, please. Let's start from here. Let's go behind. City of Joy, Mishti Doi. Many more coming post the awards. If not for anything else, at least for the legacy of Mishti Doi, jode shobai tali bajiye, jode hat tali din. Kya baat hai, kya baat hai. This is what we want. Thank you so much. We just have an update that Rupa ma'am will be leaving. So thank you so much, ma'am, for taking out time. Arek bar shobai jode please hat tali din Rupa ma'am et jonne. And that wonderful, wonderful conversation that you had. Very inspiring. Lots to take away from. So what I'm going to be doing right now is I'm going to be calling up on stage our next presenter. Can I please have on stage Parvez Khalid, Associate Executive Director, Advisory and Transaction Services, CBRE, on stage, please. Parvez ji ke liye bajaye everybody zor se taali, please. Our honorable presenter for the next few set of awards. Thank you so much, sir. And before we move ahead with the awards, just a humble request to one and all, everybody over here who are winning awards, I would like to request all of you to please kindly remain with us right till the very end. We'll be doing a special group photo with all of you, where you will be flexing your awards and trophies in the best way possible. It's a result of your hard work. So request all of you to please stay back with us right till the very end of the awards, when we will be doing the group photo. On that note, let's move forward to the next one.
Applauding the best in the industry of most popular project of the year. And the award goes to Alcove Realty for New Kolkata. And Imami Realty Limited for Imami Amod.
Congratulations to the team of Alcove Realty for New Kolkata. I request Khushbu Dhanuka and Mahua Datta from Alcove Realty to join us over here on stage. Congratulations to the team of Alcove Realty. Congratulations to you all, Alcove Realty for New Kolkata. Congratulations. I'll now request our winners from Imami Realty Limited for Imami Amod. Can I please have the team of Imami Realty on stage, please? Can I have the team of Imami Realty on stage, please? Give it up for the team of Imami Realty. They're right over here, doing some great work in Kolkata and Bengal, known for all that. Congratulations to the team of Imami Group once again. Congratulations to the team of Imami Realty. Ladies and gentlemen, team spirit, this is what it is all about. Everybody, shobai jode hat tali, please. Kolkata, bring your true spirit on course. Thank you so much. Humble apologies before I move forward to the next one. We had two joint winners in the previous category of Residential Project of the Year. We had Team PS Group receiving their award. Can I please request Sugam Group and Diamond Group for Urban Lakes? Can I have the marketing team of Sugam Group and Diamond Group on stage, please, to accept their award for Residential Project of the Year? Give it up once again for Sugam Group and Diamond Group. Ladies and gentlemen, they win it for Urban Lakes. Congratulations to all of you once again. Wishing you all many more accolades, awards, achievements, milestones going forward. Congratulations. All right. It's now time to move forward to the next award.
Applauding creativity of themed project of the year. And the award goes to Imami Realty Limited for Imami Astha.
Congratulations, team Imami Realty. Once again, aap log wapas ek baar aur aa jaiye. We need your presence on stage. You have bagged themed project of the year. Applauding creativity and how. Congratulations, team Imami Realty once again. कोलकाता एक बॉलीवुड फिल्म का बहुत ही पॉपुलर डायलॉग है, इतना सन्नाटा क्यों है भाई? प्लीज नो सन्नाटा, प्लीज एवरीबॉडी, लेट्स मेक सम शोर शराबा. दिस इज व्हाट वी आर हियर फॉर. थैंक यू. Congratulations to Team Imami Realty once again, and we are ensuring that we are getting your cardio done by making you all coming once again. All right, congratulations. On that note, we move forward to the next award, please.
Embracing the future, recognizing excellence in ultra-luxury lifestyle project of the year. And the award goes to Orbit Group for Orbit Bella. And PS Group for Antares.
Congratulations to Orbit Group. You win it for Orbit Bella, Ultra Luxury Lifestyle Project of the Year. Can I have the team of Orbit Group once again back on stage? Congratulations to all of you. And इनके लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली. सिर्फ अपने awards के लिए नहीं, सबके awards के लिए जोर से ताली बजा रहे. तो इनका जब award लेने का time है, तो 100% clapping and appreciation जरूर बनता है. Congratulations to all of you. Orbit Group, ladies and gentlemen, for Orbit Bella, Ultra Luxury Lifestyle Project of the Year. Can I please now have the team of PS Group on stage, please? Give it up once again for the team of PS Group. Multiple award wins for them as well. Congratulations to you all and your entire dynamic and hardworking team. Congratulations, PS Group. Congratulations, PS Group. Requesting everybody to please stay with us right till the very end of the awards. We'll be doing the special group photo with all of you. That's truly an unmissable moment. So thank you so much for being so kind and generous. On that note, we move forward to the next award, please.
Honoring the leading achievers in Senior Living Housing Project of the Year. And the award goes to Infinity Group for Jagriti Dham.
I see some clapping and appreciation for Infinity Group. क्यों ना उस clapping and appreciation को और जोर से किया जाए. Everybody, Infinity Group for Jagriti Dham. Can I have the team of Jagriti Dham on stage, please? And that's truly a dynamic team in the true sense of the term. Congratulations to all of you and your respective team members. Congratulations to the team of Jagriti Dham. Everybody over here, Kolkata, continue the clapping and appreciation. Thank you. Thank you so much. And on that note, we will now be moving forward to our next award, please.
Celebrating sustainability in the category of most environment-friendly residential space. And the award goes to Diamond Group and Sugam Homes for Navya.
Congratulations, Diamond Group and Sugam Homes. You win it for Navya. Can I please have the team of Diamond Group and Sugam Homes on stage, please? Congratulations. Most environment-friendly residential space award goes to you all. Diamond Group and Sugam Homes for Navya. Congratulations, Diamond Group. Congratulations, Sugam Homes. Congratulations for backing the project for Navya. We will now move forward to our next award category, please.
Commending the high performers in the category of Best-Selling Project of the Year. And the award goes to Soham Group for Soham Synergy. And Vinayak Group for Vinayak Amara.
Congratulations to both our winners. Can I please have our winners from Soham Group for Soham Synergy? Can I please have Ankit Sharma, Senior GM Sales, over here on stage, please? We have the entire team of Soham Group, or they win it for Soham Synergy. Congratulations to you all, Soham Group. Give it up for Soham Group, please, ladies and gentlemen, everybody. Congratulations, Soham Group. And the spirit that you all have, it's called Squad Power. Congratulations to the team of Soham Group. I would now like to call upon stage our winners from Vinayak Group who have won it for Vinayak Amara. Can I please have Team Vinayak Group on stage, please? Give it up for Team Vinayak as well. इनके लिए भी बजाइए जोर जोर से ताली. Kolkata, everybody. Thank you. Congratulations, Vinayak Group. Wishing you many more. We will now move forward swiftly to the next award.
Recognizing excellence, space, and innovation in the category of Villa Project of the Year. And the award goes to Arjav Builder Private Limited for Barefoot Farm Estate. And Purti Realty for Meraki.
Congratulations to both our winners for the category of Villa Project of the Year. I'll first have our winners from Arjav Builder Private Limited. Can I have Surya Roy, HOD Marketing, Arjav Builder Private Limited on stage, please? Give it up for Mr. Surya, ladies and gentlemen. Zor Zor se thali, please, for Mr. Surya Roy, HOD Marketing, Arjav Builder Private Limited. Congratulations, Mr. Surya. Very well done to you and your entire team. I would now like to call upon stage our winners from Purti Realty. Can I please have Team Purti Realty on stage, please? There they come with swag, with grandeur, with elegance, and so many more adjectives I can add. Give it up for the team of Purti Realty, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Congratulations to the team of Purti Realty. Congratulations, the smile says it all. Thank you so much. Very well done. Wishing you many more accolades going forward. On that note, quickly flying to the next award.
Honoring exceptional hospitality with the category Hospitality Project of the Year. And the award goes to Ambuja Neotia Group for Taj Tal Kutir.
Taj Tal Kutir it is. Ambuja Neotia Group it is. Congratulations to the entire team. I'll request Mr. Shubhro Sarkar, AVP and Head, Brand Marketing and Corporate Communications from Ambuja Neotia Group. Congratulations to you and your entire team, sir. Very well done. Many more awards and accolades coming in the near future. Congratulations for bagging Hospitality Project of the Year. Quickly moving on to the next award now.
Recognizing exceptional communities in the category of Residential Complex of the Year. And the award goes to Purti Realty for The Veranda.
Purti Realty, aapko wapas aana padega. You win it for The Veranda. Congratulations. Can I have the entire team, entire squad of Purti Realty on stage, please? Congratulations to Team Purti Realty. Congratulations. Thank you so much to Team Purti Realty. I'll request Mr. Jhaka to please kindly remain seated. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Give him a big round of applause, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming all the way. And I'll request Ms. Tripti Kheria, Publisher and Business Head, Realty Plus, alongside Sapna Srivastav, Editor, Realty Plus, to please kindly join us on stage as our honorable presenters for the next set of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, the two dynamic duo of Realty Plus, Nari Shakti Zindabad, the women power of Realty Plus. Ke liye bajaye zor se thali, please, everybody. Thank you. All right, quickly moving on to the next award.
Honoring towering marvels that redefine skylines with the Skyscraper Project of the Year. And the award goes to PS Group for Sansara.
PS Group it is. Once again, आप लोग आ जाइए stage पे. This is your moment of pride and honor. Team PS Group, you win it for Sansara, Skyscraper Project of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, the smiles are so wonderful. आपका encouragement, आपका ताली smiles को और better कर देगा, I am sure. Congratulations. Quickly moving on to the next award.
Recognizing projects that transform living spaces for Landscape Project of the Year, Residential. And the award goes to Alcove Realty for New Kolkata.
Congratulations, Alcove Realty for New Kolkata. Can I please have Khushbu Dhanuka and Mahua Datta from Alcove Realty on stage? Congratulations to you both and your entire team of Alcove Realty. You win it for New Kolkata. Ladies and gentlemen, Landscape Project of the Year, Residential. Congratulations, Alcove Realty. On that note, we will now be quickly moving on to the next award.
Applauding retail brilliance, most popular mall of the year. And the award goes to Ambuja Neotia Group for City Centre, Patna.
Congratulations, Ambuja Neotia Group. It is City Centre, Patna is the Achievement Popular Mall of the Year. Can I please have Mr. Shubhro Sarkar, AVP and Head, Brand Marketing and Corporate Communications, Ambuja Neotia Group, alongside his honorable team member on stage, please. Congratulations, Ambuja Neotia Group. Many more City Centre Patnas in the future from you all. Congratulations. Popular, most popular mall of the year. इसी बात पे बढ़ते हैं आगे to the next award.
Recognizing visionary commercial projects that exude excellence, innovation, and world-class standards with Luxury Project of the Year Commercial. And the award goes to Guinea Realty for Park NX.
Congratulations, Guinea Realty for Park NX. Can I have the team of Guinea?
Anikant Orbit Properties Private Limited for Orbit Urban Park.
We have two special winners. Can I please have the team of Guinea Realty first on stage? Congratulations, Guinea Realty. You win it for Park NX Luxury Project of the Year Commercial. Congratulations, Team Guinea Realty. You win it for Park NX. I would now like to call upon stage our winners from RDB Anikant Orbit Properties Private Limited. You win it for Orbit Urban Park. Can I please have the entire team of RDB Anikant Orbit Properties Limited on stage? A huge round of applause once again, please, everybody over here for our esteemed winners. Everybody, Kolkata, show some love. Show what you're known for. Come on. So much, congratulations. And before moving on to the next award, I would like to call upon stage our Honorable MLA Debashish Kumar sir on stage, please. Can I have a huge round of applause for Debashish Kumar ji? A huge round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. On that note, we will now move forward quickly to the next award, please.
Celebrating design excellence in the category of Design Project of the Year, and the award goes to Imami Realty Limited for Imami Amod.
Ladies and gentlemen, Design Project of the Year, Imami Realty Limited. Can I have the team of Imami Realty Limited on stage, please? There they come, our honorable winners, filled with sense of pride and happiness, and much deservingly so. Congratulations to our winners from Imami Realty. Once again, another one added to the milestone. All right, swiftly flying to the next award, please.
Moving to the next segment is the Bidders and Developers Award. Recognizing visionary developers who set new benchmarks in commercial real estate with innovation, excellence, and impact. Developer of the Year Commercial, and the award goes to Srijan Realty Private Limited.
Developer of the Year Commercial, Srijan Limited, Srijan Realty Private Limited. Chole ashun apnara abar. This is your moment of pride and honor. Congratulations. Very, very well done. Once again, Srijan Realty Private Limited. Congratulations to our winners from Srijan Realty Private Limited. And on that note, we will now quickly move on to the next award, please.
Moving forward, presenting the Excellence in Delivery Award, and the award goes to Purti Realty.
Excellence in delivery, very, very critical. Timely delivery is critical. Congratulations, team Purti Realty. Once again, aap log aa jaiye to accept this very special award on stage. Please, can I have some appreciation coming in for our winners over here for Purti Realty? And मैंने ये डिसाइड किया कि जितने भी लोग यहाँ पे आप लोग हो जो ताली नहीं बजाएंगे, मैं पीछे आऊंगा, आप लोगों को बोलूंगा, रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा ताली बजाने के लिए, and I'll make you all clap for our honorable winners. Thank you so much for being the loving audience that you are known for, Kolkata. And on that note, we will quickly move on to the next award, please.
Presenting the best-in-class Developer of the Year, Ultra Luxury and Lifestyle, and the award goes to Orbit Group.
Best in class indeed, Developer of the Year. Give it up loudly for the team of Orbit Group. Developer of the Year, Ultra Luxury and Lifestyle goes to the fantastic, fantabulous, dynamic Orbit Group. Congratulations. And on that note, we move forward to the next award, please.
Honoring leaders who redefine residential living with innovation, quality, and community-focused developments is the Developer of the Year Residential. And the award goes to PS Group and Signum Group.
Congratulations to both our winners. We have the team of PS Group on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Developer of the Year Residential, PS Group. PS Group ke liye SP, aka Special Thalia, please. Congratulations. Can I please have our winners from Signum Group right now? I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Sandeep Sharma, GM Sales and Marketing of Signum Group, and his entire team on stage, please. Congratulations. Give it up this time. Ladies and gentlemen, Signum Group is the name, creating legacy and how. Congratulations to our winners from Signum Group. On that note, we will now quickly move on to the next award, please.
Honoring rising stars who are reshaping the future of real estate with innovation, vision, and excellence is the Emerging Developer of the Year. And the award goes to Guinea Realty.
Guinea Realty it is, Emerging Developer of the Year. Another honor to you all and your entire team. Congratulations, Guinea Realty. Unke liye bajaiye everybody, zor se taali please. Guinea Realty. Congratulations to all of you, our winners from Guinea Realty. On that note, we will now move on to our next award, please.
Applauding those who redefine luxury living through innovation, craftsmanship, and exclusivity with the Developer of the Year, Luxury. And the award goes to Purti Realty.
Congratulations once again, Purti Realty, Developer of the Year, Luxury, another award added to your milestone. Congratulations to the team of Purti Realty. And Bengali में एक word है जिसको हम लोग कहते हैं फुर्ती, जो कि मुझे यहाँ पे दिख नहीं रहा है. एक तो फुर्ती देखा जाके खाने please for our winners. जोड़े हाथ ताली please. Thank you. Congratulations to our winners from Purti Realty. Congratulations to our winners from Purti Realty. Thank you so much. And I'm sure Bangla jeta bole, ei award gulor por besh furtio seta hobe. Very well deserved. We will now move on to our next award, please.
Congratulating the best in excellence in customer service. And the award goes to PS Group.
PS Group. It's your night, it seems. Congratulations. PS Group it is. Excellence in customer service. PS Group es jonne jode bajan hattali please everybody. Congratulations to all of you. We will now move forward to the next award, please.
Now, moving on to the exciting branding and marketing awards, celebrating successes and setting new goals in the category of Digital Marketing Campaign of the Year. And the award goes to Ambuja Neotia Group for Utalika Panchami.
Congratulations, Ambuja Neotia Group. And being a Bengali, I would like to call it as Uttolika Panchami, if that is the correct pronunciation. Congratulations, Ambuja Neotia Group. We have Mr. Shubro Sarkar, AVP and Head Brand Marketing and Corporate Communications from Ambuja Neotia Group, alongside Mr. Devalok Roy. Congratulations, team Ambuja Neotia Group. On that note, we move forward to the next award.
Honoring progress and envisioning the future is the Digital Marketing Agency of the Year. And the award goes to Realty.
Realty just got real for you once again. Congratulations. May I please have Mr. Jay Gala, VP Marketing Realty, Mr. Updesh Dandrial, Business Head Realty, and Archala Salve, Business Head Realty, the fantastic trio of Realty on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, zor se bajaye tali. Everybody dominating the real estate space and how? Realty. And I love the way they are flaunting their team unity. It seems that they have color coordinated their outfits. That is exactly what it shows. Congratulations to the team of Realty. And on that note, we will now move forward to the next award, please.
Celebrating compelling narratives that captivate, inspire, and leave a lasting impact with Best Brand Storytelling in an Ad Film. And the award goes to Purti Realty.
Congratulations, Purti Realty, once again. The night has become all the way more special for you. Congratulations, Purti Realty, this time for Best Brand Storytelling in an Ad Film. Congratulations to the team of Purti Realty. আপনারা হাততালি দিচ্ছেন, আরো জোরে দিন না, কেউ আটকায়নি এখানে। Thank you. All right, so last few awards remaining, actually more than few, but then just a humble reminder, please request all of you to be with us right till the very end of the awards. We need that very special group photograph. আমরা এই যে বড় স্টেজটা তৈরি করেছি যাতে সবাইকে ফিট করে গ্রুপ ফটো করা যায়, তার জন্যই করেছি। Jokes apart, we request all of you to please be with us right till the very end because that's a truly unmissable moment. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next award, please.
Honoring progress and envisioning the future is the Advertising Agency of the Year. And the award goes to Realty.
Congratulations to the team of Realty, this time Advertising Agency of the Year. We have with us Mr. Jay Gala, VP Marketing Realty, Mr. Updesh Dandrial, Business Head Realty, and Archala Salvi, Business Head Realty over here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Advertising Agency of the Year is yours, Realty. Congratulations and celebrations. On that note, we will now swiftly move on to the next award, please.
Highlighting milestones and building the future is the Innovative Marketing Concept of the Year. And the award goes to Godrej Properties Limited for Paint the City Blue for Godrej Blue.
Congratulations, Innovative Marketing Concept of the Year, Team Godrej Properties. Can I have all of you on stage, please? The fantastic team, Team Godrej Properties. Vadai ho. Zor se talia, please, for Team Godrej Properties. Congratulations, and तालियों की गूंज मुझे सुनाई नहीं दे रही है. If not for anything else, Rasgulla, the legacy of Rasgulla in Kolkata. उसके लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली, please. The तालियों की गूंज is not enough for the legacy of Rasgulla. आरो जोड़े, please, everybody. Thank you. Before I move on to the next award, I would like to call upon stage architect JP Agarwal from Agarwal and Agarwal Associates on stage, please. Please give it up loudly for JP, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. Humble honor and privilege to have you with us. We will now move ahead to the next award, please.
Moving ahead, honoring the best in experiential marketing campaign of the year. And the award goes to Godrej Properties Limited for Godrej Blue.
Team Godrej Properties, U-turn karke aa jaiye wapas. Your award honor once again, experiential marketing campaign of the year, the fantastic team of Godrej Properties. Congratulations to the team of Godrej Properties, bagging awards left, right, and center. On that note, we will now move on to the next award, please.
Next up, we recognize the outstanding in the marketer of the year. And the award goes to Abhirup Bhattacharya, Executive Marketing for Godrej Properties Limited, Kolkata.
Ladies and gentlemen, marketer of the year, Abhirup Bhattacharya, Executive Marketing for Godrej Properties Limited, Kolkata. That's Mr. Abhirup Bhattacharya for you, marketer of the year. Congratulations, very well done, and wish you many more going forward. Thank you so much. I would like to request Debashish sir to please take his seat. Thank you so much. Give it up loudly for Debashish sir once again, please. And to give away our next few and the remaining awards, I would like to call upon stage Arindam Sarkar, partner, Fox and Mandal, solicitors and advocates, LLP, alongside Joydeep Paul, Senior Director, Occupier Strategy and Solutions, Knight Frank India. Ladies and gentlemen, the last few awards remaining. हमारे presenters के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली, please, everybody, right from here till there. Yes, that's how we do it. Thank you. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the exciting grand finale, Individual Achievement Awards. These prestigious honors celebrate outstanding contributions by real estate professionals who have set benchmarks in excellence.
Can I please
Honoring
request you to stop? Can I
organizations
please
that
request you
lead
to
with
stop the
purpose,
AV?
Impact communities.
Can
and
I request
drive
you to stop the AV,
meaningful
please?
change
We
with
have
the
missed an...
CSR Excellence Awards.
Avantika.
And the award goes to
Stop the AV.
Srijan Realty Private Limited.
Stop the AV, please. We missed an award after Mr. Abhirup Bhattacharya. Can we please play the correct AV? We have one more before the one that was played right now. So can we please play that award? We last did Marketer of the Year. That went to Mr. Abhirup Bhattacharya. All right, can we please play the AV for the next award? We have missed the CSR Excellence Awards. I think we were playing the Individual Achievement Awards. We have one more before that. So let's play the CSR Excellence Awards, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the exciting grand finale, Individual Achievement Awards. These prestigious honors celebrate outstanding contributions by real estate professionals who have set benchmarks in excellence, honoring organizations that lead with purpose, impact communities, and drive meaningful change with the CSR Excellence Awards. And the award goes to Srijan Realty Private Limited and Sugam Group.
Congratulations to our winners from Srijan Realty Private Limited once again. Congratulations to our winners. Give it up loudly, ladies and gentlemen. Srijan Realty Private Limited once again bagging another very special award. Congratulations to all of you. Happy faces like never before. Zor se tali, please, everybody. Kolkata. Congratulations to all of you. Very well done. And we look forward to seeing you all receiving many more awards in the future. Thank you so much. God bless all of you. And now can I please have our winners from Sugam Group? Can I please have the marketing team of Sugam Group on stage, please? Give it up for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Sugam Group, CSR Excellence Awards. Can I have some appreciation coming in for the team of Sugam Group? Congratulations to all of you. Very well done. The most important thing, All right, so we will now quickly move on to the next award.
Celebrating the dynamism of Realty's young leaders is the award for Young Achiever of the Year. And the award goes to Yashasvi Shroff, Executive and Marketing Director, Alcove Realty.
Congratulations, Yashasvi Shroff, Executive and Marketing Director, Alcove Realty. Can I please have, on behalf of Yashasvi Shroff, Khushbu Dhanuka and Mahua Datta from Alcove Realty to please accept this award honor. Congratulations to Yashasvi Shroff, and thank you so much for collecting the award on his behalf. Thank you so much. Can I please invite on stage Vaishali Dalmia, Director, ML Dalmia & Co. Limited, former member, West Bengal Legislative Assembly, on stage, please, as our honorable presenter for the next set of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, Vaishali ji ke liye bajaiye everybody, zor se taali, please. Thank you so much. We will now quickly move on to the next award, please.
Recognizing dynamic leadership is the award for CSMO of the Year. And the award goes to Aninda Das, Vice President, Marketing, Infinity Group.
Congratulations, CSMO of the Year, Aninda Das, Vice President, Marketing, Infinity Group. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, that's Mr. Aninda Das, CSMO of the Year. Congratulations, sir. Very well done. And on that note, we would now like to slowly move forward to the penultimate award of today's evening. Can we have the next award, please?
Embracing a brighter future, honoring the Sustainable Business Leader of the Year. And the award goes to Pulak Chamaria, Director, Infinity Group Promoter.
Congratulations, Pulak sir. Pulak Chamaria, Director, Infinity Group Promoter. Congratulations to you. Ladies and gentlemen, Sustainable Business Leader of the Year. Sustainability is the need of the hour. Sustainability is the need of the future. Congratulations to sir for doing such a fabulous job in that space. Ladies and gentlemen, Sustainable Business Leader of the Year, Mr. Pulak Chamaria, Director, Infinity Group Promoter. जोर से बजाइए ताली. सिर्फ मेरा ही आवाज आ रहा है, तालियों का गूंज मुझे सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है, unfortunately. Thank you so much. That's how we do it. Congratulations, sir. Very well deserved. Thank you for inspiring. Thank you for motivating a generation with your work. Congratulations. And on that note, we will now be moving forward to the final award of today's evening.
Celebrating vision, influence, and excellence, we present the award for the Iconic Leader of the Year. And the award goes to Dr. Nitesh Kumar, Managing Director and CEO, Imami Realty Limited.
I can see appreciation at the back, I can see appreciation at the front, but I can't see unity. Can I have everybody clapping for Dr. Nitesh Kumar, Managing Director and CEO, Imami Realty Limited. Congratulations to Dr. Nitesh. Thank you so much for inspiring and doing phenomenal work in your space. Very well done, sir. Can we have the appreciation continuing for Dr. Nitesh Kumar, Managing Director and CEO, Imami Realty Limited. I request you to please kindly say a few words for us, sir. I'll hold your trophy.
Thank you very much. I don't know what Iconic Leader of the Year means. For me, the people sitting out here, all the iconic people out here, the people outside this room, the buyers, the users, they are the iconic leaders. The lenders of home loan, they are the iconic leaders. The real estate promoters are the iconic leaders. The city of Kolkata, who promotes real estate, the infrastructure developers, they all are the leaders. Everybody who is bringing real estate development in the city, in the country, are the iconic leaders. So all of us are iconics. And I think we are witnessing a change. We are so lucky to be in a city of Kolkata, to be in a state of West Bengal, because here is a city and here is a state where the real estate developers, I talk in the talk show in the afternoon as well, that we are so lucky, and I have left my flourishing home in New Delhi, and I've come and settled here in Kolkata, because all these markets, the top 7 cities, they are matured. I don't say that they are not going to have a price rise, they're going to have. But Kolkata, the ride of real estate is here, and it's going to here for good. All the infrastructure development is going to happen, and people here, please invest here in real estate. You're going to see an exponential rise of real estate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And all I can say is that if there are so many iconic leaders, you're a super iconic leader in that space. Give it up once again for Dr. Nitesh, please. Thank you so much. And sir, I'll have to call you back on stage, and not just you, sir. I'll have to call all our winners back on stage, because with that we come to an end of the awards evening. Can I have all the winners on stage with their respective awards and trophies, so that we can have the very special group photo as well? Can I have all our honorable winners on stage, please? Can I have our presenters on stage, please? Can I have the team of Realty Plus over here, please? Can I have all our winners from today's fantastic and fantabulous evening over here on stage, please? Everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, the 17th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025, the East Edition. All you wonderful winners over here who have worked hard day in, day out, who have hustled like never before, and have won these appreciation and awards. This is your moment of pride. Please celebrate on stage. We want to do a nice group photograph with all of you. Can I have all of you, our winners, on stage? And can I please request our photographer to please help arrange the frame on stage? Can I have all you winners on stage, please? And can I request our photographer to please get the frame sorted? I'll request all our winners to please kindly be on stage. And please remember your school and class photograph days, where some of you used to sit, some of you used to stand. I think the photographers will guide in terms of what needs to be done. So we'll do a nice group photo with all of you. Sir, can I please have your award? Requesting all the winners with their awards to please kindly move on stage. We'll do a nice group photo with all of you, all our winners from today's fabulous evening. Can I have all of you on stage, please? Can I have all of you with your awards and trophies on stage, please? Do we have all of you with their trophies? Is everyone over here on stage with their trophies? It's a huge audience. And most important, did you have fun during the awards evening, all of you? I don't think so. Did you all have fun? Yes, now I feel so. Please guide kar do. You're an expert in the space. So this is exactly why we have had such a huge stage, because we want all of you to be over here, feel your moment of pride and honor, and most importantly, enjoy and have fun. Like I said, your class photograph days of school, nostalgic memories hitting in. You were acknowledged and given achievements for other things. Now you're winning in life, in your professional life. This is a moment of pride for all of you. Congratulations. The smile says it all. Thank you so much. Requesting all of you to please remain calm. Yeah, I'm a bad guy. Low photo. And once the photographs are done, I'll request all of you to remain on stage. Please don't move. It's a humble request. I'll request all of you to please flex their trophies, and I'll request all of you to remain on stage, please. I'll request all of you to remain on stage, please. I'll request all of you to remain on stage, please. We have a couple of announcements to make. I'll request all of you to remain on stage, please. Thank you. I'll request all of you to please wait. Just a bit of an update before we get going, before we conclude the awards. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. We have a bit of Thanksgiving left. Can I request all of you to give a huge shout out for our console members who have been working hard since afternoon to make this awards evening and the conclave very, very special. Can I request all of you to continue the appreciation for our photographers and videographers who have been capturing these moments to good effect. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause to our hotel staff as well, putting the chairs on stage, putting the tables on stage. Hard work as well for that. सबसे ज़्यादा जोर से ताली for the entire team of Realty Plus for putting this initiative together. 17th edition, Kolkata becoming all the way more special. Shout out to Tripti Keria, Sapna and the entire team. And before we get going, ek baar, the kind of great work that you all have done so far, and to celebrate the wonderful work that you all will be doing in the near future, apne liye bajaye zor se taali, please, all the stalwarts of real estate fraternity of Kolkata. Thank you so much. That's me, your host, Shubhajit Ghosh, signing off. I'll see you all very soon in the next year. Thank you so much. God bless. Take care. Stay safe. And thank you.